Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Was Demon Slayer Prodigy? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In the back portion of the Namikaze estate, the family gathered together. Minato Namikaze, known as the Yellow Flash, and his wife Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze sat with their children. Twins Mito Uzumaki Namikaze and Menma Uzumaki Namikaze, and their youngest child Narumi Uzumaki Namikaze. They appeared as a whole family, but their eldest son Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze stood apart, watching with sadness and envy because he felt forgotten. Naruto had red hair like his mother's but lighter, and dull blue eyes that reflected his sorrow. He wondered if he was different and whether he could be special too. The next morning, Naruto asked Minato if he could train with Mito and Menma. Minato and Kushina turned to look at him. Minato explained that it was too soon and that the twins needed focused training to prepare for what lay ahead. The Nine-Tails chakra could influence them if not closely supervised, and they could not risk that. Naruto's smile faded and he left the courtyard. Minato expressed regret and said that the decision was for the world's survival, and Kushina hoped Naruto would come to understand. Naruto's sense of neglect began at age 5. Although his parents praised his achievements at the academy, their attention rarely extended beyond compliments and acknowledgement. That limited recognition left a lingering ache in his heart, and the arrival of Narumi, who inherited their mother's technique, deepened the distance. Naruto often asked his parents for training, but their responses were the same. He was told to wait because his siblings needed constant care and supervision due to the Nine-Tails chakra. After the academy dismissed its students one afternoon, Naruto walked home and accidentally bumped into a young woman named Malty. Malty scolded him and then took advantage of the encounter to ask for directions to the Hokage Tower. Naruto explained the way and introduced himself as Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Malty introduced herself as Malty Melromark, and Naruto helped her before leaving for his destination at dawn. As she watched him, Malty recognized him as the host of the Nine-Tails and, influenced by her father's attitude toward the beast, felt disgust. She concealed her reaction and began to plot how to make him suffer. Naruto was unpopular in the village because people associated him with the Nine-Tails. His sister Mito, by contrast, was treated as a hero for helping restrain the beast. The following day, as Naruto prepared to go to the training grounds, his quiet house was suddenly interrupted by men who burst in and apprehended him. He protested that he had done nothing wrong. Malty appeared with the men and identified Naruto as the attacker from the day before. Naruto insisted he had never assaulted her, but the men hurled insults and told him that the husband of the fire daimyo would determine his punishment. Naruto was taken to the fire capital. As he was marched through the streets, villagers jeered and threw refuse at him. He could have tried to escape, but he endured the humiliation instead. In the months leading up to this, Naruto had trained diligently. His routine had consisted of taijutsu workouts to condition his body, shadow boxing and technique drills to refine his forms, strength training using bodyweight exercises, and chakra control exercises to improve his ninjutsu. He was not a prodigy, but through hard work and consistency he kept pace with peers such as Sasuke Uchiha, Kiyomi Uchiha, and his own siblings Menma and Mito. Inside the Fire Daimyo's palace, a public trial was convened and broadcast across the land of fire. Naruto stood before the court opposite Alt-Cray, the husband of the Fire Daimyo, an old man with gray hair and a beard that reached his chest. Alt-Cray accused Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze of assaulting his daughter Malty. Naruto protested that he had only met her and had done nothing wrong. Alt-Cray cut him off by ordering silence. The old man announced that he would not tolerate that kind of attitude and presented evidence of Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze's alleged crimes. A fabricated video was shown that appeared to implicate Naruto, but he recognized it as a fake since none of it had actually happened. The accusation left Naruto stunned and speechless. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, stood at the back of the stage with a guilty, regretful expression mixed with disappointment, unable to reconcile the accusation with the son he knew. Kushina shared her husband's silence and distant look. Naruto froze, then began shouting and crying, begging for his parents, but they turned away and treated him as if he were hopeless. The third Hokage felt furious and helpless because he knew Naruto's true character. He believed the boy would never do such a thing, but he could only watch as the situation unfolded. A week after the trial, Naruto walked through the village in disheveled clothes and bearing the marks of harassment. He moved in heavy restraints and endured days of public mistreatment from those who had turned against him. He endured the abuse until the main aggressors and their families finally left the village. 2 weeks after the trial, Naruto's life had fallen into disarray. Menma and Mito were announced as the heirs to the Namikaze and Uzumaki clans respectively, and Naruto, who had been expected to inherit, was formally disowned according to village law. Minato and Kushina had expelled him from the Namikaze and Uzumaki compounds. Convinced he was guilty, they blamed themselves for raising him improperly and refused to believe in his innocence. Only 3 boys refused to accept the accusation: Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, and Shino Aburame. They were Naruto's friends and stood by their belief that he had not committed the crime. Naruto had never enjoyed the best reputation even before the trial. Villagers associated him with the entails because of the sealed spirit within him, while the chakra had been sealed into Mito and Menma. Previously this had meant only stares and cold shoulders, but after the trial the hostility became open harassment. Even the hospital had refused him care because of his perceived status. He heard shouts calling him demon, scum, failure, and worthless. Despite being pushed to the brink, Naruto's never-give-up spirit remained. His original desire to become Hokage for acknowledgement shifted into a broader resolve to achieve true peace and to become the strongest he could be. The mistreatment planted seeds of resentment, but he refused to give in. He endured daily hardships and vowed to change the world before he would allow himself to be broken. The Hokage rotated ANBU agents to watch Naruto, and after 2 months assigned Hiruzen's personal ANBU pair to guard him. This was a relief for Naruto because both Asuma Sarutobi and Yugao, who had served the third Hokage, did not believe he was guilty. The third Hokage saw this as an opportunity to give Naruto a chance at a new life. Asuma and Yugao kept watch alongside Hiruzen for 2 months while Naruto trained under supervision. Naruto requested additional training, and the third Hokage agreed. In private, Naruto explained his plan to Hiruzen. The old Kage approved and began teaching Naruto a secret technique developed years earlier by Orochimaru. Though the technique required delicate and sensitive components and the third Hokage had been hesitant, he had arranged what was needed without involving others. Over the next 2 months they trained away from prying eyes. Naruto mastered the technique quickly and also worked on physical conditioning and complementary skills: tree walking, water walking, and the shadow clone technique to aid travel and deception. The plan was designed to make his disappearance seem believable and to let him leave the village without drawing suspicion, so Naruto would need a PRD without the constant ANBU watch to put it into motion. After another rotation, new ANBU were assigned and the time came. On the appointed dawn, Naruto felt anxious about whether the plan would work. He admitted his fear to the third Hokage and started to cry. Hiruzen reassured him that if anything went wrong he would personally intervene and ensure Naruto could escape. Naruto responded with relief and embraced the retired Kage, and Hiruzen returned the hug with equal emotion. Hiruzen smiled and told Naruto that although his life had been full of sorrow and hatred, it had only just begun and that he should flourish and be strong because Hiruzen believed in him. Hiruzen had adopted Naruto after he had been disowned by the Namikaze and Uzumaki, though Naruto did not take the Sarutobi name to avoid backlash against the clan. As Naruto walked into the forest to train, Anbu silently trailed him. Hiruzen then approached the ANBU and teased that they seemed very focused on their job. The ANBU admitted that they had not seen him at first, and Hiruzen advised them to keep an eye on the young boy, indicating the spot where Naruto had already disappeared. The third Hokage distracted the ANBU with small talk, and when they turned back, Naruto was gone. No chakra signatures were sensed. Naruto had trained his chakra control enough to suppress it and slip away. Anbu panicked when the red-haired boy vanished, and as night fell they scattered to find him. One ANBU later alerted everyone that they had found a body by the riverside that showed no signs of life. Before Naruto left the village, The third Hokage had given him a plain white Haori to replace his torn clothes. Naruto accepted it with a small, bittersweet smile, thanked the old Kage, hugged him and left. The young red-haired boy felt a pang of loneliness as he walked along the riverbank outside the village, knowing he would not see the people who had cared for him again. A sudden, chilling presence interrupted him. It was not an ordinary presence but a sharp, violent intent. Naruto tried to avoid it, but the threat closed in at blinding speed. Naruto reacted and dodged, and both he and his attacker landed under the pale moonlight. The attacker revealed itself as a demon with pale skin, a single horn, and dark, clawed hands. The demon laughed at the sight of the frightened boy and taunted him before lunging again with astonishing speed. Naruto avoided another strike and, when he managed to throw a kunai, it barely scraped the demon's hide. The demon, annoyed, struck back and left Naruto with a deep scratch along his cheek and knocked the breath from him. He staggered and was sent flying into a tree by a powerful kick. Pain and fear crowded his mind as he drifted toward unconsciousness. He struggled to hold on, remembering the faces of those connected to his past and the bitterness he felt toward those who made his life difficult. The memories ignited an anger he had long suppressed, and a mark burned briefly on his forehead like a flare of fire. That sudden surge of strength changed the fight. Naruto moved with a force and focus beyond what anyone had seen in him, and the skirmish took on an intense, anime-like pace. The two clashed in a blur of motion, the boy countering with fierce determination and the demon trying to regain the upper hand. Eventually Naruto overpowered the attacker. The demon was defeated in a burst of light and dissipated, leaving no gruesome remains. Only the aftermath of a fierce battle remained, the white Haori singed at the edges and Naruto heavily bruised and exhausted. Naruto collapsed, utterly spent, unable to stand after what had felt like hours of fighting. A man soon appeared wearing a distinctive Haori with a white to yellow gradient and red, flame-like patterns at the hem. The man had vivid orange eyes and hair tinged with red and orange, and he wore a uniform that marked him as someone used to dealing with dangerous creatures. He examined the scene and, astonished that the only person there was the battered boy, reflected that the boy had somehow killed a demon without a Nichiren weapon. Concerned by Naruto's injuries, the man decided to take him for proper treatment and contact the appropriate demon-slaying authorities. A week later, Naruto woke in a daze. He could not remember his name, his identity, or why he was in a bed. Confused, he lay there until the man who had saved him entered the room and asked how he was feeling. The young red-haired boy tried to ask who the stranger was, but no voice came out. Rengoku explained that the boy's battle with the demon had left a scar on his throat, and that even if the wound healed his voice would be permanently different. Rengoku took a pen and paper and handed it to the boy. Memories from the previous night returned in fragments. The boy had fought some kind of creature for hours and had driven it off through a surge of uncontrollable anger. He wrote a question on the paper asking who the stranger was. Rengoku read the question and then introduced himself as Kyajuro Rengoku, saying he had found the boy near the riverbank unconscious with signs of a demon attack. Rengoku asked whether the boy had defeated the demon. The boy wrote that he had. When Rengoku asked the boy for his name, the boy closed his eyes and tried to recall his past. He wrote that he could not remember and that his memories were a void. Rengoku nodded in understanding and decided to give him a temporary name. Rengoku said he would call him Sabito until he remembered his true name and past. The boy questioned why he should trust Rengoku. Rengoku laughed softly and reassured him that he meant no harm, explaining that he was looking for an apprentice and thought the boy might be a perfect fit. The boy felt indebted to the man before him and nodded, confused. Rengoku declared proudly that the boy would do wonders for the world and ruffled his hair. 4 years later, the boy wore a fox mask with a checkered kimono and the plain white Haori he had worn years before. His hair had grown down to his shoulders. He chased a demon, katana in hand, moving with graceful speed. He prepared a fiery technique called flame-breathing first form. Unknowing fire, and bursts of flame enveloped him as he closed in. With a swift, precise strike he ended the demon, the battle unfolding like a dramatic, anime-style confrontation rather than a scene of gore. He had grown much stronger during those 4 years. When he trained, he pushed himself until he collapsed from exhaustion, driven by an unexplained anger that had become his greatest motivator. There was no clear reason for the rage, but it fueled his efforts. Rengoku noticed this and questioned the boy's behavior. Rengoku asked why he was so angry. The boy, who had been cutting tatami mats during training, stopped fiercely and wrote that he did not know why he felt that way during sessions. Rengoku advised him to keep an eye on that behavior, suggesting it might be connected to his past, and patted the boy's sweaty head. By then he had just turned 10. It had been 3 years since he had joined the Demon Slayer Corps, an organization hidden from even the village leader's knowledge. He had joined the Corps 5 months after waking up under Rengoku's care and training. He was not a prodigy, but his relentless daily training 5-hour sessions that pushed him until he became ill combined with that inexplicable rage had accelerated his development. His technique remained a bit rough around the edges, but his speed, strength, stamina, and endurance had multiplied compared to when he first fought without any refined breathing technique. In the present, he had grown stronger still. By the age of 10, in 3 years of focused training, he had reached the highest rank before the pillar title. He had refined his technique while maintaining his physical regimen and had come to match the abilities of an elite ninja. He had even held his own against members of the 12 Demon Moons, facing the lower-ranked Moon Rue and emerging victorious, though not unscathed. He left with only minor injuries. The Demon Slayer Corps commended the young red-haired boy, known as Sabito, when he arrived at the master's mansion. Oyakata Ubuyashiki greeted him with a calm, gentle presence that made the boy's unexplained rage seem to settle. The master praised the boy's exploits. The pillars stood nearby, including Rengoku Kyojuro, the flame pillar. A newly appointed pillar, Kani, spoke quickly, but Rengoku looked on with a full expression and inner pride for his apprentice. The master announced his intention to appoint the boy as a new flame pillar, to share the title with his master Rengoku. The boy was overjoyed but humble. He declined the appointment, explaining that his strength was still far below that of the pillars and that he wished to earn such a title only after defeating an upper-ranked demon. The master had expected this answer. He could see possibilities in the future. The wind pillar, Sanemi Shinazuga, smirked inwardly at the boy's boldness, and the other pillars shared similar expressions of surprise and amusement. Rengoku had introduced the boy as his apprentice a year earlier when the boy had acquired a lower rank, and many pillars had found it hard to believe that such a capable fighter could be so young. Some wondered whether someone that youthful should be in the Corps, but the boy remained composed. He introduced himself as Sabito, explained that he had amnesia, and expressed hope to work with the others. Back at the meeting, the master praised Sabito as a capable demon slayer who also showed abilities reminiscent of an elite ninja despite his age, calling him an extraordinary child. Back in Konoha, the old Kai Hiruzen sighed as he wondered about his considered grandson. It had been a few years since the apparent death of Naruto, and only a few had visited the grave. He watched a raven-haired girl approach and pay her respects, and he recognized her as Kiyomi Uchiha. Hiruzen noted that she had come to visit Naruto. Kiyomi apologized for interrupting and admitted she had come to pay her respects, shy and remorseful. Hiruzen observed guilt in her eyes and thought that at least someone felt regret. Kiyomi explained that she had once bullied Naruto and had come to remember her mistakes and atone. Hiruzen told her that she need not worry, that Naruto was in a better place now. Kiyomi wept quietly in the cloudy wind, knelt before the grave, lit a candle, and resolved to change herself and atone for her past. Back at the Oyakata mansion, an instructor assigned a mission involving the Infinity Train, which ran along the border used for trade and meetings between nations. The instructor warned that members of the 12 Demon Moons might be involved, and he asked the young red-haired boy Naruto and Rengoku to take the assignment. Naruto winced at the mention of the 12 Demon Moons and worried that encountering an upper rank would be dangerous, but he reminded himself that Master Rengoku was accompanying them and remained a pillar in strength. Naruto promised to prepare quickly. 3 days later, Rengoku and Naruto boarded the Infinity Train and sat together, watching their surroundings. A tired ticket clerk handed them their tickets. The clerk looked worn from long hours, but Rengoku and Naruto felt no immediate unease. They ate from a stack of bento boxes and kept a close eye on the passengers. After a few hours of travel, Naruto began to explore the train and noticed that most passengers were asleep well before nightfall, which made him uneasy. He went back toward his master, then heard creaking in the far carriage. Naruto's guard went up and he readied his katana as the creaking grew closer and the atmosphere turned ominous. The sound stopped at a door, and after a few tense moments a demon burst from the doorway with elongated, deformed arms. Naruto reacted with precise breath techniques. He used flame breathing, second form, rising scorching sun, to sever the creature's arms, and the demon let out a startled shriek. Naruto then closed in, applied flame breathing, first form, unknowing fire, and delivered a decisive strike that caused the demon to unravel and vanish in a flash of light. The passengers remained asleep. Naruto investigated the carriage and noted that, despite the demon's shriek, no one had woken. He also realized his master had not been nearby, which felt unusual, and he headed back to check on Rengoku. Rengoku had instructed Naruto to check each carriage for signs of demonic activity. They had been traveling in the third of 5 carriages when Rengoku sensed a strong demonic aura from the last carriage. Naruto went to inspect the first and second carriages but did not return, which concerned Rengoku. Confident in Naruto's abilities, Rengoku moved toward the source of the presence himself. As he approached the 4th carriage, the aura intensified and the train seemed to tremble slightly, but Rengoku remained composed and kept walking with a calm smile. He paused just outside the last carriage door to sense the demon inside, opened the door briefly, then closed it again to gain the element of surprise. The demon inside had long, stretched limbs and turned with a low growl. Rengoku assessed that this demon was not one of the 12 demon moons but might be linked to the disappearances. He readied his katana and used flame breathing, first form, unknowing fire. In a swift, well-practiced motion, he struck the demon and its form dissolved into nothing more than drifting ash and light. Rengoku surveyed the sleeping passengers and noted again that no one had been roused. Soon after, Naruto reappeared and reported that he had heard a loud noise and followed it to find the demon. Naruto expressed determination to become as strong as Rengoku. Rengoku laughed and encouraged Naruto, saying in his calm way that if Naruto followed his example he would grow even stronger. Later, Naruto and Rengoku slept side by side in the carriage. The train was unusually quiet and the air felt tense. 2 children entered the carriage quietly, each holding a small rope, and they moved slowly toward where Naruto and Rengoku were seated. A brief, neutral pause followed before the next events unfolded. With the sleeping pillar and his successor bound, they began to succumb to slumber. Rengoku and Naruto dreamed. Rengoku dreamed of his brother and his father together with their mother as both parents watched Sanjuro, the youngest child of the Rengoku family, being trained by Kaijuro. A few years earlier a demon had attacked and killed their family, leaving Kaijuro as the survivor. Kaijuro's savior had been Tajuro Rengoku, the current Flame Pillar's uncle, who trained him until Kaijuro replaced him. Naruto, the young redhead, dreamed of training with his master inside a ninja village that felt oddly familiar. He wondered if he knew the place as he finished his practice and walked through the village. Villagers smiled but then glared before smiling again. He noticed a mountain carved with 4 faces, names he recognized from his master's history lessons. The last carved face gave him a strange familiarity and the unexplained anger he always felt. As he walked, memories resurfaced in an alleyway. Insults repeating in his head: demon, scum, trash, failure, worthless, RP. He clutched his ears to stop the noise. The scene shifted to a large house. Through a window Naruto saw 5 people. A tall blonde man wearing a coat patterned with flames and the words 4th village leader on the back. A red-haired woman in an apron holding a baby with hair slightly darker than his, and others at a distance who resembled them. Emotions: rage, anger, sorrow flooded him as memories returned. He remembered his mother scolding him and explaining that his siblings received extra attention because they were special. He recalled being told that, as the village leader's son, he would carry a heavy burden and be treated differently. He remembered being punished for training outside the rules and feeling discarded. Those memories made him distrust his parents. A line about being the village leader's son and destined to servitude crystallized his resolve. He realized his name clearly and resolved to cut ties to that life and build a new legacy, vowing to become stronger and seek peace on his own terms. Sensing danger, Naruto realized the dream felt like a manipulative art created by a demon. A mark appeared on his body. He drew his sword, a black blade in his hand, testing reality. He woke suddenly and found a child his age being held tightly by someone. He released the child's arm and began to untie the rope that bound his own wrist. The two children who had been nearby armed themselves with needles. Naruto's expression softened with pity, a trait he had learned from his master. Rengoku awoke as the two children lunged, but Naruto moved faster and struck them, rendering them unconscious without graphic detail. One of the children called for Sabito. Sabito answered that he remembered everything and revealed his real name as Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Rengoku, surprised, realized that the boy might be the son of the current village leader. Before they could process more, a powerful demon presence erupted. The train around them warped into a nightmarish form with writhing tentacles. Rengoku reacted instantly and unleashed the first form of flame-breathing, unknowing fire, striking with such force that the 5 carriages trembled. Returning to Naruto, Rengoku commended him and explained his assessment. It was likely one of the 12 demon moons, probably a lower moon whose strength approached that of an upper moon. He ordered Naruto to find and decapitate the demon and expressed his full faith in him. Naruto climbed through the twisting carriages in search of the demon. Tentacles lashed out, but he sliced through them with the third form of flame-breathing, blooming flame undulation. He came upon the demon, which bore the mark for lower rank 1 on its left eye. Naruto judged that its power was near an upper rank 6 and that he had to act quickly. From within the warp train, the demon named Enmu observed that Naruto had dreamt and discovered things he should not have. Enmu noticed marks on Naruto's cheek and forehead and, seeing them, recalled a swordsman who bore the same marks and wondered who that figure could be. Enmu realized that the cells Master Muzan had given him contained memories. He recognized the swordsman who had once decapitated his master centuries ago and decided he needed to finish him quickly. Enmu activated his blood demon art, whispers of ordained unconscious mesmerism, attempting to lull Naruto into sleep. Naruto dropped into slumber repeatedly but kept waking up, each return to consciousness fueled by a rising fury. Enmu was baffled. His technique did not hold. He persisted, but Naruto continued to snap awake. Naruto closed his eyes and relied on his other senses, accustomed to fighting blind. He found Enmu by sound and scent and rushed forward, unleashing flame-breathing 5th form, Flame Tiger. A great tiger of flame surged across the tracks. Enmu tried to dodge, but the attack's wide reach made it unavoidable. Naruto feinted, then aimed a strike that seemed to split Enmu's form apart. The demon's current head fell away and its body went still. The victory looked complete until a tentacle sprouted, bearing a replica of Enmu's face, and Enmu revealed that the train itself was part of his body. Naruto kept his eyes closed and searched for the strongest presence, which led him toward the cab. Tentacles lashed out to block him, but fear of sleep kept him from opening his eyes. Naruto drew his blade and used flame-breathing 1st form, unknowing fire, slicing through the tendrils like a flowing river. As he reached the cab, the creature's outer membranes surged outward to protect its core. Naruto answered with flame-breathing 3rd form, Blazing Universe, a powerful downward strike that tore through the creature's outer layers. Another membrane rose to shield the true body, and Naruto realized one strike would not be enough. He formed a shadow clone and recalled memories that had come with the cell's memories that not only strengthened him but taught him how to mold chakra in ways demons could not. The clone struck with flame-breathing 2nd form, Rising Scorching Sun, shredding the outer barrier while the real Naruto prepared his next move. He still lacked the physical strength of a fully grown warrior. At 10 years old, he could not simply cleave through the creature's tough core. A phrase from those borrowed memories echoed in his mind, to escape his fate. He remembered a man who danced with a BLNDFLD-marked flame, moving with a practiced grace and wielding a decorated wooden blade similar to a ceremonial 7-sword. 3 years earlier, Naruto had received a sun-forged blade from the notorious swordsmith Haganazuka. Haganazuka had expected a bright red blade but instead produced a black sun blade, a rarity that left the smith both disappointed and amazed. After acquiring the blade, Naruto had begun dreaming of the dancing man. The visions had come night after night since he passed the final selection. Back in the present, Naruto shifted his mind from flame breathing into what he understood as the dance of the fire god. He executed the second form, a horizontal downward slash he knew as clear blue sky. The attack carried devastating force, cutting cleanly through the creature's defenses and striking true. The blow sent a shock through the train, derailing it with a thunderous force. Naruto leapt clear and landed among the wreckage, unharmed. He searched the wreckage for survivors and was met by his master. Rengoku praised Naruto for defeating another member of the 12 Demon Moons at only 10 years old. Naruto felt embarrassed and downplayed his actions, saying he had only wanted to help. The two shared a brief, relieved laugh, but a powerful presence crashed down not far from them, throwing dust into the air. As the dust settled, the newcomer revealed himself as an upper rank 3 of the 12 Demon Moons, Akaza. He moved with blinding speed and launched a fist toward Naruto's face. Rengoku reacted instantly, intercepting the blow with flame-breathing second form, rising scorching sun and slicing through one of Akaza's limbs, forcing the demon to recoil and return to stance. Akaza studied them and commented on Rengoku's fine sword and high battle spirit, then explained that he had targeted Naruto first because he despised weakness and wanted to eliminate the weak before speaking to the pillar. Rengoku defended his protege, declaring that the boy was not weak and demanding respect. Akaza introduced himself and proposed that they join him instead become a demon and gain incomparable strength over centuries. Rengoku refused, speaking that he did not wish to entertain such an offer and that human lives were precious precisely because they were mortal. Akaza responded with a low, frowning acceptance and prepared another attack, stamping the ground and leaving an ice-like pattern embedded in the earth as he readied to strike. Rengoku took a defensive stance as Akaza closed in with a lightning-fast strike. Rengoku blocked with his blade and answered in kind. The wound on Akaza sealed over almost at once. Rengoku countered with flame-breathing third form, Blazing Universe, delivering a devastating blow that healed away as quickly as it had been dealt. Akaza praised Rengoku's swordsmanship and speed, insisting that he should become a demon. Rengoku refused and made clear that he hated Akaza. Akaza unleashed a destructive air-type technique. Rengoku managed to block it, surprised by the attack's strange properties. The two moved so fast that their forms blurred. The confrontation went on for minutes before they returned to their starting positions. Naruto watched helplessly, unable to follow their movements, thinking that if he jumped in he would be dead before he landed. Rengoku told himself he could not stay at that distance, and in a flash he closed the gap. He struck for the chest, but Akaza dodged. Akaza admired Rengoku's speed and taunted that all the strength he had worked for could be lost. Rengoku replied that change and loss were natural for humans. The fight continued with kicks and blocks. Rengoku's blade forced Akaza through the trees toward the train. When Rengoku pursued, Akaza reappeared and urged him to keep fighting forever. They exchanged blows until Akaza pushed Rengoku onto a derailed train. Naruto cried out as he saw the pain on his master's face, but Rengoku rose again and launched another form, flame-breathing third form, Blazing Universe. Akaza grinned at Rengoku's persistence and overwhelmed him with a flurry of strikes. Rengoku blocked as best he could, but he was grievously wounded, breathing heavily, weakened by injuries that would not heal the way a demon's would. Akaza mocked the futility of human effort and struck Rengoku's face, leaving his vision impaired. Rengoku continued to press attacks, switching through forms to defend and counter. At one point Akaza met Rengoku's flame-breathing fifth form, Flame Tiger, with a new destructive technique that clashed with the summoned flame spirit. It became clear that Rengoku was being outmatched. Akaza pointed out that Rengoku's injuries, deep wounds and impaired vision could not be undone unless he were a demon. Naruto looked at his mentor, the man who had trained him, and treated him like family, standing wounded and trembling. He felt a surge of hopelessness, convinced his master would not survive. Rengoku's fighting spirit flared. The marks on his cheeks glowed like connected flames, and he prepared for one last effort. He invoked his duty and unleashed flame-breathing ninth form, esoteric art Rengoku, summoning a great flame dragon that charged toward Akaza. Akaza intercepted with his destructive technique. A massive explosion followed. When the dust began to settle, the two figures remained locked in a desperate struggle. Rengoku used the last of his strength to restrain Akaza and drive him back, preventing him from escaping as sunlight crept into the distance. Akaza panicked at the approaching light and, in the chaos that followed, managed to break free. He struck Naruto and caused a severe injury to him before fleeing into the woods as the sun rose. Naruto threw his blade after Akaza and called for him to return, but Akaza, focused on the sun, fled deeper into the trees. Naruto shouted in frustration and grief, then fell apart, sobbing. Rengoku managed a small smile and called Naruto to his side. Rengoku told Naruto that he did not have much time left and asked him to listen. When Naruto asked if there was any way to heal the wound with breathing techniques, Rengoku answered that there was not. He spoke gently to Naruto, saying that a difficult beginning did not determine the rest of his life and that the future still belonged to him. Rengoku insisted he did not believe Naruto had committed the crimes he had been accused of and affirmed his belief that Naruto could do great things. Rengoku told Naruto that in his bedroom desk there were documents about the dance of the fire god that Naruto had described in his dreams, along with Rengoku's research and his savings. He encouraged Naruto that if he ever felt disheartened or thought he was not enough, he should set his heart ablaze. Naruto listened, tears streaming, as his mentor offered those final words of faith and guidance. Rengoku gave Naruto his final words, asking him to dry his eyes and look ahead because time waits for no one. Rengoku explained that, as a pillar, it was natural to protect others and that the young must be allowed to bloom. Any pillar would have done the same. He told Naruto to keep growing and to one day lend his aid as the next pillar. Rengoku said he believed in Naruto despite his past and that anyone who shed blood to protect the innocent rightfully belonged to the Demon Slayer Corps. His last request was that Naruto forgive those who had wronged him not because he had to like them, but because he needed to let go of hatred and rage that could someday be his downfall. Rengoku added a small, awkward joke about his own shortcomings in romance to lighten the mood. Naruto nodded, and Rengoku saw a silhouette of his family. His mother expressed pride, his father echoed that sentiment, and Sanjuro smiled and told him he had done well. Rengoku returned the smile and then passed away. Sanemi arrived as reinforcement and found Naruto bowed over, tears soaking his uniform. Sanemi asked what had happened. Naruto explained that an upper moon had appeared and that Master Rengoku had fought him to protect everyone. No one else had died. Sanemi looked at Naruto with pity. Naruto broke into anguished accusations at himself, questioning why he had been so weak, why he had been unable to move or fight, and how, if he had been stronger, Rengoku might still be alive. Sanemi, angered by the boy's self-reproach, seized Naruto by the collar and insisted fiercely that Rengoku had not truly lost. Sanemi declared that Rengoku had protected the passengers and that, as long as Naruto lived up to Rengoku's expectations and did not give in to defeat, Rengoku would not be lost. Hearing those words, Naruto reconsidered Rengoku's admonition to set his heart ablaze. As the sun rose fully, reinforcements evacuated Naruto, and he continued to dwell on Sanemi's words. Naruto returned home in a fragile state. His eyes were dull and distant, dried tears visible on his face, and his movements unsteady. The house had been left dark. He went to his room and lay on his bed, haunted by the thought that such a strong person had to die and wondering why it could not have been him instead. He cried again, replaying how he could not protect Rengoku and how powerless he had felt. Exhausted, he sought peace and felt himself fray at the edges, losing hope. That night Naruto dreamed. In the dream he sat on a bench in a park that looked like his homeland, Konoha, while children twins and other kids played nearby. Rengoku appeared with an easy smile and handed him half of a popsicle before sitting beside him. Rengoku remarked that the sky was pretty. Naruto, still grieving, begged what he should do now and apologized for being unable to protect his mentor. Rengoku laughed gently and compared Naruto's grief to his own after his family died, Rengoku said he had once grieved openly for 3 days, crying and screaming until his uncle came to console him. Rengoku told Naruto that although this might be the last time they spoke, there could be another chance in the future. In Naruto's memory of Rengoku's past, Rengoku had cried alone in his room until his uncle Tajuro came in. Tajuro sat with his nephew and explained that Rengoku had survived because his family chose to protect him and Sanjuro. Tajuro offered to train him, making Rengoku his successor, and reminded him of their mother's words. He had been given talent to protect the weak, and in time the weak would also become strong. Tajuro urged him to keep those words in his heart and to set it ablaze. Back in the dream, Rengoku placed his hands on Naruto's shoulders and told him to remember those same words. Rengoku expressed his belief that Naruto would bring change, that he would be a harbinger who could turn the shinobi world upside down. Rengoku instructed that whenever Naruto felt disheartened or not enough, he should set his heart ablaze. Naruto's vision then faded to white, and he awoke from the dream clutching at his left eye. He repeated Rengoku's words to himself, "Set your heart ablaze," and bit by bit, his expression brightened. Naruto assured Master Rengoku that his expectations were in proper hands, and a new fire ignited inside him. It was not burning rage but pure, burning determination. He remembered his master's words about research kept near the desk and went straight to Rengoku's room. Opening the desk, he searched for anything on the Hinakami Kagura technique. After a while he found a record book and began reading. The book contained records of past flame pillars and, buried near the first pages, a highlighted section drew his attention. It discussed sun breathing, described as the progenitor of all breathing styles. As Naruto read, he noted the similarities between Hinakami Kagura and sun breathing. The extra movements in Hinakami Kagura, he realized, could be removed to reveal sun breathing beneath. He closed the book with the conviction that he needed to master this form and spent the rest of the day training. Later, a crow arrived with a letter from Oyakata informing him that Rengoku's funeral would be held in 2 days. 2 days later the funeral took place on a rainy day that felt like the heavens were mourning. Naruto was the first in line to place flowers, remembering that Rengoku had taken on the duty after his uncle, the previous flame pillar, had died in service. Naruto laid his flower and kept his head low, not shedding a single tear. Afterward he approached Oyakata and asked for a favor. Oyakata told him to present it at the upcoming meeting, and Naruto expressed his thanks before joining the other pillars. At the pillar meeting, Oyakata opened by explaining that the purpose was the Demon Slayer mark. He said the mark could grant the strength to defeat upper-rank demons but that the method to unlock it had been lost. Oyakata noted that Naruto had been the first person in 400 years to manifest the mark and asked him to explain how to unlock it. Naruto answered that he remembered everything and revealed that his full name was Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, which shocked the room because he was the son of the current Hokage. Oyakata then asked if there were any questions about the mark. Sanemi asked why the mark had been kept secret. Oyakata explained that the secrecy was intended to prevent desperation among the core. The mark's power came with a grave downside, as those who bore it inevitably died by the age of 25. The atmosphere grew tense. Naruto interjected that there had been an exception. He told them about Yoriichi Tsujikuni, the first progenitor of all breathing styles, who had lived to the age of 80 despite bearing the mark. Naruto explained that Yoriichi's name appeared in early records and that, although exiled after failing to kill Muzan Kibutsuji, he had lived long and well. Oyakata acknowledged the possibility of an exception. Naruto proposed a theory that Yoriichi had been born with or had unlocked the mark at a very young age, allowing his body to adapt. Naruto said he believed himself to be another such exception, having used the mark since childhood until it no longer posed the same threat. He asked them not to bow and then explained 2 conditions he had observed for unlocking the mark: a heart rate reaching 200 beats per minute and a body temperature of 39 degrees Celsius. Kane, the flower pillar, protested that those were life-threatening conditions and asked how Naruto could be so sure. Naruto explained that whenever he had used the mark before his body adapted, he had developed a fever of 39 degrees Celsius and a rapid heart rate, which he had learned to monitor. Oyakata thanked him for the insight, and Naruto made a personal request. He asked for a 3-year leave from the Demon Slayer Corps so he could grow stronger. He intended to return not as Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze but under the name Sabito, relying on connections he had within the Hidden Leaf, especially with the third Hokage, who had cared for him like a grandfather. Oyakata granted the request and wished him luck. Naruto felt sadness but understood that he had to take this time to become stronger and continue protecting others. That night, 2 days later, Naruto packed his essentials and a large sum of money, 50 million ryo, from Rengoku's wealth that would last him a long time. Rengoku had arranged for some of his senior retainers and personal attendants to care for the mansion during his absence after he had bid farewell to everyone. On the outskirts of the village, hidden among the leaves, Naruto stood behind the wall, watching the place that had once filled him with hatred and rage. He took a deep breath and slipped into the village that night. At the Sarutobi residence, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the retired village leader, walked slowly until he sat in a chair by a window. He sighed and sipped his tea, gazing into the night as if lost in thought. A voice from behind carried a note of familiarity. Hiruzen turned and found a boy of 10 wearing a plain white overcoat, a green and yellow robe, and a fox mask. Hiruzen asked who he was. Naruto removed his mask, revealing the boy Hiruzen had helped escape 4 years earlier. Hiruzen stammered Naruto's name in recognition. Naruto confirmed who he was and addressed Hiruzen as grandfather. Hiruzen asked how Naruto had been. Naruto poured out the events of the past 4 years, the losses and the pain that left a hollow in his heart. Hiruzen offered his condolences for the losses. Naruto said he had no time to grieve and that was why he had returned to the village. Hiruzen noted Naruto's determination and offered him shelter for the night, then told him that he would train under Hiruzen's guidance and use the name Sabito in public for now. Naruto accepted the arrangement. Hiruzen showed him to his room and both retired for the night. Naruto slept exhausted. The next morning, Naruto woke with a familiar, stinging nostalgia. He remembered the beatings, the neglect from his parents, and the cold stares from his peers, but this time the village thought he was dead, and that thought eased some of his burden. He went to the kitchen where Hiruzen had prepared breakfast and invited him to eat and then begin training. They spoke quietly about how the village had changed. After breakfast, they changed and went to the private training grounds behind the Sarutobi residence. Hiruzen explained that he wanted to assess Naruto's current skills with a sparring match and set the only rule: no killing or causing grievous injury. Naruto agreed. Asuma was present to watch. Hiruzen asked if they were both ready and the two nodded. Naruto took his stance and drew a sword that darkened as it left its scabbard. Hiruzen and Asuma were taken aback. The sword was of exceptional quality, and its hilt bore the unsettling engravings "Destroy and Slay." Naruto began the match by employing the first form of his flame-breathing technique, called Unknowing Fire, closing the distance in an instant with a speed that surprised Hiruzen and Asuma. Hiruzen barely dodged the initial strike and, impressed by Naruto's pace without relying on chakra, thought that young fighters were growing stronger. Hiruzen countered with a fire technique that lifted a cloud of ash across the training ground. Naruto leaped above the ash before it ignited and then unleashed his third form, Blazing Universe, a powerful downward slash that Hiruzen avoided. The impact left a shallow depression in the earth. Using the dust and debris, Naruto attempted to move behind Hiruzen and strike with the back edge of his blade, but Hiruzen used a substitution technique and evaded, leaving Naruto momentarily surprised. Hiruzen praised Naruto's performance, noting that he had not expected such capability at the age of 10 and that Naruto's tactical thinking would have worked against anyone except a village leader or a very skilled high-ranking warrior. Naruto downplayed his strength and said he still had a long way to go. Hiruzen admired the attitude and contrasted it with the behavior of Naruto's biological siblings. Naruto recalled the arrogant siblings who had belittled and tormented him. He explained that he had been disowned when they declared Mito and Menma as the heirs of the clan. He now used the family name only to avoid confusion, but he had no real ties to them beyond shared blood. Hiruzen remembered the old law and assured Naruto that, should his family want him back, he could refuse because he had been disowned. Naruto felt grateful. 2 years passed. At 12, Naruto still wore the simple robe and overcoat and lived at the Sarutobi residence as Hiruzen's disciple, learning to channel his energy to fight against demonic threats. Over those 2 years he had gained significant strength. By using shadow copies to practice, he mastered many techniques in a short time. His chakra reserve had grown substantially, aided by his clan lineage, and his physical strength, speed, stamina, and endurance all improved through training that combined chakra control and natural growth. He rose from 4 feet 11 inches to 5 feet 4 inches in that PRD. Naruto did not neglect hand-to-hand combat. Hiruzen taught him a style that Naruto adapted and refined, drawing inspiration from the sun-breathing technique described in Rengoku's research. He simplified the unnecessary movements of the fire god's dance until his form contained very few errors. He also continued to hone his swordsmanship, determined to be able to stand against the Demon King. He refined his use of sun-breathing and made it his primary style, finding himself even more compatible with it than with flame-breathing. His strength had grown to a level comparable with high jonin like Kakashi or Gai. Outside, Naruto trained taijutsu with Hiruzen, the third Hokage. Hiruzen praised Naruto's progress and told him that if he kept training, he would reach the old man's strength in a few years. Naruto acknowledged the compliment modestly. They finished and went inside the large bath at the Sarutobi residence, the water warm and soothing like a hot spring. Hiruzen took the moment of quiet to ask Naruto if he would take the upcoming genin exams despite never attending the academy. Hiruzen offered to arrange it, and Naruto accepted, seeing the test as a chance to become a licensed shinobi. A few days later, Naruto walked down the hallway toward the genin exams with the third Hokage at his side. Hiruzen told Naruto that it was his choice whether to show or hide his strength. Naruto replied that he understood and that he wanted to be on a one-man team with Hiruzen as his sensei, so he would need to surpass the scores of the top students. Hiruzen listed the top rookies who had tied: Sasuke Uchiha, Kiyomi Uchiha, Menma Uzumaki Namikaze, and Mito Uzumaki Namikaze. Naruto declared his intent to surpass them, and Hiruzen wished him luck. Irika then called for silence and announced that another student would be joining the exams. The third Hokage entered the room with Naruto disguised behind a mask. Hiruzen introduced his disciple under the name Sabito Rengoku and explained that he had requested permission for him to join the genin exams from the fourth Hokage. Naruto, speaking in a deliberately altered tone, asked Irika where he should sit. Irika pointed to the chair next to Kiyomi Uchiha, and Naruto sat without greeting anyone. Kiyomi had expected a bold greeting but instead met silence. She introduced herself, and Naruto, speaking in the same altered voice, responded cheerfully. A flash of memory came to Naruto from a time he had been shunned by other children. In that memory, a girl with raven black hair and onyx eyes had told him to leave, and he had complied without argument. He had spent long days at the academy as part of his punishment and had nowhere stable to live. Hiruzen provided food and support, while the Umbu monitored him at times. Back in the exam room, Naruto greeted Kiyomi and remained composed. Kiyomi had tried to break whatever influence held her, but she could not. Another boy had also refrained from approaching her. Naruto remained neutral about the past and deliberately advised her that staring would not help her focus on the exams. Kiyomi blushed at being noticed and used his remark to concentrate on potential test questions. Elsewhere, Tengen sneezed and wondered idly if someone might be talking about him. The written portion of the genin exams concluded and the candidates moved to shuriken and kunai throwing. Naruto found this section uncomfortably risky but accepted it. His experience in life and death situations with the Demon Slayer Corps had taught him to stay calm under pressure. He scored perfectly in the throwing section and received praise from Irika. Next came the sparring round. Menma, Mito, and Kiyomi all advanced, but Sasuke was paired against Naruto. Irika asked if they were ready, and both prepared. Sasuke launched an aggressive assault, trying to end the match quickly. Naruto evaded each strike with fluid movement, blocking a roundhouse and using the momentum to send Sasuke flying across the ring. The crowd reacted to the boldness and skill Naruto displayed, sensing that he was not treating the fight as a mere joke. Sasuke then formed hand signs for a fire release technique and unleashed a fireball. Naruto leaped clear and watched for a moment with an almost casual fascination at the display. When Sasuke prepared to escalate the attack, Naruto moved behind him and executed a quick, precise takedown that left Sasuke unconscious. The exam official declared Sabito Rengoku the winner. Kiyomi stared in awe, impressed that he had defeated Sasuke so decisively. Everyone in the classroom watched in stunned silence as the newest participant had taken down one of the academy's strongest students without resorting to ninjutsu. Naruto strode past the group and noticed the attention. He wondered aloud why everyone was staring, though most kept their distance. Kiyomi, however, continued to stare in obvious awe. The next part of the exam covered the 3 academy basics. Naruto found the standard too easy and muttered that the village's tests had become trivial compared to the final selection. When it was his turn, his brother Menma had just finished and was showing off by creating 15 shadow clone techniques. Naruto had been planning to create one more clone than Menma to annoy him, but the next student called up was Sabito Rengoku. Naruto stepped forward to take his turn while Kiyomi, Mito, Menma, and Sasuke all watched intently. Menma teased Sasuke about being beaten by a newcomer. Sasuke retorted that if Menma had been in his place he would not have lasted half as long. Mito and Kiyomi told them both to be quiet. The instructor instructed Sabito to perform at least 2 clones. Sabito cheerfully complied and performed the shadow clone technique, producing 16 clones and breaking Menma's record. Menma reacted with dismay that his record was broken. Sasuke muttered that he was not the only one to be bested by the newcomer. Menma snapped at Sasuke and denied needing pity. The instructor then requested transformation and substitution techniques from Sabito. Sabito completed them cleanly, and the instructor declared that he had passed. Sabito was given a forehead protector and was officially a junior ninja. The instructor told the class to check the results on the board. Sabito returned to an empty seat beside the raven-haired girl who continued to stare at him. Naruto noticed but ignored her interest and rested his head on the desk as if to sleep. Kiyomi, baffled, thought it incredible that someone who had not attended the academy could arrive, take the junior ninja exams, defeat her brother, outdo Menma in clones, and then immediately pretend to sleep. The instructor announced that team meetings would be held the next day, but Sabito Rengoku would be excluded from the regular teams. Sabito would be placed in a one-man squad under the 3rd village leader at the leader's request to the 4th village leader. Sabito acknowledged this arrangement and returned to his rest. Afterward, Sabito vanished using the body flicker technique the 3rd village leader had taught him, performing it inside the classroom as the students were leaving so only a few had seen it. When Kiyomi glanced back at the place where the red-haired boy had been, she wondered aloud that she had not seen him leave. As the children dispersed for the day, some happy and some disappointed, Kiyomi and Sasuke joined their parents and brother, who had come to congratulate them. Mikoto tapped Fugaku with an elbow and teased him that both children were now junior ninjas. Fugaku thanked her, and the siblings promised to become capable ninjas one day. Before heading home, they stopped to check the exam scores. The written exam had lasted an hour and contained 50 questions worth 1 point each. The other 3 practical tests were worth 100 points each, for a maximum total of 350 points. The top results were announced. Sabito Rengoku placed first with a perfect score of Kiyomi ranked second with Mito placed third with Menma and Sasuke tied for fourth with Mikoto pointed at the name at the top of the list and admitted that neither she nor Sasuke knew him. No one in the family had seen him at the academy before, and if Sasuke were honest he had been defeated rather easily in sparring. The newcomer had claimed to be a disciple of the 3rd village leader, but his fighting style differed from the leader's usual methods. Kiyomi thought it might be a good idea to invite him to dinner to learn how he had become so strong. Sasuke noted that they probably could not. Sabito had been assigned to a one-man squad, similar to the arrangement Menma had when he took the intermediate exam, and might not be reachable. Kiyomi still entertained the idea that she might meet him another time. Menma and Mito explained to their parents, who had arrived with friends, that they had done well in the exams but there had been a new participant who had appeared at the last minute claiming to be the 3rd village leader's disciple. Minato, who had approved the request for Sabito to take the exams, acknowledged that it was the first time in a long while he had seen the 3rd village leader take on a disciple. Mito added that the newcomer had light red hair, much like theirs, and wondered if there might be a family connection. The others turned to consider that possibility. Kushina remarked that the moment felt like a reminder of Naruto, but Mito insisted that it was impossible and that they should not dwell on his passing. Mito acknowledged that they had failed him, saying he had been misled because they had ignored and neglected him, and vowed not to fail another child. Kushina reassured Mito that they would succeed in raising Natsumi and suggested inviting him for dinner if they ever had the chance. The Namikaze family returned home. After finishing preparations for their graduation celebration, they went to the small altar with the only photograph of Naruto and to his empty room to pray before marking their achievement. They regretted that Naruto was not there, even as they feared he would not have congratulated them. Later, Naruto walked through the village cemetery on his way home and spotted a familiar figure he had seen earlier that day. Kiyomi Uchiha was standing by a grave, placing a flower. Kiyomi noticed the masked boy and asked if he was visiting anyone. Naruto explained that he had already visited someone a while ago and asked who she had come to see. Kiyomi said she had come to visit a friend and admitted, quietly, that she had treated that person badly and came to the grave to remind herself of her mistakes. She confessed that she had always wondered if being there for him might have changed his path, but instead she had contributed to his suffering. Naruto observed her with a complex mix of feelings. This was his first time seeing genuine regret from someone who had once tormented him. Kiyomi mentioned that the incident had been shown on camera by Malti, the firstborn of the Fire Daimyo. Naruto offered nothing more than a short, enigmatic chuckle and told her that everyone would see the truth soon enough. He placed a candle at the grave, the flame burning brightly, then slipped away with a swift movement. The words that he had spoken repeated in Kiyomi's mind as the wind stirred the flame. That night, Mizuki moved through the trees with the scroll of seals strapped to his back, intent on reaching a meeting point to intercept Orochimaru's subordinates. A thrown kunai was deflected as Iruka confronted him, invoking the Hokage's orders and demanding that Mizuki surrender quietly or face the village's punishment. Mizuki scoffed and taunted Iruka, and the two Chunin clashed. Their exchange was evenly matched at first until Mizuki produced a hidden weapon and launched it. The shuriken struck Iruka, forcing him off balance and to the ground, wounded but conscious. Mizuki taunted Iruka for being weak and accused him of failing the boy who had been treated like a demon. Iruka insisted that the boy had been a fine shinobi, overlooked but capable, and that the village's harsh treatment had driven him to extremes. Mizuki raised his kunai to finish Iruka, but Naruto intervened, blocking the attack and pushing Mizuki away. Iruka was stunned to see the small, strange boy step in to defend him. Mizuki recovered and assessed the new opponent, recognizing the boy who had recently bested an Uchiha and braced himself for a tougher battle. Naruto spoke again, urging Mizuki to return the scroll to the village so that he might face a lighter punishment. Mizuki threatened both Iruka and the boy, but Naruto's expression hardened. In a blur of motion, Naruto closed the distance with speed Mizuki could not match and delivered a precise, decisive strike that incapacitated Mizuki without any graphic detail. Mizuki collapsed and did not rise. Naruto secured the scroll of seals and prepared to take it to the third Hokage for safekeeping. Iruka stared at the boy in disbelief, unable to comprehend that such a small figure had taken down a seasoned Chunin. Naruto then thanked Iruka for the words he had once spoken in his defense. Iruka's eyes widened as he realized something familiar about the boy, his light red hair and the meaning of what had just happened. Only one person had it, and everyone believed he was dead. Iruka's voice trembled as he called Naruto's name. Naruto chuckled and told Iruka that it had taken him long enough. In flashback, Naruto turned to find Iruka in tears. He removed his mask, confirming Iruka's suspicion. Naruto told Iruka that he was alive and well. Iruka protested that he had seen a corpse, and Naruto explained that the body had been a fake he created himself, nothing that could seriously hurt him. He asked Iruka to keep it a secret, slipped the mask back on, and slipped away as reinforcements came to rescue Iruka. The next day Minato requested a full report from the previous night. An ANBU officer reported that the scroll of seals had been retrieved safely. The person who stopped the thief had been identified as Chunin Iruka and the one called Sabito Rengoku. Sabito had overpowered Mizuki and secured the seal, while Iruka had been taken to the hospital for his injuries. The security for the scroll had been tightened and it was now under the third Hokage's protection. Minato dismissed the Anbu and thought about the name Sabito Rengoku, remembering that he must be a disciple of the third Hokage and wishing he had time to meet him. At Konoha Hospital, Iruka lay in bed, cursing the pain from his wounds and the events he had endured. Naruto had slipped past the guards and appeared in Iruka's room. Iruka observed Naruto and reflected that the voice and mask suited him, like a new persona. He thought that if the villagers and Naruto's family had not treated him as an outcast, perhaps that persona would not have been necessary. Naruto explained that he had to deceive people, revealing his true identity would have put him in danger. He said he trusted Iruka and that his altered voice had a long story behind it. Iruka asked how Naruto was doing and noted that, after everything they had been through, he assumed Naruto could not be all right. Naruto replied that he had changed and was no longer the weak boy he had once been. He asked Iruka to listen while he recounted what had happened after he faked his death and left the village. Naruto told the whole story, emotions surfacing as he recalled each major event. When he finished, a sorrowful mood hung between them. Iruka looked on with pity and admiration. Naruto had endured much and yet still managed to smile. Iruka expressed his belief that Naruto would become a splendid shinobi. Naruto remembered Master Rengoku's words, "If ever discouraged, set your heart ablaze." Those words had driven him to keep pursuing his dreams. When Iruka asked what those dreams were, Naruto said he wanted to bring peace and unite the 5 elemental countries. To do that he intended to defeat the Demon King Muzan Kibutsuji, become the strongest, attain the Hokage title, and then make peace with the other great villages. Iruka encouraged him to think about what would come after those goals. Naruto thanked Iruka, noted he could sense the nurse approaching, and left with a quick movement before the nurse entered. Iruka watched him go and muttered about the boy. At the next Genin team's meeting, all recently promoted Genin gathered while a Chunin instructor announced team formations. Team 8 would be Kiba Inuzuka, Hinata Hyuga, and Shino Aburame. Team 7 would be Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Menma Uzumaki Namikaze. Team 10 would be Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, and Ino Yamanaka. Team 12 would be Kiyomi Uchiha, Yakumo Kurama, and Mito Uzumaki Namikaze. Team 13 would consist only of Sabito Rengoku. The other Genin buzzed with curiosity about Sabito, recalling him as the masked youth who had achieved a perfect score and had defeated Sasuke easily during sparring. They wondered at the idea of a one-person squad and speculated about his strength. The Jonin took their respective teams and set a training schedule with the recommendation to avoid heavy meals beforehand. The next day Kiyomi Uchiha, Yakumo, and Mito arrived at the designated training ground. Their sensei Fugaku Uchiha, Kiyomi's father, had just arrived accompanied by the third Hokage and Naruto. Fugaku announced that this would be the real Genin test. The Academy's earlier exam had been meant only to weed out the weakest. This trial would determine who truly passed as Genin. Those who failed would return to the Academy. The third Hokage watched with interest and a slight smile as the students absorbed the announcement. The third Hokage announced that Sabito Rengoku would join Team 12 at his own request. Naruto stepped forward and stood beside the third Hokage, humming with excitement and remarking that this would be interesting. The third Hokage explained that Naruto liked to test his strength against strong opponents and that Fugaku would be his target. The third Hokage instructed the group that all they needed to do was take the bells from his waist. Fugaku revealed 3 bells. Kiyomi asked why there were 3 bells. The third Hokage answered that one of them would be returning to the academy. The remark made everyone tense except the masked, red-haired Sabito, who remained aloof. The third Hokage confirmed that they understood, and all the young ninjas answered that they did. The third Hokage counted them down and the exercise began. Most of the genin went to hide, but Naruto remained where he was. Fugaku raised an eyebrow at Naruto's refusal to hide and asked if he was that confident. Naruto replied that there was little point in hiding, since Fugaku could sense where they were. Naruto then went to a nearby tree and sat as if asleep. The third Hokage watched and chuckled at the display, noting silently that his student's presence was impressive. Fugaku and Naruto regarded each other across the clearing. Naruto looked bored, while Fugaku observed him carefully and wondered about his strength. Fugaku only heard Naruto's soft snoring and made a note of it. Kiyomi, watching the two, questioned what Naruto was doing. Mito suggested they use Naruto as bait while the third Hokage was distracted, and Yakumo agreed. Mito and Yakumo began to plan, while Kiyomi hesitated at the idea of using someone for their own benefit. Fugaku approached Naruto, who still pretended to be asleep, but Fugaku sensed an incoming attack. A throwing knife flew toward Fugaku's head and he dodged it. Kiyomi moved in front of him to intercept and engaged Fugaku in a taijutsu exchange. Fugaku restrained himself as he faced his daughter. He noted how she fought with grace and precision, a contrast to the more forceful, speed-based style of his son. While Fugaku was occupied with Kiyomi, Mito moved in from behind and attempted a kick. Fugaku blocked the kick but pushed Mito back, leaving her winded. Mito created several shadow duplicates that attacked Fugaku. He could perceive them even without activating his Uchiha Eye technique. The group's strikes were fierce, each impact shaking the ground. To avoid taking a potentially dangerous blow, Fugaku dashed at Mito and landed a heavy kick. She blocked but was sent flying into a tree, which cracked from the impact. Yakumo seized the opportunity and attempted an illusion technique from the tree, but Fugaku quickly countered with his own illusion, causing Yakumo to lose consciousness and fall. All three girls were barely conscious. Fugaku moved toward Kiyomi to press the attack, but then a blazing projectile came between them. Fugaku barely avoided it and sustained a shallow cut on his cheek. Naruto had intervened to rescue Kiyomi, moving her out of harm's way and then creating shadow duplicates to carry the others into the forest for safety. The substitute clones slipped into the trees while Naruto prepared to face Fugaku. Fugaku, holding the cut to his cheek, observed that Naruto carried a wooden sword. He commented that Naruto could have used a real blade. Naruto replied with a casual response that implied he preferred the wooden weapon for now. Annoyed by the underestimation, Fugaku activated his Uchiha visual ability and attacked first. He moved in with a throwing knife aimed to strike, but Naruto blocked it with his wooden sword. Naruto launched a rapid flurry of strikes. Fugaku parried most of them with the visual ability, but Naruto's relentless physical assault began to overwhelm him. Fugaku realized that Naruto was relying on raw physical strength rather than energy and that he could not sense any energy signature from him. The repeated blows began to take their toll. Naruto's strikes landed on Fugaku's thigh and shoulder and forced him to grunt from the force. The three girls, now recovered enough to watch, were in awe. Mito observed that Naruto was not only holding his own against Fugaku but was gaining the upper hand. Kiyomi wondered who he was, and Yakumo thought inwardly that he was incredible. Fugaku stepped back, aware that facing Naruto in swordsmanship would be dangerous. He formed hand signs and unleashed a massive fireball technique. Naruto anticipated the Uchiha's fire style, performed a technique he called flame-breathing first form, unknowing fire, and dashed through the fireball, splitting it in half as he infused subtle energy into his wooden blade. Fugaku was surprised that Naruto had cut through the fireball without using a detectable energy signature. Before Fugaku could react, Naruto closed the distance with blinding speed and executed another technique, flame-breathing second form, rising scorching sun, which grazed Fugaku's chin and left him dazed. In that moment Naruto used the infused wooden blade to slice the strings holding the bells and took the 3 bells from Fugaku's waist. Fugaku regained his composure only to find Naruto holding all 3 bells in his hand. Shaken by the display of strength, Fugaku realized that, even holding back, he had been outclassed. The 3 girls emerged from the forest, having missed the fighting. Naruto tossed the 3 bells to them and walked toward the 3rd Hokage. Naruto told the 3rd Hokage that he was going back to the residence to train and to release some steam. When Naruto saw Mito, old anger flared, but he suppressed it, remembering his late master's counsel that forgiving those who had wronged him was necessary to avoid being consumed by hatred. The memory of those words landed on him like a weight, stirring pain and animosity toward the figures who had hurt him, including the Fire Daimyo's daughter and his own family. Naruto then vanished in a body flicker that everyone witnessed. Kiyomi watched him go with curiosity. She had known of Naruto and understood that he was not a prodigy like her older brother Itachi Uchiha, whose genius surpassed hers and Sasuke's. Naruto was not a natural genius. He was a talented learner. He absorbed training methods and analyzed how geniuses trained, then imitated and refined those methods with relentless efficiency. His difficult childhood and the way he observed his siblings' training shaped this approach. Minato had been a prodigy who learned quickly, so his techniques were hard for others to replicate or evolve. Naruto, however, questioned Hiruzen in detail, pushed for more chakra control exercises, balanced his training schedule, used shadow clones strategically, and experimented to innovate and master techniques. Hiruzen had initially thought Naruto a genius until he discovered the late hours and persistent demand for detail behind Naruto's progress. Seeing the pattern of relentless practice and experimentation, Hiruzen concluded that Naruto was a talented learner in the mold of other hardworking shinobi who kept pace by studying, practicing, and innovating. Back at the training grounds, Fugaku looked at the 3 genin and told them they had all passed. He explained that they had demonstrated teamwork, which was the core of Konoha's strength, and he expressed pride in his daughter for coming this far. Kiyomi responded that they had relied on teamwork partly because they believed that trying to take Fugaku on alone would have gotten them all hurt, and that they had been concerned for Sabito's well-being. Fugaku noted, with a slight smirk, that Sabito had not been meant to be part of the test but that the 4th Hokage had asked him to assess Sabito's strength. Kiyomi reacted with embarrassment at Fugaku's teasing, and Fugaku mentally promised to tell Mikoto later, though he had an important meeting to attend. Fugaku added that Sabito would be restricted to one-man missions or, if possible, missions with other teams, because Sabito had intentionally held back to assess the team's strength. Everyone was surprised by Fugaku's praise for the boy. Fugaku instructed the 3 genin to go home, said he would report to the Hokage, and reminded them to meet at the training grounds the next day for training and D-rank missions. He noted that the 3rd Hokage had already left with Sabito. At the Hokage's tower, the Jonin finished their reports and Fugaku arrived. Minato greeted him, and Fugaku reported on Team 12 before Minato called for Kakashi Hataki's report. Kakashi reported that Team 7 had passed. He explained that Sasuke, Uchiha, and Sai had demonstrated excellent strength and that all 3 members had worked together knowing they could not win against him. Sakura, despite lacking in ninjutsu talent, had shown good strategic thinking and chakra control. Minato acknowledged Kakashi's report with satisfaction. Kurenai reported that Team 8 had passed, praising their teamwork while noting that some members needed to overcome shy or domineering habits. Asuma reported that Team 10 had passed, commending their cooperation and suggesting improvements to certain personal tendencies. Fugaku finished his report on Team 12, saying that Kiyomi had been strong in all aspects except genjutsu. Mito had displayed solid strength and timing though Fugaku had not observed her ninjutsu due to the pace of the test, and Yakumo had excellent timing for trap-based techniques. They had all worked well together without needing to be taught the meaning of the test. Minato asked about Team Fugaku replied that Team 13 had also passed. Minato had expected that result given the 3rd Hokage's involvement, though the 3rd had not introduced his disciple to Minato. The 3rd Hokage then reported that Sabito had struck hard enough to leave him bruised in the thigh, with a strained shoulder and a scrape on his chin from their encounter. Minato convened the meeting and all eyes turned to Fugaku. After a pause, Minato dismissed everyone except Fugaku, and the others complied as they left. Minato asked Fugaku what he thought of the new recruit. Fugaku said he believed the young man would become a spectacular shinobi, but that his motives for serving the village were questionable. Fugaku frowned when asked why, and explained that something about the young man's chakra felt familiar, though he could not place it. Minato listened and said he wanted to meet the recruit personally when assigning missions. Fugaku nodded in acknowledgement and departed. Left alone, Minato wondered about Sabito, troubled by the thought that an unknown student had bested one of the academy's top students and even a senior elite ninja so easily. The matter lingered in his mind. He would ask Hiruzen about it another time. Minato and Hiruzen maintained a formal relationship that had grown strained after Naruto's trial, and Hiruzen only visited on rare occasions to hand over important documents. At the Sarutobi residence, Naruto stood on the balcony looking over the village, then went inside and knelt before the photograph of himself and Rengoku. The quiet ritual steadied him. He reminded himself to keep his emotions in check and removed his mask, offering a small, respectful smile at the altar, though memories of his family and those who had wronged him would not fade easily. He replayed Rengoku's words and acknowledged that forgiveness would take a very long time. A single tear slipped from his eye as he sighed, then he noticed a familiar personal crow through the window carrying a letter. He read it and gasped at its contents. The letter, written on official Demon Slayer Corps stationery, explained that multiple disappearances had been reported in the red light district of the fire capital. 3 of Mr. Yuzui's wives had not been heard from in 3 days. Because manpower was thin, the Corps requested that Naruto accompany Tenjin Yuzui as reinforcement, warning of a likely confrontation with a high-ranking demon. Naruto recognized the opportunity to face one of the upper-ranked demons and accepted immediately. He packed his katana and a few belongings without hesitation. When Hiruzen returned home and saw Naruto preparing to leave, he asked where Naruto was going. Naruto explained that he had been assigned as reinforcement for a dangerous mission with the Demon Slayer Corps and that he would not fail this time. Hiruzen considered the danger implied by the involvement of powerful demon ranks and decided he would accompany Naruto to protect him, but Naruto insisted that Hiruzen stay behind. Naruto insisted he needed to face the step on his own as part of the journey toward peace. Hiruzen understood that Naruto would not be swayed and gave his quiet blessing as Naruto left. 2 days later in the fire capital's red light district, Tenjin Yuzui searched desperately for his missing wives. He feared they had been taken and refused to rest until he found them. As evening fell, Tenjin moved through the district, alert for any sign of trouble. He heard a faint sound to the west-southwest and sprang into action, tracking it to a house. Inside, he found Hinetsuru bound by a cloth-like substance against a wall. Tenjin quickly freed her and applied an antidote from his pouch, medicine developed by skilled healers that took effect immediately. Hinetsuru, still weak, told Tenjin that a high-ranking sea artisan named Warabeheim had been behind the attack and that she and the others could not resist. Tenjin told Hinetsuru to rest and conserve her strength while he went to find Suma and Makio and ordered her to leave the area once she was able. Hinetsuru hesitated but agreed, uncertain about leaving others behind, and then Tenjin left to continue his search. He heard another sound of someone struggling and moved toward it, sensing the presence of a demon nearby. Earlier that same night, Naruto had just arrived in the red light district and slipped into the streets while most people slept. He moved quietly, alert for signs of danger. Naruto was a censor by birth through the Uzumaki lineage, a trait that gave him advantages even though his clan treated him poorly. He could sense everyone in the entertainment district, but one signal stood out. Multiple people were trapped beneath the district, and Naruto immediately moved above an underground base he had detected. A network of narrow tunnels connected the area, too tight to enter directly. So Naruto gathered chakra in his hand and formed a spiraling sphere of energy known as the Rasengan. A memory returned to him of training with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Naruto had told Hiruzen that he wanted to learn that technique. Hiruzen had explained that he had never practiced it himself but that a copy of the scroll existed in the library and that he could only offer guidance. Naruto had then spent 4 months honing the chakra control needed to form the Rasengan. He had worked through 3 stages: rotation, power, and containment practicing until he could hold the technique steady in one hand. Unlike the Namikaze siblings, who required a clone to shape the Rasengan, Naruto had learned to form it solo. He had planned to reveal his skill to his former family as a bold statement. Back in the present, Naruto slammed the Rasengan into a section of the ceiling, causing a cloud of dust and loose debris. He dropped down and saw lengths of cloth strapped to the walls. Several entertainers were trapped inside fabric restraints. A demon with a sash-like garment concealed itself, and suddenly the cloth animated and attacked. Naruto leapt and sliced through the fabric with precision, freeing the trapped people while taking care to avoid harming them. The sash demon demanded to know why a human was there. Naruto identified himself as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, speaking with dry sarcasm. The demon responded with a threat, and Naruto released a suppressed aura he had been hiding from demons. His presence flared like one of the current pillars. The demon recoiled, realizing what stood before it. Naruto then used a breathing form, sun breathing ninth form, dragon sun halo head dance, cutting through the attacking cloth while keeping the rescued people safe. The demon retreated into a hole it had made. Naruto ensured the freed people were safe before two women approached. They wore combat-ready attire rather than revealing clothing, and Naruto recognized them as Makio and Suma. Makio thanked Naruto for saving them, and Suma admitted she had feared she might have died. They commented that Naruto had grown taller since they last met, and Naruto, slightly embarrassed, replied with a sheepish gesture beneath his mask. He reminded them of the mission and instructed Makio and Suma to guide and evacuate everyone in the district. He had sensed a battle overhead. Naruto reported that someone named Tengen was fighting a powerful demon, likely an upper rank. Makio and Suma were shocked that an upper rank might be confronting their husband, but Naruto reassured them that he would do his best to help. As Naruto leapt upward, Makio and Suma promised to handle evacuations below. Tengen burst through a sliding door above and intervened, cutting through an animated cloth to free an entertainer named Koinatsu from being absorbed. Tengen checked that she was all right and received a frightened affirmation. Another demon then addressed Tengen, claiming she had found him and revealing markings that indicated upper six. Tengen doubted her claim and dismissed the conversation, blunt and unbothered. The demon insisted that she was an upper rank and began to protest, but Tengen neutralized her with a decisive strike. The demon's body became separated in a supernatural, non-graphic way and collapsed nearby yet remained eerily animated. She continued to insist she was upper six, crying and protesting as if proof would change the outcome. Tengen lowered his weapon but remained guarded, unimpressed by her displays. The demon grew frantic and shouted that everyone should die. A new cry rose from the demons as a malformed growth erupted from the upper moon's back. Tengen leaped forward, aiming to strike the new threat. A huge explosion followed, and for a moment everything fell silent. When Tengen turned, the new form had reached out and cupped the other's cheek, and the elder demon, Jotaro, soothed his sister Daki in a patronizing voice, urging her to care for her face and not waste her gift. Tengen attacked again, but the demon evaded and countered. Tengen blocked, taking a shallow cut to the head that startled him but left him standing. Jotaro taunted him, admiring Tengen's strength and appearance while his jealousy bled into frantic boasts. He hurled his twin sickles with ferocious speed. Tengen intercepted the blades while shielding Koinatsu, and the onslaught struck against his defenses like waves upon a pillar. Jotaro mocked Tengen's showmanship and his protection of the sea artisan, sneering at Tengen's claims of being a ladies' man. The taunt sent Jotaro into a frenzy. He unleashed a wild demonic technique that hurled jagged, crimson sickles across the room. Seeing that he could not keep the CRTSN safe by standing there, Tengen produced small bombs designed to harm demons while sparing humans. He ordered the CRTSN to flee, and she obeyed. He tossed the explosives, shattering the floor beneath them and filling the air with choking smoke. Jotaro and Daki emerged from the ruins. Jotaro observed that his sickles were laced with poison, and he expected them to take effect, but Tengen only wore an arrogant smirk. He revealed that he had once been a ninja before rising to pillar rank and had undergone resistance training against toxins. Jotaro refused to believe it, insisting that the Demon Slayer Corps did not welcome ninja techniques and mocking the claim. Tengen countered that many people had come from ninja villages and that talent knew no borders. Jotaro's laughter turned sharp when he noticed Tengen breathing a little heavier. He assumed the poison was working slowly. Tengen slammed his demon-slaying cleavers into the ground and, with a showman's grin, insisted he felt fine. He sprang into action, feinting with a slash and then kicking Daki upward to expose her. Jotaro and Daki counterattacked, and Tengen scattered more of the small bombs. Daki's reckless assault detonated one of them, and in the blast Tengen landed a devastating strike that seemed to incapacitate the female demon for the moment. Jotaro parried another of Tengen's swings with his sickles, and Tengen felt the strain as he had come close to tipping the balance. The cloth demon that Daki wielded suddenly reacted, being absorbed back into her body. Her hair turned white and a third eye opened on her forehead, boosting her power and changing the battle's tempo. More explosions announced reinforcements. Yuzui and two allied fighters emerged, and the clash resumed in earnest. Jotaro charged Tengen head-on while Daki supported with her sashes and cloth tendrils. Tengen slipped and weaved between attacks, calculating that he needed a decisive move before he was overwhelmed. Tengen unleashed sound breathing, first form, roar, producing a massive concussive strike that rippled outward. Jotaro avoided the worst of it, but Daki's limbs were grievously affected by the blow. As a demon she could withstand injuries that would finish a human, yet the strike had clearly hindered her. From above, Hinetsuru dropped from the roof with a heavy crossbow rigged with many throwing knives and fired at both demons. Many of the knives struck Daki, and Jotaro recognized the telltale scent of wisteria on the blades. He realized Daki's ability to regenerate was being suppressed by the wisteria-tainted weapons. Tengen closed the distance despite Jotaro's wounds, and using the momentum of his cleavers he disabled Jotaro's legs, then sent a wisteria-coated throwing knife toward his neck. Jotaro at first claimed numbness and the inability to regenerate, and Tengen prepared to press his advantage. Jotaro grinned, however, and with a sudden surge of demonic resilience he neutralized the toxin and restored his legs in moments, much to the shock of those watching. Jotaro answered with a sweeping, circular offensive, sending razor-like arcs through the air. Yuzui responded with his own technique, third form, constant resounding slashes, spinning his blades like nunchaku and creating a thunderous counterattack. When the dust settled, Jotaro had vanished and then reappeared near Hinetsuru, seizing her with a terrifying speed. Daki wrapped Tengen in a tight ball of cloth, trapping him and reducing Hinetsuru's chances of escape as the fabric closed around them. Just as Jotaro prepared to deliver a killing blow, a sudden presence cut across the battlefield. Naruto arrived and unleashed sun-breathing, first form, dance flash. He struck with blinding speed, cutting Jotaro's arm cleanly and pulling Hinetsuru to safety. Yuzui registered the newcomer with stunned disbelief, noting that the youthful figure carried the powerful aura of a pillar despite his age. A proclamation declared that participants had to be at least 12 years old. Naruto stood beside Hinetsuru with his blade in hand. Jotaro lunged at Naruto in an instant and appeared before him, ready to kill, but Naruto did not relent. Naruto executed his 11th form, fake rainbow, and Jotaro's sickle appeared to strike Naruto's head. The blow turned out to be an afterimage. Naruto was already behind Jotaro, moving at blinding speed. Naruto followed with his 10th form, flame wheel, sending a vertical slash toward Jotaro's head. Jotaro raised his sickles to block. One sickle broke on the impact, but he managed to dodge and grinned at the boy, impressed. Tengen arrived suddenly and charged after Jotaro, attempting to slice him, but Jotaro blocked with his remaining weapon and used a disorienting maneuver to stop the attack. Daki recovered and launched attacks at Tengen while Jotaro entangled Tengen's blades with his own blood art. Naruto parried the assault and unleashed his 7th form, Beneficence Radiance, swirling into the air and slashing in a circular motion. Daki winced as the strikes landed. The attacks burned with intense heat but remained within the realm of stylized combat. Tengen and Jotaro tumbled to the ground and continued to fight. Naruto left the fray against Jotaro to deal with Daki. Daki screamed that humans did not know when to give up. Naruto spoke without emotion about the disregard some showed for human life and questioned the value they placed on it. As she heard those words, memories flooded Daki's mind. Her hands trembled as unfamiliar recollections, cells of musin, surfaced. Naruto pressed the point, asking why she could not understand. Daki lashed out, angry and spiteful, vowing to wipe the boy from existence. She attacked with her sash, but Naruto dodged. In a blink he reappeared in front of Daki and delivered a precise, decisive strike that ended her threat. She froze and collapsed, unconscious. Daki made a small sound as she fell. Makio intercepted and secured Daki's fallen form while Suma and Hinetsuru moved in to assist, and Naruto's 4 shadow clones provided backup. Makio used a kunai treated with wisteria extract to prevent Daki from regenerating as the others worked together to contain her. Naruto turned toward Tengen. He moved with a sudden speed and froze when he saw Tengen on the ground, his left hand grievously injured and his body appearing lifeless. Naruto feared he had failed again, haunted by the possibility that someone had died on his watch. The demon prepared to strike Tengen again, standing over him, and Naruto dashed at Jotaro with renewed speed. Naruto executed his 8th form, sunflower move, aiming a killing strike at the demon's neck. Jotaro managed to block with both sickles, stunned by Naruto's speed, and sent 2 blood blades slicing toward Naruto while engaging him in close combat. Naruto spawned 10 shadow clone duplicates to handle the incoming blades. Jotaro realized then that this child was a shinobi and must be the one the pillar had mentioned. Naruto used his 3rd form, Raging Sun, to strike and disable Jotaro's arms, and Jotaro howled in pain. He attempted to dodge with a 6th form, Solar Heat Haze, and landed a glancing blow that nearly severed Naruto's neck, but it stopped short thanks to Jotaro's own blood demon art, which formed a defensive barrage of circular slashes. The attack produced a wide area of effect and forced Naruto to back away. The demon destroyed the surrounding buildings, filling the air with dust as he absorbed Daki's body to gain strength. When the dust settled, Naruto noticed the demon was larger and more armored than before. The demon, enraged at being overwhelmed by a child and having lost his sister, charged at Naruto and struck, sending the boy flying into a ruined building. Naruto used a breathing technique to recover, drawing deep, steady breaths. Jotaro confronted him with a sickle at his shoulder. Naruto parried, but the strike still cut him. He felt the poison setting in, dulled but not beyond his training in resistance. He and Jotaro locked into combat again, trading attacks. Jotaro's blood demon art unleashed a fierce, sweeping assault while Naruto countered with his 4th form, Burning Bones Summer Sunday. They fought on equal footing for a time, but the poison slowly sapped Naruto's strength. The battle ground out into a protracted clash. Jotaro's agility allowed him to land small, stinging cuts while Naruto's clones inflicted powerful blows that disabled Jotaro's limbs, though nothing short of a final strike would truly end him. The poison dulled Naruto's movements and he weakened with each passing moment. Seizing an opening, Jotaro aimed a blade toward Naruto's eye, coming dangerously close, but Tengen intervened with a sudden, explosive strike that forced Jotaro to leap back. Naruto called out to Tengen as the older swordsman unleashed a powerful technique that detonated on impact. Naruto realized Tengen had not truly been dead. He had purposely stopped his heart to halt the circulation of the poison and buy time. The revelation was grim but crucial. Tengen announced that his musical score technique was ready, and Naruto agreed to press the attack. The two charged together at Jotaro, who now fought with a ferocity that could rival the strongest demons. Jotaro launched a rain of blood-forged sickles at Naruto and Tengen with increased speed. Naruto used a body flicker to dodge the incoming blades while Tengen, relying on his ability to sense the rhythm and sound of the attacks, parried and shattered them with controlled explosions. Tengen closed the distance and swung his twin cleavers toward Jotaro, but the demon evaded at the last second, creating a massive explosion that shook the battlefield. Jotaro landed against the side of a building and realized that Tengen had anticipated his attacks by turning them into a musical pattern. The demon seethed inwardly and then erupted in a fierce shout declaring that he had had enough. He charged Tengen. They tore through several buildings while Tengen held his ground against Jotaro and Naruto supported him. The fight continued for 2 minutes as the pair gradually overwhelmed Jotaro. Tengen pinned Jotaro's left hand to the ground with his Nichiren cleaver but was kicked away. Naruto's shadow clones restrained the right arm and both legs. Naruto descended to finish the fight and, after Jotaro strained against them, Naruto performed sun-breathing second form, Clear Blue Sky, delivering a decisive strike that severed Jotaro's hold and incapacitated him. Naruto panted as the poison crept into his system. He forced himself to steady his breath and slow the poison spread. Naruto noticed that Jotaro's form had begun to destabilize and realized it was about to erupt. He warned Tengen to run. Tengen used body flicker but could not get far because of exhaustion. Naruto's resilience, rooted in his Uzumaki lineage, kept him alive where many others might have fallen. Jitaro's form shattered and scattered into dozens of blade-like projectiles. Naruto's strength was nearly spent after hours of fighting while poisoned, but as dawn broke, the scattered projectiles vaporized. Upper Moon 6 was finally defeated. Naruto awoke confused in a place that felt like a sewer without the usual stench. He walked down a long hallway and wondered aloud where he was and what the place meant. As he approached a large gate, a powerful, ominous presence stopped him. It radiated the strongest killing intent he had ever experienced. Behind the gate sat the Nine Tails, its chakra unmistakable. Naruto was stunned and questioned why the Nine Tails would be here in this place. The Nine Tails addressed him and spoke in a tone that sounded almost mocking, suggesting that Naruto was the warden visiting a prisoner. Naruto replied that this place felt like his mindscape and insisted he was not the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The Nine Tails noted that Naruto understood the mindscape and commented that he was smarter than expected. Naruto demanded to know why the Nine Tails was present. The Nine Tails explained that it was the soul of the beast and recounted how the fourth Hokage had sealed its chakra away, binding it into Naruto to limit its influence. The Nine Tails described hearing things beyond the seal from his perspective as a trapped being and gave Naruto details from both that night and memories from when he was an infant. Naruto learned that much of the neglect and hostility he had experienced came from being viewed as the container of the Nine Tails' soul, and that his father had shaped the village's view to elevate others while casting suspicion on him. Naruto asked why this had happened to him. The Nine Tails said that a prophecy, spoken by the granddaughter of the first Hokage and a sage of the mountain frogs and toads, foretold that a child would one day save the world from a great force. Those prophets had convinced the fourth Hokage to prioritize preserving certain lives, which ultimately affected how others treated Naruto. Hearing the truth, Naruto felt a mix of sadness and gratitude. He asked the Nine Tails if it had a name, noting that even sentient beings deserved names. The Nine Tails was surprised that anyone had ever asked and acknowledged that he had not been named by Kushina or Mito. He laughed at Naruto's request and admitted that he did indeed have a name, Kurama. Kurama made it clear that Naruto would have to earn his trust and respect, and that the chakra Kurama had given him had been used to save Naruto for Kurama's own reasons. Naruto smiled and vowed that he would not disappoint Kurama. He intended to earn that trust. Kurama watched him and told Naruto not to waste the chakra he had been given, then fell into a slumber as his chakra dropped to 0. When Naruto truly woke up this time, he found himself enveloped in a cloak of chakra, the Nine Tails chakra that had saved him. He silently thanked Kurama as he gathered his breath and prepared for whatever would come next. After clearing the rubble that had trapped him, Naruto searched for Tengen. He closed his eyes and felt his senses expand. His perception had sharpened and stretched farther than before, and he could pick up the emotions of those nearby. The Nine Tails chakra around him had stabilized him enough to counter the poison that had been spreading through his body and to steady the various injuries he had taken, including the serious damage to his shoulder. He found Tengen and rushed to his side. Suma screamed that the antidote was not working and begged Tengen not to die, her panic filling the ruined street. Tengen managed to tell the others that he had some last words, but Suma continued wailing. Makio angrily ordered Suma to be quiet and, in frustration, grabbed a chunk of rock and tried to use it to silence her. Suma protested that Makio was bullying her. Hinatsuru stepped between them and urged them to stop. Tengen wondered if he was going to die without being able to speak. The poison had inflamed his throat and made speaking impossible. Naruto moved without hesitation, placed his hands on Tengen, and infused him with some of the Nine Tails chakra. The toxin in Tengen's system began to dissipate, though his other injuries remained because Naruto had exhausted his chakra before they could fully heal. Tengen asked what had happened. Naruto explained that he had used the Nine Tails chakra to neutralize most of the poison and that Shinobu's antidote would likely finish the job. Tengen expressed confusion about Naruto being a Nine Tails Jinchuriki when there seemed to be two, and Naruto admitted that he had only recently discovered the truth himself. He then created 10 shadow clones and sent them to search for demon blood that might help produce a drag to defeat Muzan. The clones quickly found a pool of demon blood that had survived the battle and placed it in his Kusugai crow to deliver to Shinobu. Naruto returned to the Uzui compound exhausted and collapsed to the ground. He complained about how tired he was, prompting Tengen and his wives to laugh. Makio teased that Naruto looked the prettiest of them all. Abanai arrived and noted with surprise that Tengen had survived a fight with an upper-rank demon. Abanai asked which upper moon they had faced, and Naruto, still on the ground, replied that it had been upper moon 6. Abanai acknowledged the rank and offered his praise, though Tengen waved it off with irritation. Makio accused Abanai of taking his time arriving, and Suma chimed in with the same complaint. Abanai's snake hissed, startling Suma and making her cling to Makio. Abanai then questioned how Tengen planned to continue serving as a pillar. Tengen candidly said he intended to retire. He could not continue fighting with his injuries. Abanai argued fiercely that pillars were needed and that retiring would leave them short-handed, urging Tengen to keep fighting until the end. Tengen smiled and said he was considering taking the pillar's seat again after his 3-year break, so there was no point in arguing. Abanai fell silent, recognizing Naruto's competence despite the boy's youth. He had considered Naruto capable of promotion, but Naruto had refused to accept it until he could defeat an upper moon. The scale of the recent battles so destructive that even the lower ranks would not have caused such devastation underscored how severe it had been. Abanai said they would await Naruto's promotion and left while the Kikuchi attended to Tengen. Naruto himself required no further treatment. The last of the Nine-Tails chakra had healed him, but it left Kurama in a deep slumber from which it might take a long time to awaken. Naruto, exhausted, would need to rest as well. The Kikuchi placed Naruto in a carriage with a bed, and he slept for a few hours before they reached the Butterfly Mansion. The journey had been faster by carriage and horse than walking from the village. Upon arriving, Naruto greeted Shinobu and Kane warmly and embraced them both. Shinobu asked to monitor his condition, and the two sisters conducted a careful check. They determined his condition was stable and that there were no life-threatening injuries remaining. Shinobu expressed concern given that Naruto had just battled an upper-rank demon, but Kane confirmed she had examined him thoroughly and found no lingering damage. Naruto thanked the sisters and announced he would be leaving. He waved goodbye and set off on the journey back to Konoha, thinking of the others and the long road ahead as he traveled. Naruto told himself that he had made some progress. 2 days later, Naruto arrived at the Sarutobi residence. He sighed with relief and told Hiruzen that the journey had been long and he needed rest. Hiruzen greeted him with a deep sigh, relieved by the news of the destruction of the red light district in the fire capital and convinced it had been the work of Naruto and the demons. Hiruzen asked if Naruto had had his health checked. Naruto reassured him that he had been examined by comrades and 2 doctors and insisted that, as long as his dream lived, he would not give up. Hiruzen said that Naruto must be tired and that they would prepare a feast that night and that Naruto should rest until then. That night, Naruto ate with Hiruzen. Hiruzen then explained that the Chunin exams would be held in Konoha in a few months and as Naruto's former teacher, he wanted to recommend Naruto's participation. Hiruzen asked if Naruto understood what the exam entailed. Naruto nodded and said that he would represent Konoha as a genin and that the exams would help him progress toward his dream of becoming Hokage, although he showed a flash of bitterness toward Konoha from his past. Hiruzen asked Naruto to keep an eye on the exams, expressing a bad feeling about them. He explained that 3 villages had requested the exams be held in Konoha and that the 4th Hokage had reluctantly accepted. The villages were the Hidden Sand, the Hidden Grass, and the Hidden Sound. Hiruzen described the Hidden Sound as a new village near the Land of Fire, the Hidden Grass as an old ally last in contact during the Third Great Ninja War, and the Hidden Sand as under a peace treaty, but he warned that something felt off about the exams and that they might be a ploy against Konoha. Hiruzen asked Naruto to participate, monitor the exams, and aim for Chunin status, expressing his belief in Naruto's capabilities. Naruto agreed and promised to do his best. Hiruzen smiled and said that he had expected nothing less, and they finished the evening. 2 months passed. After his fight, Naruto took 2 days to reflect on his weaknesses in the battle against Jutaro. With a year left to become stronger, he acknowledged that he had barely held his own against Upper Moon 6 at full power, even with the aid of a supporting pillar. He compiled every glaring weakness and incorporated them into his training. For the next 2 months, he pushed himself harder than ever, often collapsing into bed from exhaustion when he returned home. In the first month, he completed 65 D-rank missions, sometimes taking 2 or 3 in a day and training through the rest of the time. In the second month, he completed 3 C-rank, 2 B-rank, and 1 A-rank mission, all recorded by the third Hokage, who still maintained authority over mission assignments. Minato, the fourth Hokage, was surprised that Hiruzen continued to send him reports about Naruto. After only 2 months as a genin, Naruto had accomplished an A-rank mission and returned quickly. Minato thought Naruto might be the most talented genin he had encountered and found it almost insulting that the boy remained a genin. He wanted to meet Naruto and sent a note inviting him to dinner. Naruto declined the invitation with a brief written reply that identified himself as Sabito, leaving Minato shocked but unable to insist because he answered to the third Hokage. Hiruzen only sighed and told Minato not to worry, saying that he would soon learn who Naruto really was, and chuckled to himself. Team 12 entered the Hokage's office after completing another D-rank mission. Kiyomi, Yakumo, and Mito bore scratches from an encounter with the notorious cat Tora. They had returned the cat to Malti, who laughed at their struggle and hugged Tora tightly. Kiyomi appealed to the Hokage for different missions, exhausted by the routine. Minato thought of how Sabito used to handle Tora easily, but he had been occupied with higher-ranked missions. Minato explained that Team 12 was the only available genin team to handle Tora because Sabito had been busy on higher-ranked assignments. Mito impulsively begged for a higher-ranked mission, and Minato reminded her that she had recently been promoted to genin and needed to work her way up. Fugaku sighed at Mito's outburst while Yakumo remained quiet. Kiyomi then informed the Hokage that the team had completed the minimum requirement of 60 D-rank missions and was ready for a C-rank assignment. The girls brightened at the news, and Minato nodded in approval. Minato called for Tazuna, and a disheveled, intoxicated man entered. Tazuna scoffed at the sight of the young genin and remarked that they looked small, though he acknowledged their jonin's sharp appearance. Minato defended the squad, assuring Tazuna that the genin team had graduated at the top of their class and that he trusted their abilities. He explained that the assignment would be a simple escort mission and that reinforcements would be dispatched if any complications arose. Minato promised assistance for the situation in the Land of Waves and saw it as an opportunity to strengthen ties with another nation. He knew of Gato and the power he had amassed there. If they succeeded in helping Tazuna, they would gain valuable connections. Minato instructed Team 12 to meet at the village gate in 2 hours and to pack at least 3 weeks' worth of food. Team 12 dispersed to prepare. 2 hours later, Team 12 met at the village gate, joined by Tazuna, and set out for the Land of Waves. Tazuna explained that the country had once been a peaceful trade hub until Gato, a wealthy shipping magnate, had arrived and taken control. Tazuna said Gato had silenced anyone who opposed him, and that his son-in-law Kaiza had stood against Gato and was publicly executed. Tazuna admitted that he regretted not standing up sooner and had come to Konoha asking for help. Minato's offer of aid had been accepted. The team listened with pity and determination. They were determined to free the Land of Waves. A few hours into the journey, the group passed 2 small ponds. Mito, Yakumo, and Kiyomi noticed them but paid them no mind. Suddenly 2 shinobi emerged from the water and wrapped chains around Fugaku, forcing him to react. Yakumo froze in shock, but Mito and Kiyomi were not surprised. They recognized Fugaku and knew he would not fall easily. The attackers were the Demon Brothers. Mito and Kiyomi engaged each of them. Kiyomi dodged a large gauntlet and delivered a decisive kick that knocked an attacker down. Mito followed with a rapid series of strikes that left the other assailant reeling and weakened. Yakumo recovered from his shock and moved beside Tazuna with a kunai in hand to protect him. Fugaku dropped down from the tree where he had been hiding, and though Yakumo was surprised, Mito and Kiyomi remained composed. Fugaku praised the 3 for protecting the client and neutralizing the threat efficiently. He assessed the situation and identified the attackers as the Demon Brothers, former Chunin who had defected. Fugaku judged that the mission had escalated from a C rank and could reach B rank or even A rank, so he decided to send a crow to request reinforcements. After writing and attaching the message, Fugaku released the crow toward the Hokage Tower and the group continued toward the Land of Waves. Fugaku could not shake a bad feeling. He suspected Gato might have hired even more dangerous operatives. At the Hokage Tower, Minato was finishing paperwork when a crow arrived with Fugaku's message requesting reinforcements and warning of a possible escalation in rank. Minato reviewed the available teams and found none suitable. He noticed Sabito Rengoku of Team 13 was listed as available but realized he could not order Sabito because Sabito was under the authority of the third Hokage. The third Hokage, Hiruzen, entered the office accompanied by Naruto at that moment. Minato immediately asked Hiruzen to send Sabito as reinforcement for Fugaku's team. Hiruzen took the note, agreed to help, and departed to make the arrangements. Minato breathed a sigh of relief. Fugaku rarely asked for reinforcement, even under difficult conditions, and Minato suspected Fugaku's request meant the situation was serious. Hiruzen remarked on how long it had been since he had visited Minato and left Minato to his work. In his spare time, Hiruzen had been teaching Naruto about politics and other matters necessary for future leadership. Hiruzen believed Naruto had the mind of a Hokage, with decision-making skills approaching those of Tobirama, though Naruto still needed more time to develop his strength and therefore devoted much of his time to training. Minato reflected on the past 6 years, feeling they had been eye-opening. He blamed himself and Kushina for Naruto's death, and he recalled how Mito and Menma had tried to fill the role of an elder brother. They had all learned from the scolding of their mother, but it was already too late in their minds. Naruto had tried to stop thinking about them, but their faces and voices continued to haunt him. Even so, the memory of Rengoku helped steady him. Team 12 continued their cautious journey. They walked carefully, aware that the enemy might have set traps. A mist began to form around them, adding to the ominous atmosphere. The mist thickened and Kiyomi grew nervous. It felt unnatural. Fugaku moved calmly, assessing the situation and thinking that the mist was almost certainly the effect of a jutsu. Fugaku shouted a warning for everyone to duck. Kiyomi pulled Tazuna as the group dodged a large flying blade that lodged into a nearby tree. A man landed on the blade, wearing a slit headband from the hidden mist and a bandage mask, carrying a large sword. This was Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist. Kiyomi, Yakumo, and Mito trembled at the overwhelming presence Zabuza radiated. Fugaku reassured them that they need not worry and that he would protect them with his life. The three calmed slightly, but Tazuna was pale and shaking. His heart had never raced so fast. Zabuza taunted that he considered himself lucky to have found them and had expected low-level opponents, but had hit the jackpot. He pointed at Fugaku and mocked his famed eye and war legend status, saying he intended to crush him. Fugaku ordered Kiyomi, Mito, and Yakumo into formation to protect Tazuna, and they complied. Fugaku advanced with his arms crossed while Zabuza descended with his blade in hand. Zabuza probed about the Uchiha clan massacre. Fugaku warned coldly that he would only say this once and not to speak of his clansmen. Zabuza accused Fugaku of failing his clan and his son, and before the taunt was finished Fugaku moved behind him and launched an attack. Zabuza blocked the kunai strikes with his blade and returned blows, knocking Fugaku back a short distance. Zabuza noted to himself that Fugaku was fast and strong, though perhaps a little rusty after time away from duty. Fugaku produced shuriken, including a spinning wind shuriken, and set his attack alight with fire style before hurling it. As Zabuza leapt, Fugaku followed with a precise kick that dazed the swordsman and sent him into the nearby lake. Fugaku pursued relentlessly, unleashing a variety of fire techniques and forcing Zabuza to drop his oversized sword. A well-timed kick sent the blade flying, and Fugaku used a substitution to strike Zabuza with a kunai. Zabuza groaned, then laughed, warning that Fugaku underestimated him. The swordsman dissolved into water and a pair of hands grabbed Fugaku's ankle a water clone had latched on. Fugaku stabbed the clone and managed to break free, but Zabuza completed a technique that imprisoned Fugaku in a swirling water barrier, leaving him stunned and unable to move. Team 12 watched in stunned silence. Yakumo feared that Zabuza had taken down Fugaku. Kiyomi could not believe what she saw, and Mito was visibly shaken by the lingering menace. Zabuza mocked their trembling and began to recount the brutal graduation rites of the hidden mist, reveling in the idea of a bloodthirsty test and taunting that he would kill Fugaku's team and his daughter. Zabuza formed a water clone that approached the newly promoted genin and vanished into the mist after making a hand sign. Mito and Kiyomi braced themselves to fight the clone. The clone appeared in front of Mito. Her punch was deflected and she was kicked to the stomach. Kiyomi seized an opening and unleashed a fire-style fireball that evaporated that clone. They took a quick breath but realized Fugaku remained trapped inside the water prison. Unbeknownst to them, Zabuza had produced 2 more clones during the skirmish to handle the others. Mito, sent flying earlier, scrambled back to shield Tazuna. Both she and Kiyomi recognized that Zabuza was on a different level. They felt powerless and their hands trembled under the swordsman's intimidating presence. Yakumo froze with fear, overwhelmed by thoughts of her own unfinished life. The 2 water clones advanced, blades raised. The 3 closed their eyes expecting the worst, and for a moment nothing happened. When Kiyomi opened her eyes, she saw Sabito standing between them and the swinging blades, blocking each strike by holding a kunai in each hand. Kiyomi called Sabito's name in relief. The others looked up and recognized their unexpected savior. Zabuza wondered at the bold youth who had managed to block his clone's blade. At that moment Naruto arrived and announced that he had gotten there in time. He assessed Fugaku's situation with a teasing tone, feigned concern that Fugaku was drowning, and then rushed to intervene. Naruto intercepted the clone's attack, shielding the group and creating confusion for Zabuza and shock among team. The clash between Naruto and the water clone began in earnest. The clone tried to overpower Naruto, but Naruto held his ground and met the challenge. Naruto moved quickly and destroyed the 2 water clones with a precise strike from the 2 shadow clones he had summoned before engaging Zabuza's forms. Zabuza observed that Naruto was young, a genin, and questioned whether he was truly a shinobi. Naruto's cheerful claim that he was a natural at it only deepened Zabuza's annoyance. Naruto ordered 3 of his clones to protect the bridge builder and announced that he would handle the bandaged man. Kiyomi protested that she could be useful in the fight, but Naruto stopped her and explained that Zabuza had not come alone and that someone dangerous might be hiding nearby, so they needed to protect the bridge builder. Zabuza's eyes widened at the mention of Haku. The knowledge that another threat might be present only made him more determined to eliminate Naruto first. He formed 3 water clones and sent them charging. Naruto unsheathed his new katana as Zabuza's clone closed in. A little over a year earlier, Naruto had traveled to the swordsmith village to relax in the hot springs and to train. He had called for Kotetsu, who emerged carrying the new Yorichi Type 0 prototype. Naruto and Kotetsu sparred for hours with the puppet. It put up a good fight, but when they finally struck its head, the head came loose and a katana was revealed. Haganazuka appeared and seized the blade, insisting on sharpening and restoring it. Kotetsu and Naruto protested, but they trusted Haganazuka's skill and agreed to let him work on it. 10 months later, after the battle with Jutaro, Haganazuka delivered the finished sword to Naruto. Back in the present, Zabuza stared in surprise at the craftsmanship of the katana, a black, coal-like blade with fire-like patterns and Rengoku's hilt as a memento, engraved with the words Destroyer of Demons. Naruto unleashed a technique as Zabuza's clone raised its massive blade to strike toward the red-haired man. Naruto performed sun-breathing fourth form, burning bones, summer sun, creating a circular, blazing slash that met and cleaved through the clone's downward strike, dissipating the 3 water clones. Zabuza was stunned that the young attacker had cut through his clones so easily. Naruto closed his eyes, remembered his late master's instruction to set his heart ablaze, and let his chakra flare into a fiery aura. His presence swelled with heat and light, overwhelming Zabuza's killing intent. Kiyomi, who had been trembling with fear, found comfort in Naruto's aura and looked at him with renewed hope. Mito and Yakumo watched in awe. Tazuna, too, felt hope stir. Naruto's presence dwarfed Zabuza, who muttered that the brat's presence was overwhelming his own. Zabuza created 9 clones to stall Naruto while he tried to finish Fugaku, who had been trapped. Naruto readied himself and thought that he needed to close the gap quickly before Zabuza summoned more clones. He executed flame-breathing 9th form, Dragon Sun Head Halo Dance, unleashing a fluid, dragon-shaped blaze that cut through the 9 clones in a single, graceful sequence. Zabuza recoiled at the display, but Naruto maintained his distance and planned his next move. Naruto then launched forward with flame-breathing first form, unknowing fire, dashing through a trail of flames to appear directly in front of Zabuza, who was preparing to form more clones. In Zabuza's calculation, stalling Naruto would allow him to kill Fugaku and then capture Haku with ease, leaving only Naruto to escape if possible. Naruto struck at the arm holding the water prison. Zabuza reacted, leaping to dodge at the last moment and forced to release the prison technique. Fugaku gulped air, savoring the breaths he had been denied. Zabuza acknowledged Naruto's skill and commented that the boy seemed more of a shinobi than the 3 girls. Naruto responded with a confident laugh and pointed out that if Zabuza had not been blinded by his mist tactics, he might have noticed a deep cut on his arm. A cut had opened on Zabuza's arm and droplets splashed into the water, marking the surface without any graphic detail. Zabuza snarled in frustration at the injury, and Naruto mocked Fugaku's heavy breathing as he recovered. Angered, Zabuza charged with his blade. Naruto, who had been addressing Fugaku, turned and warned not to attack while he was speaking, then prepared to deflect the incoming blow. He used flame-breathing second form, rising scorching sun, sending an upward slash that drove Zabuza backwards several meters. Zabuza blinked in confusion at being deflected by so young an opponent, but had no time to ponder it further as the fight continued. This time Naruto attacked Zabuza with a sun breath technique called First Form, Dance. Naruto sent a downward strike at Zabuza and Zabuza blocked with his blade, but the force behind Naruto's strike pushed Zabuza to his limits. Zabuza barely parried the attack, but Naruto did not stop his counter. He had prepared shadow clones before engaging. 2 appeared, one behind Zabuza and another above him. The shadow clones used breath techniques second form, clear blue sky and third form, raging sun, while Naruto followed with fourth form, burning bones. Summer Sunday attacks came from every direction and Zabuza was trapped, but he quickly formed hand signs and called up a wall of water. The wall absorbed the blows, though the onslaught began to pierce it. Zabuza used a substitution to escape. The water collapsed a second later and the log used for the substitution was split apart. If he had been hit a fraction earlier, he would have been finished. Naruto mocked Zabuza and taunted him not to run. Zabuza snarled and admitted, to himself if not aloud, that Naruto was the better swordsman. Keeping his distance now, Zabuza resolved to rely on long-range techniques because facing Naruto at close quarters felt like a death match. He formed hand signs and unleashed a water dragon technique. Naruto was about to counter when Fugaku interrupted with a fire dragon technique. The 2 giant elements clashed, but Fugaku's fire proved stronger. Zabuza evaded the hit. Had it caught him, the outcome would have been grim. Sabito had intervened earlier to save Naruto, and Fugaku thanked him, telling Sabito that he would handle the rest but that Sabito had some explaining to do. Sabito nodded. Naruto moved beside Kiyomi in an instant, using a sudden motion to appear next to her. Kiyomi felt relief that her father had been freed. She did not want to lose another family member, and the pain that would cause the Uchiha clan would be devastating. She promised herself she would thank Naruto later and shifted her gaze to Fugaku, who was again facing Zabuza. Fugaku unleashed a fire technique he called Majestic Destroyer Flames, but Zabuza countered with his own water attack. Fugaku overwhelmed Zabuza's defense and followed with an illusion technique. Zabuza panicked. He had allowed himself to be trapped by the visual power of the Uchiha Eye technique. Fugaku advanced to deliver the finishing blow. Suddenly, 2 slender needles lodged in Zabuza's neck and a puff of smoke appeared. A masked shinobi with a mist emblem became visible. The stranger announced herself as a hunter shinobi from the mist, saying that she had tracked Zabuza and thanked Fugaku for the opportunity. She bowed. Naruto saw through the disguise and called her out, noting that she had finally stopped hiding. He also asked her, with typical curiosity, if she knew any place that had good dumplings. The masked figure admitted she had been found out. Fugaku moved to attack, but the hunter released a smoke bomb and vanished as the smoke cleared. Naruto complained that she had not answered his dumpling question and seemed pleased by the role he was playing, serious in front of the pillars and his comrades, but more light-hearted in his true self. This new persona felt fun, almost like a part of himself that the serious facade usually suppressed. Fugaku thanked Sabito for saving him, but told Naruto that he and the others would need an explanation for his behavior. Naruto, balancing a throwing knife on his pinky and acting like a child, pretended not to hear at first. When Fugaku cleared his throat, Naruto's knife fell and he feigned disappointment about missing a 3-minute mark. Still, he knew Fugaku expected an answer and finally acknowledged that he had been caught. Tazuna urged the group to continue. If they stayed, they might be attacked again. Fugaku agreed and Tazuna and the others nodded. As they traveled, the 3 female ninjas watched the figure in front of them closely. Naruto and Fugaku were at the front. 3 of the women brought up the rear with Tazuna in the middle. During the journey, muffled sounds of Naruto murmuring about dumplings came from the back, and the 3 women found him a bit strange. A few hours later, Tazuna announced their arrival and pointed to a 2-story house in the distance. They walked up to the front and opened the door. A beautiful young woman with black hair and a skirt that reached below her knees rushed out to greet them, worried because her father had been delayed. Tazuna explained that the Hokage had sent 5 extraordinary ninjas who had protected them against Gado's forces during the journey and asked everyone to welcome them. Tsunami wiped away tears and, smiling, welcomed them into their modest home and offered to show them where they would sleep. They settled in and took a moment to discuss their upcoming plans. Before starting the meeting, Fugaku apologized for losing his temper earlier and putting everyone in danger. If not for Sabito, they would all have been wiped out. The 3 women turned their attention to Sabito, who was pretending to be playful. Fugaku then asked Sabito how he had become so strong. Sabito hummed and toyed with the throwing knife, counting seconds as he delayed for time. Fugaku cleared his throat again and drew Sabito's attention. The meeting resumed and Tazuna urged them to continue onward with their plans. It was true that Naruto hid his caution subtly, but Fugaku, experienced and observant, noticed. Throughout the journey, Naruto had not been merely playful. He had been scouting for threats and had not relaxed for a moment. Even now in the room he remained watchful, hiding it well enough that many would not see through him, but Fugaku, a candidate for the Hokage title, had already seen enough. Fugaku asked how Sabito had become so strong. Naruto answered that it was from training very hard. The 3 kunoichi sat dumbfounded. Naruto puffed his chest and put his hands on his hips, drawing an annoyed groan from Fugaku. Naruto knew he needed an answer that would satisfy Fugaku without revealing details, and that was the best reply he could offer. Fugaku pressed further but received only one-sided answers. The 3 girls understood that Naruto would not give out information, skillfully deflecting questions the way Fugaku himself sometimes did. Fugaku thanked Sabito for his time, and Naruto cheerfully replied that it was no problem, his tone almost mocking. For the next 3 days Team 12 trained under Fugaku while Naruto helped during spars. Fugaku accepted Naruto's offers because he wanted to see more from the boy. During the matches Naruto mostly toyed with them, dodging attacks and wearing them down rather than taking the fight seriously. At one point Naruto told Fugaku he would train alone for a bit and left the training area. A little boy watched the 5 ninjas with a scowl and followed them at a distance. Naruto continued his training in isolation while the boy observed and dismissed him as an idiot, but the boy's opinion changed within moments. Naruto stood before a boulder twice his size, drew his sword, and in a swift, precise strike split the rock cleanly in 2. The impact echoed for dozens of meters, and the boy's eyes widened in disbelief. Naruto already knew who had been following him. It was Tsunami's son. Earlier, when they had returned to the house, Naruto had sensed 2 people and what he took to be her son. He moved so quickly that he appeared suddenly in front of the boy, startling him. Naruto asked what a little boy was doing here and suggested he should go home. The boy, intimidated at first, straightened and shouted that the shinobi should return to their village, then ran off. Naruto dismissed children as bratty and continued training for 3 more hours. 3 hours later, Team 12 and Naruto were seated around the table eating with Tsunami and Tazuna when the little boy, Inari, declared that they were all going to die. The room fell silent. Fugaku did not react, and the three girls stared at the boy. Naruto, finishing a bite of food while wearing a mask, finished chewing and responded with a mocking question about whether the boy had said something. Inari shouted that no amount of training would save them and that they were no match for Gato and his men. Naruto reacted with amusement and sarcastically noted that he would praise Inari for thinking himself a match. He then asked the boy to leave him alone so he could eat in peace. Inari lashed out, accusing Naruto of not understanding suffering because he lived in a ninja village. Naruto, clearly annoyed, told Inari that his constant yelling was grating and that his ears would be ruined if the boy kept it up. Inari took a step back, intimidated by Naruto's tone. The three kunoichi were stunned by the uncharacteristic sharpness in Naruto's voice. Fugaku remained composed. Naruto finished his meal, called Inari annoying and noisy, and informed Fugaku that he would be on guard duty that night before leaving. Inari later cried in his room. Afterward, Kiyomi asked Fugaku whether he knew who Sabito was. Fugaku admitted he did not and called Sabito an enigma. Mito's thoughts drifted. She noticed a resemblance between Sabito and Naruto, with similar light red hair and fair skin, and felt an odd familiarity. Yakumo tried to ease the tense atmosphere. Tazuna suggested someone should speak to Inari, and Kiyomi volunteered to do so, promising it would not take long. Fugaku nodded. Naruto sat on the rooftop meditating to calm his mind whenever the guidance of his mentor felt distant. He told himself to calm down because the boy's complaining had irritated him. People who complained while doing nothing angered him the most. He repeated his mantra inwardly to steady his breathing and focus. A soft voice called to him from below, growing louder until it reached him. In Konoha, Kakashi sneezed while reading at home, noted that someone must be thinking of him, and returned to his book. Naruto was pulled out of his trance when Kiyomi leaned close to his face. Kiyomi asked if he was all right, and Naruto replied that he only needed some fresh air and would be fine. Kiyomi did not believe him. She saw the disguise of someone clearly struggling and could tell he was suffering even with his mask on. Kiyomi offered to listen if he needed someone to talk to, and Naruto widened his eyes but kept his composure. Naruto tried to keep the mood light by teasing that it was a blessing from the Sage of Six Paths for a girl like Kiyomi to spend time with him. Kiyomi blushed and scolded him for making such a remark. Naruto laughed and admitted he enjoyed teasing her. Kiyomi punched Naruto hard in the shoulder. Naruto pretended to stumble and fall, then said the blow had hurt. Kiyomi said that for a boy he was fun to talk to, and that most of the boys in class only paid attention to her appearance. Naruto appeared beside her using a body flicker technique and sat down. Naruto suggested that ill-mannered boys often needed a lesson and advised her to go back inside to rest, since he would be on guard duty all night and they all needed sleep after the long journey. Kiyomi protested, pointing out that Naruto had done more than they had and insisting on staying with him during guard duty because she felt useless after trembling in front of Zabuza Momochi. Naruto refused and insisted she rest, warning that poor sleep would hinder her training tomorrow. Kiyomi pointed out that Naruto had not rested either and had been on duty for 2 days straight while they trained. Naruto answered that he bore strength so that the strong could protect the weak and the weak could become strong in turn, a cycle he had followed for many years. Kiyomi remained stubborn and warned that even the strong could collapse from exhaustion, which annoyed Naruto enough to sigh. Naruto promised that if she left him alone that night, he would help all three of them with training the next day. Kiyomi was excited and, without thinking, took Naruto's hand in relief. Naruto, surprised, agreed and reiterated that he never went back on his word. Fugaku then interrupted and told Naruto that he would take guard duty that night, so Naruto should rest. Naruto protested briefly but ultimately accepted Fugaku's command, saying he had been asked to follow him and that he would return to his room. Naruto disappeared with a body flicker and retreated to his private room while the others slept, since Fugaku was in charge of guarding that night. Fugaku asked Kiyomi if she had learned anything from her conversation with Naruto. Kiyomi said that Naruto had agreed to train all three of them if she left him alone for a while. Fugaku told her to learn well from him, saying it might be the key to becoming stronger, and ruffled Kiyomi's hair in a fatherly way. Kiyomi joyfully acknowledged him and went to tell Mito and Yakumo. Mito reacted with surprise that Naruto would train them, and Kiyomi explained how she had managed to secure the training. Yukumo stayed quiet but felt determined, thinking that this could be an opportunity to grow stronger despite having felt useless during the escort. The three resolved to do their best and ended the night. Later that night in the boys' quarters, Naruto began meditating and eventually fell asleep. He awakened inside his mindscape, having finally reached it after many attempts. Naruto walked down a long corridor until he arrived at the gates of Kurama, the Nine Tails. Kurama spoke in a deeper, weaker voice than Naruto remembered. Naruto noticed changes. Kurama appeared smaller, likely because most of his chakra had been stripped away. Kurama had regained only a tiny fraction of his former power. Naruto asked Kurama if he could have a moment. Kurama agreed. Naruto explained that he wanted to know whether extracting Kurama's chakra from Mito and Menma would kill them. Kurama listened but was initially confused about Naruto's motives. Naruto recalled that any Jinchuriki other than his biological mother might die if their tailed beast were removed, and he wanted to understand whether extracting Kurama's chakra from those hosts would be fatal. Kurama answered that it would not necessarily kill them. The chakra sealed inside a host becomes part of the host's chakra pool and differs from a sealed consciousness. Kurama explained that to take his chakra back, one would need to be in close proximity to it, and that the chakra would slowly return to the seal where Kurama's consciousness resided. Naruto winced at this information. Kurama then curtly told Naruto not to thank him. Naruto laughed and admitted that it weirded him out. He asked Kurama to lend him strength, not just for the two of them but to change the whole world. Kurama scoffed and questioned how Naruto could possibly change the world, calling him a brat with barely any strength. Naruto straightened and told the fox to watch, inviting Kurama to take a VIP seat and wait for the moment he proved his strength. Then Naruto shifted the mindscape. Kurama suddenly found himself in a wide, warm field where the breeze felt familiar and comforting, reminding him of his father. The fox let out a low, amused chuckle and thought that this was the Naruto he had watched grow up, someone who rose again and again despite unfairness. Kurama grinned at Naruto's development and reflected that he must be the one Naruto's father had spoken of, sensing a shift in power and believing that Naruto would change the world. Naruto woke before sunrise, checked the time, stretched, and went to the kitchen where Tsunami was preparing food. Tsunami greeted him and asked how his rest had been. Naruto replied cheerfully that it had been energizing and offered to help with breakfast because he enjoyed cooking. He unrolled a storage scroll to fetch ingredients, which surprised Tsunami, but she let him take over. Naruto explained that he would cook breakfast and supervise the team's training that day, promising to give them a calm before the storm and chuckling at the plan. He spent the next 2 hours cooking while Tsunami watched in admiration at how well the red-haired boy handled the kitchen. The food looked and smelled excellent, though Tsunami felt a little uneasy at Naruto's remark about the calm before the storm. Mito and Kiyomi came downstairs quickly when the aroma reached them. Naruto announced that he had made breakfast for everyone, and the group eagerly dug in. Kiyomi praised Sabito's cooking, lavishing particular attention on the rice ball and tomato sides. Fugaku ate quietly but was impressed by the flavors, remarking that he had not known Sabito could cook so well and that the meal reminded him of his wife's cooking. Mito delighted over a giant bowl of ramen, comparing its taste to that of the local ramen shop and enjoying it wholeheartedly. Everyone enjoyed the meal and asked Naruto to cook again for dinner. Naruto chuckled, pleased that they liked his cooking. He then told the three to finish up and report to the training grounds in 2 hours. His tone was firm and achieved its effect. The 3 female ninjas paled. Mito agreed and Naruto vanished in a blink as he prepared the training course and schedule for the coming days. 2 hours later, the members of Team 12 gathered at the designated area of the training grounds. Naruto arrived carrying a cane and announced that everyone was present. Yukumo asked what they would be training that day. Naruto explained that he would first supervise their walking on water, which had troubled them for 2 days, and then run chakra control exercises. Kiyomi questioned whether they had not already learned chakra control at the academy. Naruto replied that academy standards had declined and that they were only taught the basics needed for the standard academy techniques. He emphasized that improving control required precision. As an example, Naruto demonstrated that he could create 16 shadow clones from chakra alone and then asked Kiyomi to try the same. Kiyomi managed to create 16 clones but needed several breaths afterward. Naruto pointed out that she had expended far more chakra and that such strain could wear down stamina in battle, especially when performing taxing techniques like the fireball. Mito asked about her own larger chakra reserves and why she still struggled with clone techniques. Naruto explained that having vast reserves, like those of a high-ranking ninja or someone with the entails chakra, often made precise control harder. He told them not to worry and said that they would focus on learning to control chakra more precisely. Naruto then directed the group to the sea for balance training on the strong waves. Mito went first and fell into the water. Naruto instructed her to swim ashore and return quickly. She followed his orders. Kiyomi then attempted the exercise and followed the same instructions, and Naruto observed that Yakumo's control seemed the best of the three until Yakumo lost her balance and fell. Naruto found the sight of the three repeatedly falling amusing as he floated calmly offshore. The three girls were surprised that he did not seem to be exerting himself. Kiyomi wondered aloud who he might be and whether he could be the best of their generation. Mito resolved that they would catch up. They all returned to the water and tried again. Mito was the first to fall this time, but she lasted 13 seconds longer than before, showing clear improvement. Naruto reflected inwardly that, despite being a difficult sister, Mito had been trained by some capable mentors. He also felt a twinge of disappointment that they had not taught her certain things, and he was quietly glad not to have trained with those particular instructors. Kiyomi admitted inwardly that she might have been weaker than she could have been today. After Mito fell, Kiyomi lasted 19 seconds longer than before. Yakumo fell 4 seconds after Kiyomi. Naruto laughed softly, and Kiyomi noticed and glared at him, accusing him of enjoying the situation. Naruto denied it with an embarrassed chuckle. 3 hours later, Yakumo nodded and went to the bridge to take her shift guarding Tazuna while Naruto continued training the others. An hour after that, Naruto decided they had done enough. Kiyomi had surpassed the minimum time in the water waves, which was 10 minutes. When she collapsed from exhaustion, Naruto caught her from behind and offered his shoulder for her to rest on. Kiyomi took it hesitantly and apologized for the trouble, embarrassed by how close they were. As she leaned against him, she noticed the light scent of his hair and that its color was slightly lighter than she remembered, but the mask still hid his face. Curious, she asked him why he always wore it. Naruto replied that the mask had been a gift on his 9th birthday from someone special, meant to ward off misfortune, and that he still wore it to remember that person. When Kiyomi asked what had happened to him, Naruto fell silent and then said quietly that the person had already passed. Kiyomi apologized for bringing up painful memories, but Naruto told her not to dwell on it and acknowledged that she had endured even worse. Kiyomi insisted that he should not ignore his own pain, and Naruto accepted the concern with a soft deflection. She tapped his head in a teasing effort to make him take better care of himself, and he pretended to be hurt. After a few minutes of walking, Kiyomi asked if she could truly become strong like him. Naruto hesitated briefly and then answered without doubt that she could. He explained that her good heart was what would carry her. The compliment made Kiyomi blush. She reminded him of a playful moment during the fight with Zabuza when he had called her Kiyomi-chan, which made Naruto chuckle and leave her fuming behind him. When they returned to the house, Tsunami had finished cooking and Fugaku sat at the table. Naruto commented on how good the food smelled and set Kiyomi gently into a chair. Fugaku watched them with a small, knowing smile. Naruto cheerfully urged everyone to eat. 3 days earlier, in a different location, Zabuza woke groggy. Haku greeted him and expressed regret for not acting sooner. Zabuza dismissed the blame and admitted that their opponent had fought fiercely and had seemed to hold back. He stressed the need to separate the boy from the 3 girls, saying the girls could be handled but the boy required special attention. Haku accepted the order and took Zabuza to recover and heal over the next several days. Back with Team 12, 4 days later, Naruto supervised the 3 kunoichi as they continued training. After they quickly mastered water walking, he moved them on to endurance and conditioning inspired by the Tengen method. Naruto pushed them hard. He set up a mist to obscure the course and added challenging obstacles that required agility and quick thinking. If any of them stopped running for more than a moment, Naruto would make them begin the ascent again from the base of the hill. Kiyomi proved the most adept and fastest of the three, with Mito close behind. The two rivals pushed each other with every turn. As they neared the top of the hill, Kiyomi told Mito to stop following her and to take her own path, and the two exchanged competitive jabs as they reached the summit. They reached the peak of the hill where Naruto had been sitting below when they started, quietly finishing a cup of tea. The three newcomers were breathing heavily. Kiyomi thought that Naruto was insane and wondered how much stamina he had, while Mito, less exhausted than Kiyomi, noticed that he had not even broken a sweat. After a minute of panting, Yakumo stood up looking the worst of the three, pale from dehydration. Kiyomi urgently demanded water and Mito panicked at how close Yakumo had come to collapsing. Naruto appeared beside Yakumo with a bamboo water container and poured water into her mouth until she revived. Yakumo thanked Sabito-san, and Naruto nodded in acknowledgement. He praised all three for their effort and pointed to the larger hill beside them, explaining that he would add more traps there the next morning for their training. The sight of the bigger hill drained color from their faces. Kiyomi feared they were in for another brutal session. Naruto then outlined the next training, taijutsu sparring. He explained that there were still 2 hours before lunch, and during that hour each of the three would spar him one by one. Mito volunteered to go first, confident in her stamina and unwilling to have the others face Naruto after the endurance drills. Naruto adopted his taijutsu stance, a blend of the third Hokage's style and his own techniques inspired by sun breathing, while Mito took the stance she had been taught. Naruto signaled for the bout to begin and Mito launched a rapid flurry of blows. Naruto calmly dodged, blocked, and parried each strike. He evaluated her after training with Minato and Kushina, keeping his distance and evading her attacks in a way that tested her resolve. Mito, frustrated by his laughter beneath the mask, pushed harder and tapped into the entails chakra to increase her speed. An orange aura briefly enveloped the training ground, accelerating her movements and allowing her wounds from the earlier endurance training to heal. Naruto observed the effect of the chakra and admired its healing and power even without a full cloak. He continued to evade, knowing that taking even a single hit from her intensified strikes could cause unnecessary damage. When an opening presented itself, Naruto dashed in with a practiced move and delivered a powerful side kick that sent Mito flying into a tree, which snapped under the impact. He remarked to himself that he might have overdone it as she collapsed unconscious. The nine tails chakra faded from her as some of it flowed back to Naruto. The fox within Naruto's seal felt the return of a small amount of chakra and reacted with eager excitement, noting that this small return could allow it to gather more. After a minute, Mito stirred and asked what had happened. A teammate informed her that she had been knocked out by Sabito-san, and Mito recalled being launched into the tree. She watched Sabito sparring with Kiyomi and wondered how he could have defeated her so easily even while she used the nine tails chakra. Questions about the boy with familiar family features nagged at her. He was clearly hiding something. Naruto and Kiyomi faced each other next. Both assumed their stances and studied one another, each probing for weaknesses. Naruto launched the first offensive, adjusting his intensity to avoid serious injury. Kiyomi parried and countered with a jab, which Naruto caught and transformed into a measured exchange of strength. She realized Naruto was holding back but saw that his power still exceeded hers. Breaking off the hold, she delivered a jumping knee to his chin, forcing him to step back to defend. She followed with a roundhouse kick that Naruto caught, then spun for a hook kick he blocked with the other hand. As she spun again to strike, Naruto intercepted her free leg and executed a rapid spinning maneuver that lifted and whirled her through the air. Kiyomi felt exhilarated and dizzy as Naruto spun her faster and faster. After several moments she lost consciousness from the motion and collapsed when he released her. Mito looked after her while Yakumo stepped up next. Yakumo knew taijutsu was her weakest area, but she treated the match as an opportunity to improve. She used basic academy techniques and tested herself against Naruto's controlled skill. A short while later, Yakumo lay on the ground, dazed from the sparring. Naruto had used the same fast, controlled maneuvers on her as well, leaving her unconscious but safe. Naruto told them they still had much to learn. 6 hours later, night had fallen. Naruto informed Fugaku that he would be out for a while and would return in the morning. Fugaku asked where he was going, and Naruto said he was going out to train. Fugaku expressed concern that Naruto should rest, and Naruto assured him he would be fine before closing the door. Fugaku sighed and wondered what had happened to the boy and how he trained. Kiyomi also wondered aloud about his nighttime training. Mito quietly thought the same. Yakumo asked Fugaku if someone should follow Naruto, and Fugaku replied that he could no longer sense Naruto's chakra signature and it would be impossible to track him. Kiyomi remembered her mother's words about inviting him to dinner someday and pictured him in her mind. The enigma that was Sabito Rengoku lingered in her thoughts. Naruto ran through the woods at speeds far greater than he had shown earlier, covering several kilometers in seconds before stopping at a large house. Inside, in a decent-sized training ground, multiple bamboo dummies bore the marks of previous strikes. Naruto called for Ju. The water pillar looked indifferent at first, then brightened and smiled when he saw the boy. Ju asked what had brought Naruto there. Naruto told him he had come while on a shinobi mission and asked for a spar like old times. Naruto removed his mask, and moonlight revealed a matured face, the childhood roundness gone, a sharp jawline, deep ocean blue eyes, and the distinctive flame markings that replaced an old scar. Ju agreed, and they took wooden blades and assumed their stances. Naruto opened with the seventh form, Beneficent Radiance, dashing forward with a swirl of strikes. Ju answered with the fourth form, Striking Tide. Their blades met flame against water, offense against defense, and both were knocked back but remained in stance. This time Ju initiated a fierce offensive, pressing Naruto, who blocked and parried until his wooden blade began to crack. Ju saw an opening and struck, but Naruto suddenly vanished, countering with the 11th form, Fake Rainbow, and then the 3rd form, Raging Sunday. Ju countered with the 6th form, Whirlpool, forcing his wooden blade to splinter under the strain. Neither fighter gained a clear upper hand. Naruto created an opening with the 8th form, Sunflower move, while Ju met it with the 7th form, Drop Ripple move. Their weapons collided with such force that a dust storm erupted, and both wooden blades snapped as the dust dissipated. Naruto lamented the loss of his wooden blade and noted that Ju's had also broken. Ju suggested getting another pair and continuing. He enjoyed the sparring. Naruto had been kind to him in the past and understood the pain of losing someone close. Naruto had often visited Ju after learning of the water pillar's past. They continued to spar and train through the night, each session strengthening their respect and camaraderie. After 6 hours they retired to the hot spring inside Ju's large house. While they relaxed, Ju asked about Naruto's well-being during the 2 years he had spent in the Leaf Village. Naruto recounted the stories of his journey, and Ju listened, impressed by how much Naruto had improved. Naruto asked if he could achieve his dream, and Ju said that Kaijuro had believed in him and that they believed in him too. He told Naruto that even if he had not been born gifted, persistence had made him strong, and they believed the prophecy might point to him. Naruto widened his eyes, nodded, and thanked Ju, promising to do his best. As the sun rose, Naruto and Ju remained in the hot spring, letting the dawn rays wash over them as they looked toward the horizon. At the entrance to Ju's mansion, Ju noted that Naruto was leaving soon. Naruto said he still had a mission to complete, and Ju wished him well. Naruto promised to do his best and leapt from tree to tree on his way back to Tazuna's house. On the path he noticed signs that nearby wildlife had been attacked, an unsettling trace of danger in the area. Back at Tazuna's home, Kiyomi fretted over Naruto's absence and assured herself he was probably okay. She prepared to leave, explaining that she could not delay because her father was already waiting at the bridge and that Zabuza might have recovered. She departed for the bridge, unaware of the dangers approaching the mother and son. 2 bandits were searching for Tazuna's home. The houses were a little far from the town, making their search difficult, so they went door to door, smashing entries and looking for anyone connected to Tazuna. Walking along the river that led to the sea, they came upon a 2-story house on the shore where they heard voices. Inside, Inari's mother called for help with dishes, and Inari answered and went to help, then to wash his hands. A loud crash echoed from the entrance as the 2 bandits forced their way into the nearby home. A tense moment followed. Inari was washing his hands when he heard a crash and a dish shatter. He rushed out of the bathroom to find his mother pressed against the corner, trembling, while two bandits loomed over her. One of the bandits announced that this must be Tezuna's daughter and suggested taking her as a hostage. The other bandit hesitated at the word hostage. Inari thought about it for a moment and then called out for his mother. The bandits turned toward him. One of them remarked that he had not known she had a child. The other bandit drew a katana and stepped toward Inari, declaring he would handle the boy. Tsunami pleaded desperately, offering herself if they let her son go. The bandits accepted and tied her up, taking her from the house while leaving Inari behind, terrified and crying at his inability to protect her. He remembered harsh words that had driven him before, taunting him for being like those who cowered. Those words replayed in his head and steadied him until he found the courage to stand. Outside, the bandits carried Tsunami away when Inari shouted for them to leave her alone. His mother cried out for him to hide, but a bandit struck her down and she fell unconscious before Inari could reach them. One bandit drew his katana to attack Inari. Acting on instinct, Inari lunged, striking the nearer bandit and landing a punch and a kick that brought the man to his knees. The other bandit moved to slash at Inari, but at that moment Naruto arrived with blinding speed. In a flash, Naruto moved Inari and Tsunami a safe distance away. Naruto observed the scene and noted that the bandits were clearly no match. He subdued them with decisive speed, leaving them unconscious on the ground. Naruto praised Inari, telling him that he had done well and had become like his father. He said his father would have been proud. Then Naruto summoned several clones and left in a burst of movement. Kiyomi had just arrived at the bridge. Fugaku wondered where Sabito was, since he had not shown up at the house. A distant scream drew their attention and Team 12 rushed toward the sound. The bridge workers fled as Tezuna ran to take shelter behind the arriving shinobi. Zabuza demanded to know where the peach-haired brat was. Fugaku corrected him that the hair was light red. Zabuza dismissed the distinction and told Haku to take care of the 3 genin while he would occupy the man until Haku had defeated 3 of the workers' genin. With that, the battle began. A masked ninja attacked the 3 kunoichi while Fugaku faced Zabuza, who moved within a concealing mist. Kiyomi, Mito, and Yakumo engaged Haku and the masked assailant. Kiyomi clashed with Haku, her kunai meeting Haku's slim yet strong sunban as a blocking weapon. Zabuza formed 6 water clones to take on Mito, but Mito dispatched them with ease. Mito noted the slowness in the enemy movements compared to her own. Her training with Sabito had made her stronger in a short time. Zabuza, surprised by Kiyomi's rapid improvement, warned Haku that new rivals might be emerging. Haku, remaining focused on Kiyomi, began performing seals with a single hand, a rare and unsettling technique the genin had only heard about from tales of the 4th Hokage. Using that one-handed method, Haku unleashed a rapid barrage of senbon needles. The needles struck with blinding speed, but Kiyomi kept her composure, recalling her harsh training with Naruto. As the needles met her defense and Haku pulled back, Kiyomi slipped around and delivered a swift kick that caught Haku by surprise. Haku tumbled near Zabuza, who had been in a tense standoff with Fugaku and then regained composure. Haku used a more elaborate series of seals to open an ice technique that created multiple mirror-like crystals. Mito and Kiyomi found themselves surrounded by these reflective ice mirrors, and Haku passed through one of the mirrors like a phantom, moving between them. The mirrors created an ominous trap. Senbon needles began raining down on the 2 kunoichi at speeds they could barely follow. The onslaught was relentless, and both girls found themselves taking repeated hits that drained their strength and tested their defenses. Mito realized they needed to escalate and called on a portion of the entails chakra she could access to reinforce her attacks. Even so, the needle attacks continued without let-up, striking them and making it difficult to maintain their footing and composure. Kiyomi fought to stay upright despite the torrent of needles. Mito pressed on, channeling her chakra into a powerful, chakra-coated strike aimed at the ice mirrors. Her attack cracked one of the mirrors and created an opening. Haku emerged from one mirror only to move into another. Seizing the moment, Haku launched another assault toward Kiyomi, but Mito intervened and shielded Kiyomi, taking the brunt of the attack. Mito's body gave out from the strain of her injuries and exertion, and she collapsed. Kiyomi rushed to Mito's side, alarmed and trying to hold her as she fell. Mito smiled and explained that she had acted out of friendship and did not want her friend to one-up her. She struggled to rise and insisted that if they were going to die, they would do it together. Kiyomi met Haku's gaze with determination and vowed to make her pay before that could happen. Meanwhile, a thick fog wrapped around Fugaku. He activated the Uchiha clan's red eye technique and taunted Zabuza, arms crossed as his eyes glowed through the mist. Zabuza refused to take the bait and calmly assessed the situation. He admitted to himself that Fugaku had grown stronger, but also noted Fugaku's rust from years away from frontline combat. Zabuza planned to exploit that weakness, unaware that Fugaku had prepared. Metal clashed and sparks flew as Zabuza struck, attempting to catch Fugaku off guard, but Fugaku saw the movement with his red eyes. Zabuza's broad executioner's sword met Fugaku's short blade. Zabuza smirked and suggested the short blade would break if they kept clashing, but Fugaku only chuckled and warned that the old trap would not work this time. He channeled chakra into his blade until it flared with controlled, fiery energy. Zabuza was taken aback by the blade's sudden burst of power and the discovery that its metal conducted chakra so effectively. Fugaku leaped back and then charged, swinging his blade. Zabuza blocked, taunting Fugaku about his fall from prominence and the rust in his technique. Fugaku answered with a calm assertion that he had learned from their previous encounter. He focused his red eyes and aimed a swift slash at Zabuza's torso. Zabuza barely evaded, but the chakra-tinged blade singed his clothing, leaving him staggered. Fugaku pressed the attack, forcing Zabuza back and warning him that the female ninja on the other front was the greater threat. Zabuza should hurry to help her. Zabuza tried to dismiss the warning, but Fugaku remained composed and reminded him not to underestimate their opponents. The two clashed again, and this time Fugaku began to gain the upper hand. On the other side of the skirmish, Mito and Kiyomi gasped for breath, several throwing needles embedded and leaving them battered and exhausted. Mito handled her wounds with steadier breath than Kiyomi, but both were still weakened. Haku watched them with a mix of pity and resolve, knowing the grim necessity of her mission. She thought of the red-haired boy and recognized that eliminating the 3 female ninjas and then the bridge builder, Tazuna, was the clearest way to escape alive. Engaging Fugaku and the boy would be a fatal risk. Haku decided to stop holding back. She summoned a faster, denser storm of throwing needles that closed in on the 2 women with blinding speed. As the needles drew near, time seemed to slow for Kiyomi. Inwardly, she begged for more time. She had not yet learned the truth or atoned for her sins, and she reached out in silent appeal to the memory of Shursui for strength. Her eyes shifted from onyx to a vivid crimson, and a single comma-shaped mark appeared in each eye. With a sudden burst of speed, she moved to stand in front of Mito and intercept the incoming assault. Mito readied herself, summoning some of the 9-tailed chakra to bolster her strike, but Kiyomi arrived first and took up 2 kunai, beginning to parry the needles with astonishing precision. The incoming barrage slowed in her perception. She could track every thread of movement. Mito and Haku both registered the change. Haku, surprised, realized that Kiyomi's lineage explained her reflexes and declared that Kiyomi would be dangerous if left alive. Mito and Kiyomi exchanged a quick, silent plan. They would time their attacks and shatter the ice mirror Haku used for mobility. Mito nodded and prepared a chakra-enhanced punch, while Kiyomi studied the ice mirror Haku occupied. Kiyomi warned that Haku would track even the slightest motion and predict which mirror she would move to, so they needed to coordinate. Kiyomi would give the signal, and Mito would follow and destroy the mirror Kiyomi chose. Silence stretched as each of the female ninjas waited for the other to move. Haku broke it by dashing toward another section of the mirror network. Kiyomi followed, parrying every needle sent at her, while Mito closed from behind with a chakra-boosted fist. Haku unleashed another volley of needles at Kiyomi as she approached the mirror. Kiyomi parried most of the sunbon, but one found her foot. Exhausted, she dropped to her knees and called for Mito to act. Mito leaped over Kiyomi and struck at the mirror containing Haku, then moved to a second mirror and shattered it, breaking part of the jutsu. Mito scanned the broken glass and realized the mirrors were the key to Haku's technique. She turned and ran back toward Kiyomi just as Kiyomi begged her to stay away. Haku had already dashed at the red-haired girl, 6 senbon poised. Kiyomi, numb with fatigue and unable to rise, feared losing another close friend as she had years before, and watched helplessly as Haku closed in. Yakumo felt the knot of nerves tighten in her chest. Her teammates had gone to confront the kunoichi while Fugaku had engaged Zabuza, and the thick fog made everything riskier. Yakumo instructed Tazuna to move away from the bridge slowly and remain low. Tazuna crouched and they began to retreat, but a Zabuza clone suddenly struck and knocked Yakumo down. The clone taunted that the weakest of the 4 children had been left on guard duty, and Yakumo winced at the truth of the insult. She rose, gripped her kunai, and rushed the clone despite her self-doubt. The clone laughed, deflected her kunai, and kicked her aside. Tazuna raised alarm, but Yakumo pushed back up and warned him not to come closer, stepping between him and the enemy. The clone readied an oversized blade to finish them. For a heartbeat the blade seemed to cut through both figures, and the clone began to move toward Haku's position. Then there was the unmistakable sign of substitution. Where the two had stood were now wooden logs, and the clone hesitated. Yakumo, hidden behind the clone, revealed a trap. She wove a subtle genjutsu that froze the clone in place, then drove a kunai into it. The imitation dissolved and fell away. Yakumo reflected on how much she had changed since before and felt a quiet pride in her growing strength. She and Tazuna resumed their escape, Yakumo more watchful than ever. Haku was only meters from Mito when Naruto intervened. Kiyomi could no longer move properly. The relentless barrage had left her numb. She shouted for Mito to look behind, and in an instant Naruto appeared to intercept Haku's attack. Haku faltered at the sudden arrival, and Naruto seized the moment to kick Haku back toward her mirror. Kiyomi recognized something different in Naruto's aura and thought of Sabito, but Naruto reassured the girls that they should rest while he handled the situation. Haku retreated into her mirrors to stall, and Naruto drew his blade again. Naruto spoke casually about dumplings as a way to ease the tension, and Kiyomi and Mito exchanged silent judgments about his oddness. Haku watched, calculating. She would need to stall until Zabuza completed his move on Tazuna. She opened with a torrent of senbon, many and coming from every direction. Naruto assessed the incoming projectiles and prepared a new technique Ju had helped him refine. He adopted a focused stance and applied the water-breathing form he had been taught, channeling its calm into his defense. 3 years earlier, when Naruto was 9, he had sparred with his master. Rengoku had urged him to keep up with the movements as Naruto blocked and countered with wooden practice strikes. Rengoku praised his improvement even as the younger boy struggled to maintain his defense. Rengoku explained that Naruto's body seemed unusually receptive to the 5 basic breathing styles: flame, water, wind, stone, and thunder, and arranged for Ju to introduce the basics of water breathing. Ju arrived and agreed to teach the fundamentals, and over the following days Naruto and Ju trained together, refining the techniques that Naruto would later use in the fog. Ju taught Naruto and oversaw his training while he had no missions. Naruto learned the basics of water breathing and discovered that it specialized in defense, in contrast to flame breathing, which favored offense. Naruto studied the scroll Ju had given him about the water breathing forms and then went outside to practice. He saw Ju training on his own and raised an eyebrow, wondering what form Ju was attempting since it did not appear in the scroll. Ju was motionless with 3 tatami mats arranged around him. Ju muttered that the move was water-breathing 11th form, dead calm. Suddenly 2 of the 3 tatami mats were cut. Naruto could not believe it and asked what had happened, saying he had not seen them get cut. Ju expressed frustration that his speed and accuracy were still not sufficient. Naruto noticed that the remaining tatami mat was positioned behind Ju and pointed this out. Ju prepared another set of mats and attempted the movement again. Again 2 of 3 mats were cut. Naruto observed that Ju's body tensed subtly at the moment of cutting. Ju admitted the attempt had failed. Naruto told Ju that when performing the technique he needed to remain perfectly still and suggested relaxing his body completely, a difficult but achievable adjustment. Ju considered the advice, then nodded and prepared another set of tatami mats. He relaxed his body fully, cleared his mind, and performed water-breathing 11th form, dead calm. This time all 3 mats were cut. Naruto smiled and congratulated Ju, who returned a rare smile. Ju then handed Naruto a notebook and said that it contained the instructions on how he had developed the 11th form, expressing his trust that Naruto would master the style as he had mastered flame breathing. Naruto accepted the notebook and resolved to do his best. The flashback ended. In the present, Naruto used dead calm as Senbon darts approached the 3 of them. Kiyomi wondered if Naruto was using water breathing. The Senbon darts came close, but at a certain distance were suddenly parried. Haku was confused, and Naruto felt amused, thinking that the technique had worked. He smirked beneath his mask. Haku decided to change tactics and set a trap by shattering a mirror so she could ambush Naruto from among the shards. She appeared in multiple mirrors and all of them sent Senbon darts toward Naruto. Naruto noted to himself that Haku was not targeting Mito or Kiyomi and decided to discover the scheme. He parried the Senbon darts again using 6th form, Whirlpool, spinning his body to create a whirlpool-like motion. Haku began the trap by appearing in only 1 mirror. Naruto dashed toward her, surprised by his own speed. He struck the mirror, shattering it, and the flying shards carried momentum. Haku sprang to pounce from one of the shards, launching a Senbon at Naruto from behind. Naruto sensed the attack, grabbed Haku's wrist, and countered with a precise strike that broke her mask and sent her flying into one of her own ice mirrors. The ice mirror shattered and the others were disrupted as well. Haku tumbled and came to rest some distance from Naruto. She struggled to rise, and her mask lay in fragments. Haku, with difficulty, apologized to Zabuza for failing. Naruto declared that the situation was over now and that Zabuza was at the mercy of Fugaku. Haku then rushed toward Zabuza and Fugaku. Naruto wondered why she was running to them and followed. Zabuza bore multiple scorch marks and wounds from the battle and was struggling against Fugaku. Fugaku demanded that Zabuza give up, but Zabuza refused, insisting he had not finished. Fugaku moved in with his tanto raised to finish the fight. Before the blade struck Zabuza, Haku stepped in front of him with her arms spread to protect him. Haku urged Zabuza to act now, then collapsed and did not recover. Fugaku looked at her and realized she had died. Zabuza, reacting to the sacrifice, raised his executioner's blade and swung, but Fugaku suddenly slipped away with a body flicker and moved several meters out of reach. Zabuza gently closed Haku's eyes and lowered her to the ground, reflecting on the cost of the conflict. Fugaku demanded to know why she would make such a sacrifice, and Zabuza coldly replied that the girl had been a tool to him, just as he had been a tool to his country. Before Fugaku could strike again, a tapping sound from a distance interrupted them. A man stepped forward, revealing himself as Gato. Gato taunted that Zabuza had been outmatched and that the talk about him had been exaggerated. He tapped his cane and, with that, an army of 200 men appeared. 200 men stood grinning and smirking at the 3 kunoichi. Fugaku and Naruto exchanged a hard glare in response. Gato approached where Haku lay motionless and taunted him before delivering a kick. Zabuza glared at Gato, then removed the tape from his mouth and asked Naruto for a kunai. Naruto nodded and tossed a kunai, which Zabuza caught with practiced ease. Fugaku offered to take over the fighting, but Zabuza refused, insisting that he would settle things himself, especially with Gato. Without hesitation, Zabuza surged into the crowd. His swordplay was swift and precise, cutting through the front line and sending attackers reeling. Gato backed up and hid behind his men as Zabuza pushed forward. He took repeated blows and kept moving, steadily breaking the formation and forcing the attackers back. Despite multiple wounds, Zabuza pressed on and reached Gato. With a decisive strike, Zabuza struck Gato and sent him tumbling from the bridge. Gato disappeared into the void below. Zabuza then knelt, exhausted, and finally collapsed. Fugaku observed Zabuza's fall and reflected that it was a fitting end for a legendary swordsman. Naruto remembered the strength and intensity of his opponent, resolving that Zabuza would live on in his memories as a formidable warrior. Kiyomi, Mito, and Kurama looked on with relief that the worst of the danger appeared to be over. The remaining attackers, now far fewer in number, called out that the fight was not over and suggested they would plunder the village and take captives. Kiyomi tried to rise but, weak from her wounds, collapsed. Naruto caught her. Naruto told Kiyomi and the other two kunoichi to rest while he and Mr. Fugaka handled the remaining threat. Kiyomi thanked him and he set her gently down, then prepared for the next phase of the battle. He switched his katana for a different blade from his storage scroll, explaining to Fugaku that the others did not deserve that weapon. Fugaku readied his tanto, and both men dashed toward the remaining attackers with astonishing speed. Naruto and Fugaku moved through the field with disciplined, efficient strikes, disabling enemies and preventing further coordinated attacks. Fugaku noted Naruto's willingness to act without hesitation as they cleared the bridge and neutralized the last of the threat. When the skirmish ended, Fugaku used a controlled fire technique to clear the battlefield of debris and dangerous remnants to ensure no further danger remained. The three kunoichi watched the aftermath, shaken by the violence. Mito commented on how the life of a shinobi demanded things they had not been fully prepared for. Kiyomi admitted she had not imagined having to face it so soon. Yakumo apologized, blaming her inexperience for their earlier vulnerability. The others reassured her that she was still training and that they did not want her to be exposed to unnecessary danger until she was stronger. Yakumo was moved to tears by their support. After regaining their composure, the kunoichi rose to help. Mito tapped into a portion of the entails chakra to gently heal Kiyomi's wounds. They then moved to engage the remaining attackers. Kiyomi's first successful strike came when she threw a shuriken that struck an opponent and incapacitated him. She froze in shock at the suddenness of taking a life in combat. Two attackers immediately rushed her, but Naruto intervened and quickly subdued them, then urged Kiyomi to steady herself and keep moving. Yakumo and Mito each took down an opponent as well. All three kunoichi trembled at what they had done but pushed forward together. With Naruto and Fugaku finishing the final opponents, the bridge fell silent. Villagers from Inari gathered at the approach, prepared to defend their home, but they stopped when they saw the fighting had already ended. They took in the scene of the journey's end and the smoldering signs of battle, relieved that the immediate danger was over. A week later, Team 12 and Naruto stood on the completed bridge with Tazuna and the villagers. Tazuna celebrated loudly that the bridge was finally finished, and the village erupted in cheers and laughter. Tazuna declared that their country was free at last. Naruto and Team 12 had packed their belongings and were preparing to depart. Inari grew emotional at their leaving. Naruto offered comfort and a light-hearted reassurance that he would visit and that he had heard there were good dumplings in the area, earning a wry smile and a soft sigh from Kiyomi. As they prepared to leave, the villagers discussed a name for the bridge. Inari proposed honoring Naruto, and everyone agreed that Great Sabito Bridge was a fitting name. Several hours later, Naruto and the team arrived back in the Hidden Leaf. Inside the Hokage Tower, Minato waited in his office with Kushina beside him, holding their 3-year-old daughter Natsumi in her arms. Team 12 entered the meeting room with Sabito Rengoku and reported everything that had transpired. Minato greeted them and then called Team 13 forward to report as well. Fugaku handed a written report to the Hokage. Minato dismissed Team 12 but instructed that Sabito remain behind. Sabito declined to take orders from Minato, explaining that he had come only to deliver his written report to Hiruzen. Hiruzen acknowledged him and took the scroll from Sabito's pocket with thanks. As Sabito prepared to leave, Minato asked him to stay a moment, and Hiruzen suggested Sabito could speak to him if he wished. Sabito paused, then agreed to answer 3 questions. With Team 12 gone, Hiruzen, Kushina, Natsumi, Minato, and Sabito remained in the room. Minato asked the first question about Sabito's parents. Sabito answered that he did not remember their faces or names and that they had abandoned him when he was young. Minato noted Sabito's red hair and wondered aloud whether his parents might have been from the Uzumaki clan. For the second question, Minato asked about any clan affiliation. Sabito replied that he no longer belonged to a clan and believed he had been disowned from one he did not know. Minato repeated the word disowned with some surprise. Minato's final question was how Sabito knew Naruto. Sabito hesitated and then offered that he was an old friend of Naruto's. Minato and Kushina exchanged looks and Kushina asked Sabito what Naruto had been like. Sabito declined to answer further, reminding them of his limit of 3 questions. Kushina grew angry, but Minato calmed her and excused Sabito. As Sabito prepared to go, Kushina noticed the young toddler Natsumi stirring and reached for her. When Natsumi blinked awake and saw Sabito's red hair, she tilted her head and took a few steps toward him with curious determination. Kushina set Natsumi down, and the toddler walked up, reached out her arms and insisted that Sabito carry her. Kushina tried to intervene, but Natsumi cried for a big brother. Minato took Natsumi instead and apologized, explaining that the child was reacting to Sabito's hair resembling Naruto's. Sabito left with Hiruzen, and Hiruzen told him afterward that the toddler had been Minato and Kushina's little sister. Sabito admitted he had not expected them to have another child and, thinking of the upcoming Chunin exams, said he would return to training. Hiruzen urged him to rest after the recent A-rank mission, and Sabito agreed to take a short break. Minato remembered a visit to the cemetery he had avoided for a long time because of his guilt. He had seen someone at Naruto's grave, Sabito paying his respects, and had almost confronted him, but instead he had overheard a conversation between Sabito and Kiyomi, Fugaku's daughter, before leaving. A few weeks later, Fugaku announced that the Chunin exams would be held soon and asked his team if they would participate. Mito and Kiyomi agreed immediately, while Yakumo hesitated, unsure if she was ready. Kiyomi reassured her that they could sit the exams another year if Yakumo preferred, and Mito offered encouragement as well. Yakumo, determined not to be left behind, decided to join. Fugaku promised to report their entries and to train them in preparation for the exams. The 3 kunoichi bumped fists in agreement and resolved to win. On the other side of the village, Kakashi's team waited for their sensei. Menma complained about Kakashi's habitual lateness, and Sasuke and Sakura shared the impatience that came from arriving early. Kakashi finally appeared through a swirl of leaves and explained that he had taken a detour to avoid what he joked was bad luck. He then informed the team that the Chunin exams were approaching and asked if they wanted to participate. Menma and Sasuke's sleepiness vanished. Sasuke said he could not pass up the opportunity as an Uchiha, and Menma declared that as the Hokage's son it was natural for him to join. Sakura was not as excited as the others. She thought that she had held back her teammates for as long as they had been a team and could not pass up the chance to catch up to them. She looked at Kakashi and told him that she would participate in the exams. Determination and the will to improve were etched into her mind. She was no longer the girl from months before who sought Sasuke's attention. Now she wanted to grow stronger to earn her teammates' respect. Menma and Sasuke smiled at her development. She had been annoying at first, but as they took on missions together she had recognized the gap between herself and them and worked to close it. Kakashi agreed to sign everyone up, vanished in a body flicker, and Team 7 parted ways, exhausted. At the training grounds behind the Sarutobi residence, Naruto trained relentlessly. He breathed heavily and pushed himself through precise, rapid slashes with his katana, practicing techniques he called the sun-breathing forms. His face showed an excitement and intensity none of his teachers had seen. He imagined all the notable figures who would attend the exams watching him prove himself. One day earlier, Naruto had been walking through an alley toward the Sarutobi residence when he overheard villagers talking about the upcoming Chunin exams. They mentioned that the fire daimyo and her family would attend, and Naruto listened closely to confirm the news. The information tightened his resolve, and he dashed to the residence with renewed determination. Back in the present, boulders were arranged around the training area, some as large as he was, some larger. Naruto set his stance and practiced the 9th form, the Dragon Sun Halo Head. Dance, slicing through the rocks with a single fluid motion and noting that he still had to increase his speed. He paused, cleared his mind, then executed the form again, cutting the stones cleanly. He admitted to himself that his speed had improved but remained insufficient. Exhaustion overtook him and he sank to his knees, surprised at how late it had become. He had been training since dawn. He decided to take a shower and get something to eat before returning to the Sarutobi residence to rest. At the Hokage Tower, Minato was under pressure. The upcoming Chunin exams had already increased his paperwork, and the news that the fire daimyo and her family would arrive for the event compounded the preparations. He worried about arranging accommodations worthy of such distinguished guests with only 3 days to prepare. A knock at the door announced the arrival of the third Hokage, Hiruzen, who handed Minato a thick scroll of mission reports and a letter of participation. Minato read the letter and learned that Sabito would enter the Chunin exams. Hiruzen assured him that Sabito, as his student, would put on a spectacular display. Minato smiled at the promise, then returned to his mountain of paperwork with a rueful thought about convincing Kushina he could finish in time. In an unknown location, the Fire Daimyo Morelia Q. Melromark sat at a round table, composed and authoritative. She was fair-skinned with purple hair cut to a bob and calm purple eyes. Cloaked and masked attendants surrounded her and presented their reports. One reported that the SLV sealing technique had not been located despite searches through temples built by the second Hokage. Morelia considered the information and ordered preparations for travel. Supplies should be packed for at least 3 months, and they would depart for Konoha to arrive in 3 days. The attendants bowed and began preparations. Back at the Fire Daimyo's capital, Morelia returned to her room and reviewed files listing Konoha's participants. She studied Team 7's record and noted that, as a rookie genin team, their mission completion was impressive, numerous D-rank missions and a few C-rank missions completed in 3 months. She observed the individual talents of Sasuke Uchiha and Menma Uzumaki Namikaze and noted that Sakura Haruno still had room to refine her skills. She turned the pages and assessed other teams as well, recognizing promising rosters and the familiar strengths and weaknesses of the generation before them. Morelia flipped to another file and noted that the team had been together for a year and must have grown stronger. She read the roster for Team 12 and observed that Mito Uzumaki Namikaze, Kiyomi Uchiha, and Yakumo Kurama had already completed an A-rank mission. She decided to keep a close watch on them, since they were clan heirs and showed the potential to surpass their predecessors. Tired from her earlier duties, Morelia reached the last page and froze. She read the record for Team 13, a one-person team with 60 D-rank, 3 C-rank, 2 B-rank, and 2 A-rank missions completed in only 3 months. Morelia widened her eyes at the name Sabito Rengoku, noted as a disciple of the third village leader and the top graduate of the academy with perfect scores. She studied his photo and felt a chill at the familiar tint of red hair. Morelia recalled her deepest regret. She had allowed the accusation against a young red-haired boy to stand because her daughter's testimony, supported by a fabricated witness, had sealed his downfall. Defending him then would have jeopardized her position as daimyo and risked the rise of other ambitious figures. She reminded herself that only the third village leader had seen the boy's face clearly. Morelia decided to observe Sabito. He might become an important ally if he shared the same visions as the village leader. She closed the files, turned out the lights, and let exhaustion take her. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze was the last thought on her mind as she left the documents on the desk. 3 weeks later, at the start of the Chunin exams, the 3 rookie women of Team 12 entered the exam building and moved toward the designated area. Yakumo pointed out that something felt off. Kiyomi commented that it seemed like an illusion, and Mito suggested they head to the upper floors. Before they could move, Menma appeared with Sakura and Sasuke. Menma greeted them cheerfully and proposed they go upstairs together. Mito agreed, and both teams ascended. On the stairs, Kiyomi asked Sasuke whether he had awakened the clan's eye ability yet. Sasuke admitted he had not and returned the question. Kiyomi closed her eyes and then opened them, revealing the clan's eye technique with a single comma-shaped mark. Menma cheered at the milestone, and Kiyomi explained that she had awakened it during their last mission when their lives had been in danger. She believed intense emotional states triggered the awakening. Sasuke recalled the night their clan had been attacked and asked whether Kiyomi had seen his eyes then. Kiyomi flinched at the memory but said she thought she had seen his right eye and remembered the one comma-shaped mark there. The left had been obscured. Sasuke promised to catch up, and Kiyomi replied with a teasing retort. They continued walking until Rock Lee, a rookie in green attire, suddenly stepped forward and challenged Sasuke to a sparring match. Sasuke asked who he was, and Lee declared himself and adopted his fighting stance. Kiyomi pulled at Sasuke's arm, urging them to hurry to the exams, but Sasuke declined and accepted the challenge. Menma bargained that if Sasuke lost, he would treat him to ramen. Sasuke agreed quietly and readied himself. Lee dashed forward with incredible speed. Sasuke barely managed to block a spinning hook kick that knocked him back several meters. Kiyomi, activating her eye technique, analyzed Lee's movements and observed that he had exceptional speed and strength but was using only hand-to-hand combat, no chakra-based techniques. Lee then performed a spinning wind attack that Sasuke failed to block. Sasuke began forming hand signs for a fire technique to turn the tide, but as Lee closed the distance, a puff of smoke erupted between them. A familiar voice warned that fighting in the building was prohibited and that they would be disqualified if a proctor had seen them. The three women recognized the voice and asked whether Sabito had also come to the exams. Naruto and a duplicate formed by his shadow movement technique restrained Sasuke and Lee briefly, and Lee admitted he had not reacted quickly enough. Sasuke muttered that it was the same person again as Naruto released them. Naruto said he was there to participate in the exams and reminded them the time was running out before disappearing with a flash step. Rock Lee called after him in vain. At that moment, Team Guy arrived. Tenten scolded Lee that they did not have time for distractions, grabbed his ear, and dragged him away while Neji followed. Before Kiyomi and the others entered the exam room, Menma teased Sasuke that he had been thoroughly beaten. Sasuke replied that the opponent had been strong in taijutsu and that he would have held his own if he had used ninjutsu, which brought a small chuckle from Kiyomi. The room fell quiet, but the atmosphere shifted. The other genin directed a palpable killing intent at the group. Sasuke, Menma, Kiyomi, and Mito met those stares and released their own intent, which instantly overwhelmed the others. The challengers fell silent and looked away, recognizing that these were not people to be trifled with. A teenage man with ash-gray hair warned the group that they should not make themselves targets. Menma asked who he was, and the man introduced himself as Kabuto Yakushi, explaining that he had been taking the exams for 7 years. Kiba approached and dismissed the idea that Kabuto might be weak, expressing confidence that he and his teammates would pass. Menma and Kiba exchanged a high five. Kabuto quietly offered information on some of the genin present. When asked, he produced small cards and applied chakra to them, causing maps and profiles to appear. He reported that Rock Lee specialized only in taijutsu and had completed 60 D rank and 11 C rank missions. Kiyomi and Mito exchanged a nod and asked Kabuto for details on Sabito Rengoku. Kabuto summoned another card and read the profile. Sabito Rengoku, a solo man squad genin from Team 13, specialized in taijutsu, kenjutsu, and ninjutsu. His accomplishments included 65 D-rank missions in his first month as a genin, moving up to higher-ranked missions in his second month, and reportedly completing those missions without sustaining any injuries. The room grew silent at the mention of those feats. One genin whispered that they did not want to mess with someone like that. Shikamaru muttered that it was troublesome and wondered how anyone could compete against such a prodigy. Team Guy listened in, and Neji and Tenten acknowledged that Sabito had perfect marks. Rock Lee announced with resolve that Sabito was the one he wanted to challenge, but Neji urged caution and suggested avoiding him during the exams if possible. Team 7 reacted with shock that a solo man squad had achieved so much. Sasuke noted the timing Sabito graduating as a genin in the same year as them, and Menma said he would keep an eye on him. Mito gave Menma a sharp, exasperated chop to the head and warned him not to do anything foolish, scolding him as if recalling Kushina's temper. Menma protested the blow, and Mito glared, certain that he would not merely observe but would likely provoke trouble. Sabito then appeared beside Kiyomi and Sasuke and casually rested an arm around Kiyomi's shoulder. Kabuto, surprised, admitted he had not realized how famous Sabito was and felt a bead of sweat at the unanticipated arrival. He could not sense Naruto and could not see how Sabito had moved. Kabuto thought Sabito might be trouble. Naruto asked Kabuto, with a teasing manner, if he could look up someone for him. Kiyomi stepped between them and pushed Naruto back, flustered and uncomfortable with the closeness. Naruto apologized and explained that the gesture was just a nervous habit. Kabuto, a little impatient, prompted Naruto to continue, and Naruto requested a profile on Gaara of the desert. Kabuto produced another card and applied chakra to it. He reported that Gaara of the Desert was a rookie genin with unknown D-rank mission details, 8 C-rank missions, and 1 B-rank mission completed. The mission reports noted that he had never been injured during those missions. The group fell quiet again. The earlier arrogance of some genin had faded in the presence of Menma and Mito. Many reconsidered their plans to participate. Naruto, intrigued and eager, said he could not wait to fight Gaara, though he also felt something ominous every time he looked at him. He returned to his spot and, without warning, suddenly lost consciousness and entered a meditative state. Inside Naruto's mindscape, he found himself bewildered and asked why he was there. Kurama, the fox spirit, appeared and explained that he had brought Naruto there to issue a warning. Kurama cautioned that Gaara was dangerous. He contained the one tail, and the presence of that tailed entity had left dark marks around Gaara's eyes that signaled severe insomnia. Kurama warned that this could make Gaara unstable and risk releasing the one tail unintentionally, and he advised Naruto to be careful. Naruto teased Kurama about developing a soft spot for him, and Kurama responded with an annoyed groan and a blunt comment that he would not tolerate Naruto's biological sibling if he were ever reincarnated as one. Kurama finished by telling Naruto not to die out there or he would deal with him himself, and then pushed Naruto out of the mindscape. Back in the exam hall, Naruto grimaced inwardly at the rude fox but gathered himself and resolved to see what Gaara could do. A proctor, later revealed as Ibiki Marino, shouted for everyone to sit down and announced that the first part of the exam would be a written portion. On top of the desk were answer sheets containing 9 questions. The proctor announced that everyone began with a perfect score of 10, that each wrong answer would deduct 1 point, and that the 10th question would come after the timer. He warned that being caught cheating would cost 2 points, asked if there were any questions, and then told them to begin. The candidates flipped their papers and started to read. Naruto studied the questions and noted they were beyond what most genin could answer. He judged them to be complex enough that even a chunin might struggle. He remembered lessons with his grandfather and the 3rd Hokage and felt no need to cheat. He picked up his pencil and began to write, moving quickly through the first problems. His speed caught the attention of the other genin teams. Kiyomi activated her Sharingan and began to copy Naruto's answers. Naruto noticed and decided to play a small prank. He paused, drew a little doodle at the edge of his paper, his masked face giving a thumbs up, and then resumed writing. Kiyomi reacted with irritation but continued to follow his hand movements. Naruto let her copy. He had trained hard with the Demon Slayer Corps for 4 years and then with Hiruzen Sarutobi for 2 years, and he felt confident in his abilities. He finished early and rested his head on the desk. Sakura observed him and could not hide her surprise at how quickly he had completed the exam. Ibiki Marino glanced at Naruto's paper and noticed that the answers to questions 1 and 6 were correct. He pulled up a participant file and read details silently. Sabito Rengoku, Team 13, the only genin in his team, with a record of notable missions and specialization in ninjutsu, kenjutsu, and taijutsu. The file also noted that Sabito had been a disciple of the 3rd Hokage. Ibiki felt that something about the genin did not add up, though he could not say why. 30 minutes later, the proctors began eliminating participants one by one. Some candidates complained about the difficulty and the restraints, others panicked. Naruto observed that this year's genin seemed stronger compared to the previous year. The proctor then called time and explained the rule for the 10th question. Candidates could choose to take it or withdraw. Declaring withdrawal would remove them from the current exam but allow them to try again next year. Attempting the question and answering incorrectly would mean remaining a genin forever. The proctor asked those who wanted to withdraw to raise their hands. A number of candidates quietly raised their hands and were eliminated. Naruto raised his hand for a moment, prompting surprised looks from nearby Leaf Shinobi and a raised eyebrow from Ibiki, but then he put his hand down and made it clear that they were here to become chunin, not to resign themselves to remaining genin. His declaration loosened the tension in the room and seemed to bolster the others' resolve. After a pause, no one else raised their hands. Ibiki announced that, since no one chose to withdraw, all remaining shinobi had passed. He explained that the 10th question had been designed to test the candidate's willingness to face unknown enemies and risks for the sake of the village. Before he could say more, someone burst into the room through a window. Anko Mitarashi announced that she would serve as the second proctor for the next portion of the exams. Some of the genin exchanged looks at her abrupt entrance. Anko, slightly embarrassed at the timing, reminded everyone to be at the assigned grounds the next morning. The candidates left the building. Naruto walked the hallways, considering whether to train or conserve his energy for the following day. A group of grass shinobi passed in the opposite direction. Naruto sensed a presence nearby, focused on a slim-bodied shinobi among them, and his instincts warned him that the man might be dangerous. He recalled his grandfather's advice that something felt off about the movements between villages and the rumors about the one-tailed Jinchuriki and a strange man. He kept walking, uneasy with the thought but determined to stay alert. Naruto thought he would have to keep an eye on them. The next day, Naruto and the other participants gathered at the designated examination grounds. He watched Gaara and a mysterious grass ninja before Anko appeared. Anko cleared her throat and announced that this year's exam would be different. Cameras had been installed throughout the Forest of Death and spectators from across the lands would be watching. She produced a stack of papers and the Chunin assistants distributed them for all participants to sign. After everyone had signed, Anko explained the objective: the Heaven and Earth scrolls had to be obtained to pass, and reviewed the rules. Each genin was given a random scroll, either Heaven or Earth, and assigned a gate of entry into the forest. Anko then declared the second portion of the exam open. All the genin dashed into the forest beneath the towering trees. Naruto used a body flicker to settle on a branch and waited for an opportunity. Team Guy moved cautiously. Niji warned that they should avoid Sabito because his chakra had been enormous when Niji had used his Byakugan earlier. Tenten and Lee agreed that if Sabito could complete an A-rank mission alone, he would be a dangerous opponent and should be evaded. On Team 12, Kiyomi asked Mito if she could sense anyone nearby. Mito closed her eyes and concentrated, reporting that she did not sense anyone close. Kiyomi and Yakumo breathed a sigh of relief and quietly appreciated having a natural sensor among them. On Team 7, Sasuke checked that Menma and Sakura knew the password. Menma confirmed and asked whether their appearances had been checked. Sakura had verified them and asked if anyone was approaching. Menma reported that it had been relatively quiet, and Sakura marked a nearby tree with a kunai. Team 8 felt uneasy. Kiba noted that someone was tailing them, and Shino confirmed that his insects had detected movement. Hinata said her Byakugan had seen several rain shinobi perched in a tree above them. Kiba smirked and mentioned that he had prepared a trap, confident the intruders would trigger it because of nearby konoha leeches. In a nearby bush, Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji hid with a team directly in front of them. Shikamaru reminded Ino and Choji of their formation, and both nodded. Naruto meditated in the treetops until a shout from Team 8 carried through the forest. He rose and taunted that there was no point in hiding when they were so easy to find, then dropped down. Two genin teams, hiding nearby, surrounded him. One of the hidden genin sneered at him, but Naruto promptly body flickered in front of the speaker and announced that he had found him. Naruto confronted the attackers with swift, decisive moves. He launched a kick that sent the first attacker crashing through branches. The genin was knocked unconscious and badly injured. Others screamed and hurled kunai and shuriken, but Naruto vanished and reappeared before one of the throwers, delivering an axe kick that drove the attacker into the ground with a shock of force. The remaining four assailants, terrified, drew their kunai and rushed him in pairs. Naruto moved with blinding speed, appearing near the last two, who were the group's healers and kunoichi, and incapacitated them without graphic injury, leaving them collapsed and unable to continue. From the spectator feed, Morelia watched Naruto's performance with growing interest. She acknowledged that the reports of his accomplishments were accurate. He was stronger than many genin who had taken the exams. Seeing his red hair up close, she wondered whether he might be connected to the Uzumaki family. Her children, Malty and the younger Melty, approached. Malty asked who the boy was while Melty observed silently. Morelia identified him as a genin from Konoha, and Malty, studying the screen, thought he resembled a demon. Naruto walked among the fallen and drew his katana again. Two kunoichi rushed forward, pressing themselves between him and their injured teammates and begging for mercy. Naruto paused to consider them. He told them he would accept a deal. If they handed over the Earth Scroll, he would spare them. He had only drawn the blade to intimidate, he intended to spare them. The kunoichi sighed in relief but still trembled as she handed the scroll. Naruto placed it into his storage scroll, passed her, and instructed her to return to the gate where Chunin were on standby to rescue any shinobi stranded after the 5 days. He then disappeared in a swirl of leaves. The speakers near the cameras announced that Team 26 and Team 28 were out, eliminated by Team the participants froze. Kiyomi realized Naruto already had the scrolls. Mito noted that he was not messing around this time. Yakumo looked to her teammates and asked if they sensed any teams nearby. Mito reported sensing 2 teams, one being Sasuke's and the other random. The 3 resumed their movement. Naruto registered the announcement with mild confusion and realized the exam administrators were broadcasting team eliminations. He understood they were being watched. Turning his gaze toward one of the cameras, he fixed it with a look that made Minato Namikaze shiver. The gaze from behind the mask felt cold yet strangely familiar. Naruto smirked behind the mask, performed a single hand seal, and summoned multiple shadow clones that spread in all directions. He vanished from the area and headed toward the tower, moving quickly to finish the exam. Naruto recalled that the 3rd Hokage had asked him to watch for anything suspicious during the tests. He kept an eye on the grass shinobi he had passed the day before and on Gaara of the Desert, host of the one-tailed beast. He intended to keep them under close observation. At the tower, Minato watched the Chunin exams with particular interest in Naruto. He observed how Naruto decisively defeated 2 genin teams from the hidden waterfall village, a small but formidable contingent. Minato considered Hiruzen's earlier comment and wondered what lay behind the young shinobi's mask. He detected a large, strong chakra signature and noted the red hair, which suggested a possible Uzumaki connection and a potential relation to Kushina. Naruto remained a mystery worth watching. Hiruzen watched Naruto as well, pride softening his expression. He was pleased with how strong his student had become at such a young age and believed Naruto would surpass predecessors. Even so, Hiruzen kept a close eye on the grass, sand, and sound shinobi, noting that the 3 groups had not yet made a decisive move and trusting that Naruto was watching closely too. Sasuke's team was engaged in an altercation with a genin squad from the hidden rain village. Menma and Sasuke dealt with the 3 opponents while Sakura provided support by hurling shuriken and kunai. 2 of the rain genin were incapacitated and the last one was cornered. Seeing his teammates defeated, he chose to surrender and offered his scroll. Menma stepped forward and took the scroll, explaining that if a shinobi was alive but unable to continue, they could return to the start where a medic team waited. Sasuke agreed, and Team 7 withdrew from the combat area. The broadcast announced Team 29 eliminated by Team 7, and the defeated team began to limp back toward the starting point. 10 minutes later the ground trembled and a large snake appeared unexpectedly. The team's expressions went wide with alarm. The 2 injured genin who supported their healthy comrade could not move. In a rapid, fluid motion the snake surged forward and swept the 3 of them away, leaving the scene silent and empty where they had stood. A faint, malicious chuckle echoed through the trees. Menma's ear twitched. He glanced back but saw no one. He asked if anyone else had heard a laugh, but Sasuke and Sakura had not. Menma dismissed his unease as an animal sound and moved on. Team 12 felt pressure from a band of opponents surrounding them. Mito checked with Kiyomi and Yakumo, and they acknowledged their plan. The surrounding genin readied their kunai and believed the trio would be easy pickings. As they prepared to attack, a shuriken appeared and struck one genin in the leg, dropping him. The 3 kunoichi revealed themselves. Kiyomi delivered a swift kick that knocked out the genin who had launched the shuriken. Another genin screamed for his comrades, but Mito stepped forward. He swung his kunai, but Mito dodged and unleashed a punch taught to her by Tsunade. Though her chakra control was not yet perfect, the strike sent him tumbling into a tangle of tree branches with a dramatic, anime-like flair. The final genin leaped back and looked down to discover the 3 kunoichi he had tried to ambush were only shadow clones of the red-haired shinobi. Yakumo performed a series of precise hand seals and activated an illusion that bound the surprised genin to a tree. While he thought he might be trapped by genjutsu, Yakumo seized the moment and struck him in the gut, forcing the wind out of him and leaving him nearly unconscious. He crumpled to the ground, clutching his stomach, and Yakumo pinned him and retrieved the scroll. She noted that the scroll was a heaven scroll. They needed an earth scroll, so this victory did not advance their goal. Yakumo signaled to Kiyomi and Mito that there was no luck with this team and urged them to keep moving. Mito and Kiyomi complained about the wasted effort of setting up a trap and resumed traveling in hopes of finding other teams. After 15 minutes with no sign of anyone, Mito sensed Team 7 nearby and noted that she could sense Sasuke, Sakura, and Menma approaching. Team 7 landed on a nearby branch. Menma waved in greeting. Sasuke asked whether Team 12 had any luck with their scroll. Kiyomi answered that the team they had just fought possessed a heaven scroll. Sakura reported that Team 7 had already secured their scroll and were heading to the tower. Yakumo cautioned them to stay safe as they prepared to part ways. The tower speakers then announced that Sabito Rengoku had entered the tower and set a new record, finishing in 55 minutes. Team 7 reacted with shock and frustration, Menma lamenting that the newcomer had taken the record they had hoped for. Team 12 shared their surprise at someone finishing so quickly and felt they needed to step up their game for the next phases of the exam. 30 meters away, Orochimaru, disguised as the grass shinobi, watched with a raised eyebrow and a smirk. He considered the mysterious Sabito Rengoku, who had shattered his own record of 7 hours and 15 minutes, and resolved to be wary of anyone powerful enough to do that. Orochimaru performed hand seals and unleashed a wind-style technique, sending a strong gust tearing through trees and grass and shaking the ground. The blast was aimed at Kiyomi and Sasuke, and it struck with force, separating the two teams. Mito and Menma were flung together in one direction while Yakumo, Sakura, Sasuke, and Kiyomi remained on the branch. Sakura cried out in alarm and Kiyomi, annoyed, vowed to find whoever was responsible. Sasuke agreed and resolved to track the culprit. Yakumo and Sakura stepped out from the branch to stretch and noticed that Mito and Menma were missing. They concluded the two must have been blasted away and set out to find them. Team 10 had secured their scroll in an unusual way by hiding in a single bush and waiting to ambush another team, but Niji Hyuga had suddenly intervened and defeated the other squad, leaving them empty-handed. Niji then noticed the Inoshikacho trio nearby and called on them to reveal themselves. Shikamaru, irritated by the trouble, reminded the others of their plan. Ino and Choji pretended to gush over Niji in a playful attempt to distract him, and Choji asked for an autograph in that vein. Ino then tried a different approach to get his attention, offering a sincere compliment. Niji, unmoved, told them to leave and made it clear that trying to steal a scroll from the three of them would be embarrassing. The trio retreated into the bush again, frustrated. Team 8 Hinata, Kiba, and Shino traveled through the woods searching for the tower, relieved that they had the exact scroll they needed. Hinata's thoughts briefly turned to wondering how Menma was faring. As they crept along, they hid and watched a fight unfold in a small clearing, Gaara's team against Genin from the Rain Village. The Rain leader launched a Senbon rainstorm technique, but Gaara's sand defenses intercepted the attack and blocked the projectiles. Gaara extended his control over the sand to envelop the three opponents and seized the scroll. The Rain Genin begged for mercy, but Gaara used his sand to decisively defeat them in a sudden, dramatic action without graphic detail. Kiba, Shino, and Hinata were horrified by Gaara's overwhelming presence. Akamaru hid close to Kiba, and Hinata shivered at the intensity of what they had witnessed. Gaara paused, sensing another nearby team and noticing their fear. He turned toward the bush where Team 8 was hiding, prompting the trio to cover their mouths to stay silent. Kankuro urged Gaara to hurry to the tower, reminding him of their mission. After a tense exchange, Gaara agreed, and both teams left the clearing and headed toward the tower. Inside the tower, Naruto sat in a room with the third Hokage beside him, preparing for what would come next. Hiruzen asked Sabito for any reports, using the nickname in public to avoid suspicion. Naruto reported that the grass, sound, and sand villages had not made a move and that his shadow clones were monitoring the forest, but the 10 by 10 kilometer area made it difficult to pinpoint the three missing Genin teams. Hiruzen nodded and instructed them to report any new information. Naruto relaxed but remained focused on gathering intel. Kiyomi and the others called for Mito and Menma as they searched, 10 minutes passing with no answer. Convinced their teammates had not simply died, they kept looking until the nearby bushes began to rustle. A figure stepped out that looked like Menma, but suspicion rippled through the group. Sasuke ordered the figure to stop. The figure paused and asked what they wanted, prompting Sasuke to draw a kunai. Sakura and the others followed suit. Sasuke demanded a password. The figure recited a poetic line about a ninja striking when the enemy sleeps. Sasuke corrected the phrasing and supplied the password, causing the figure to grin. The transformation jutsu dissolved, revealing the grass shinobi Naruto had sensed earlier. The shinobi produced an earth scroll and then swallowed it whole, earning shocked looks from Kiyomi and Yakumo. He covered his face with a wide straw hat but revealed eyes that locked onto the 4 genins. A chilling killing intent radiated from him and froze them in place. Sasuke saw, in those eyes, a horrible echo of his brother from 5 years ago when the clan had been destroyed. Kiyomi felt as if she were being killed several times in that instant. Sakura sank to her knees and began to cry, overwhelmed. Yakumo felt certain she had died when those eyes turned to her. Sasuke fell to the ground briefly, sickened, then wiped himself and tried to steady his thoughts. Both Uchiha struggled to move under the weight of that presence. Kiyomi thought the presence dwarfed even Zabuza and Sabito, placing this shinobi on an entirely different level. Anko Mitarashi was sitting on a large stone, enjoying a snack and a drink, when 2 Chunin approached her with urgent news. Reluctant at first, she agreed to go with them. At a nearby cemetery she found 3 genins from the grass who were disturbingly altered beyond recognition. Anko immediately suspected Orochimaru. She told the Chunin to report to the Hokage at once and to inform Minato that Orochimaru might be involved, then hurried back toward the Chunin exams. Back with teams 12 and 7, Sasuke and Kiyomi trembled uncontrollably while Yakumo and Sakura knelt, one weeping and the other staring blankly. Kiyomi, forcing herself to act, stabbed a kunai into her thigh to steady the shaking long enough to touch Sasuke and help him regain some control. She unleashed a barrage of kunai and shuriken, but the attacks disintegrated a few feet from the man, turning to dust in midair. He remained unmoved, his control over the surrounding elements absolute. With a dismissive tone, he extended a hand and the roots and vines of the trees writhed into a thorny cage that trapped them. Yakumo recognized the technique as tree bind death and noted, to herself, that this was not a genjutsu. The man then identified himself as Orochimaru and declared that Sasuke and Kiyomi were the vessels he had been searching for. He extended his palm and a swarm of small viper-like snakes shot forth at startling speed toward Yakumo. Kiyomi lunged, pushing Yakumo out of the way and taking the brunt of the attack. Several bites struck her arm and leg. Venom began to slow her movements and sap her strength. Yakumo reacted in horror at Kiyomi's sacrifice. Sasuke watched Kiyomi fall and felt a fierce rage flare within him. His Sharingan spun faster, evolving as a new intensity burned behind his eyes. He moved with renewed speed, throwing kunai infused with a spark of lightning chakra to force Orochimaru to defend. That diversion gave Sasuke the opening he needed. Closing the distance, his hand crackled with pure lightning as he channeled his Chidori and moved it forward, aiming straight at Orochimaru's chest. Orochimaru's eyes widened in genuine surprise. This was an advanced jutsu, one that few genin could ever hope to master. He twisted his body, barely avoiding a direct hit, but the lightning still grazed his side, scorching him and leaving him reeling. Orochimaru hissed that Sasuke was impressive, though not enough. He moved swiftly and, before anyone could stop him, applied a curse seal to Sasuke. Black markings spread across Sasuke's body and his chakra surged wildly. He collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Sakura screamed and tried to rush to Sasuke's side, but the sight of her convulsing teammate and the overwhelming terror of Orochimaru's presence froze her in place. Kiyomi, despite the venom already coursing through her veins, struggled to her feet. Her Sharingan remained active and she could see the raw power awakening within Sasuke and the agonizing pain it caused. She knew they could not win this fight as they were. Kiyomi urged the others to retreat, calling for Yakumo and Sakura to get Sasuke and run. Orochimaru laughed, a chilling, guttural sound, and taunted them as trapped mice in his playground. He performed hand signs and unleashed a new technique he called Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Dozens of snakes burst from his sleeves and slithered across the ground and up into the trees, surrounding the remaining genin. They moved fast and in numbers, blocking every escape route. Sakura, her tears blurring her vision, refused to let her teammates die. She hoisted Sasuke onto her back with a desperate strength and called for Yakumo to help Kiyomi. Yakumo, though terrified, supported the weakened Kiyomi as the snakes closed in, their movements predatory. Orochimaru savored their desperation and advanced, delighted by their fear. Just as the snakes prepared to strike, a blinding flash of red and gold light erupted from the forest. Menma, hair spiky and eyes blazing with rage, and Mito with long red hair landed in the clearing. Menma immediately unleashed a Rasengan into the ground, the resulting shockwave sending Orochimaru's snakes flying backward and dispersing them in a dramatic, explosive display. Mito rushed to Kiyomi's side and began channeling medical chakra to stabilize her and neutralize the venom. Sakura breathed with relief at the arrival of Menma and Mito. Orochimaru mocked Menma, calling him a brat, but Menma charged forward and forced Orochimaru onto the defensive with a series of quick, powerful strikes. Seeing Menma and Mito engaged with the enemy, Yakumo could not stand idly by. She asked Kiyomi if she could still fight. Despite her weakness, Kiyomi nodded and her Sharingan evolved further. Yakumo cast a demonic illusion that caused trees to spring up and wrap around Orochimaru's limbs, binding him in place while Menma distracted him. Kiyomi gathered a final burst of energy, infused shuriken with lightning-style chakra, and launched them at the immobilized Orochimaru. The electrically charged weapons struck him, and his expression turned to fury as he shattered the genjutsu and the vines with an explosive surge of chakra. Orochimaru's disguise slipped to reveal pale skin, serpentine golden eyes, and black markings along his face. The clash left Menma, Yakumo, and Kiyomi battered and exhausted. Menma was sent flying by a powerful counterblow, and Yakumo and Kiyomi were both knocked unconscious by a gust that drained their chakra. Orochimaru advanced toward the unconscious Kiyomi with an ominous intent. Before he could act further, Menma leapt at him in a blur of red and gold, striking fiercely. Menma landed a series of furious blows, but Orochimaru's unnaturally flexible body twisted to avoid the worst. With a casual flick, Orochimaru sent Menma crashing into a tree, knocking him unconscious. Orochimaru moved toward Kiyomi again, reaching for her in a threatening way. At that moment a high-speed projectile struck Orochimaru, severely injuring his arm and forcing him to recoil. The impact also moved Kiyomi to a safer distance. A masked swordsman was revealed where the projectile had come from. He carried Kiyomi gently to safety and administered an antidote and medical aid. He noted that the antidote he carried, prepared from trusted medicine, would help. After stabilizing her, he stood a short distance away and watched Orochimaru warily. Mito concentrated her chakra and continued performing medical jutsu to heal the wounded genin as best she could. Team 12 and Team 7 watched as the scene settled and the immediate threat was pushed back. Naruto and Orochimaru stood in a small clearing while the others recovered. Orochimaru remarked that he had known they were strong but had not expected them to strike without being detected, and he questioned whether they were truly only genin. Orochimaru grinned and assessed that Naruto was, at best, a high-ranking ninja while Naruto shed his skin to regenerate his lost arm. Naruto scratched the back of his head, pretending to be flattered, but behind his mask his face remained focused and calculating. Mito widened her eyes at the mention of a legendary 3, realizing this must be the Orochimaru the sage and Lady Tsunade had talked about. Naruto watched Orochimaru, who, from his previous fight, showed almost no signs of injury aside from a few burns on his clothes, proof he had fought and defeated 5 opponents. He took in more of the scene. No cameras were installed in the area, and Mito and Sakura had not been fighting but were focused on tending to the badly wounded Yakumo, Kiyomi, Menma, and Sasuke. Naruto noted that Orochimaru still did not look tired, as one would expect from a leader-level ninja. Orochimaru thought that Naruto might be an idiot on the surface but a serious shinobi underneath, and his wariness was justified. Orochimaru then produced an earth scroll and tossed it toward Mito and Sakura. Mito hesitated, looking dejected at the thought of accepting a scroll from an enemy. Naruto told Mito to keep the scroll, explaining that Orochimaru was not part of the exam and implying grimly that one fewer student of the third village leader might remain after this battle. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow and questioned whether Naruto truly believed he could take him down. Naruto revealed a figure in the bushes, Anko Mitarashi. Anko immediately confronted Orochimaru, calling out his status as a dangerous criminal from Konoha and preparing several throwing needles in her hand. As she began her attack, Orochimaru shot out his long, powerful tongue toward her. Anko dodged through the trees, but the tongue followed and grabbed her arm, dragging her down. She landed as best she could and extended her left arm, unleashing multiple shadow snakes from her sleeves that barreled toward Orochimaru. He dodged but had to let his tongue go. Orochimaru launched into the air and began to form a technique, wind style, great breakthrough, aimed at Anko. Naruto stepped in front of her and used water breathing, 11th form, dead calm, standing perfectly still as the wind attack split into two streams that veered away and tore through numerous trees. Orochimaru landed on a branch, and Naruto noted that he was only warming up after passing the first test. Anko, surprised at Naruto's strength, wondered aloud whether he was really a rookie ninja. Naruto told her to keep attacking while he adjusted. Anko cracked her knuckles and dashed at Orochimaru again, releasing a dozen shadow snakes from both sleeves. Orochimaru countered with the same technique. The snakes clashed with no clear victor. Unseen by Orochimaru, Naruto moved behind him with his blade ready. Orochimaru realized he could not sense Naruto and wondered what was happening as Naruto executed water breathing, first form, water surface slash. Orochimaru managed to bring his blade up from his mouth to block the strike. Naruto followed with flame breathing, fifth form, flame tiger, delivering a descending strike accompanied by a flaming tiger. Surprised by the unfamiliar swordsmanship, Orochimaru attempted to defend with his blade but was sent flying through the trees, causing significant damage to the surrounding woods. Inside Naruto, Kurama observed the scene calmly. Kurama noted the audacity of challenging a member of the legendary Three so early, but agreed that the plan might work. Orochimaru was cornered for the moment. If he expended too much chakra, he might alert the fourth's sensory abilities and risk exposing himself. If Orochimaru did go all out, Naruto's role would be to stall long enough for the third and fourth village leaders to arrive, with the help of a high-ranking ninja, and by the necessary time. Orochimaru emerged from the wreckage and, liking his lips, remarked on Naruto's strength and potential as a vessel. His mouth widened in an unusual display, like a snake shedding its skin. Then Orochimaru clicked his tongue in annoyance as he sensed the nearby approach of the third and fourth village leaders. Deciding to cut the encounter short, he began to sink into the ground in order to escape. Anko leapt at him with a throwing dagger, but Orochimaru had fully submerged before she could strike. Frustrated that he got away again, Anko shouted in exasperation, while Naruto quietly exhaled in relief. Naruto thought that if Orochimaru had been serious, both of them might have died. The circumstances had favored them this time. He felt frustrated at being outmatched. Naruto recognized his own strength as beyond Kakashi's but still far below Orochimaru's. He told himself that he needed more training to challenge even one of the Sannin. They might be disagreeable, but their power was not to be underestimated. The third and fourth Hokage arrived, and Minato called out urgently for the children. Menma opened his eyes and called for his father weakly, still recovering from the fight. Minato smiled to see his children were not fighting for their lives, though Sasuke looked the worst of the group. Minato asked with concern what had happened to Sasuke. Naruto explained that it had been Orochimaru's doing, that a snake had bitten Sasuke's shoulder and a dark mark had appeared near his neck. Hiruzen instructed Sabito to report the incident later and asked someone to take the injured Minato. He reminded them that, under the rules of the Chunin exams, participants could still pass if any outside interference was reported. Minato gathered everyone's hands. Naruto carried the unconscious Kiyomi and secured Sasuke on his back. Minato then teleported them to the tower and requested Tsunade Senju's presence. Once Naruto had settled both Uchiha in the infirmary, he and Hiruzen pulled back from the group. Hiruzen sealed the room for privacy and asked Naruto to report his findings. Naruto recounted everything: Orochimaru's suspected involvement in his impersonation of a Chunin exam participant, the recent activity of Sound and Sand Shinobi, the missing cameras in a specific area of the forest, and Orochimaru's particular interest in the Uchiha twins. He also noted Orochimaru's long-standing resentment toward the Leaf and the Grass Village's role in proposing that the Chunin exams be held in Konoha. Hiruzen considered the report and admitted that Orochimaru had become a significant threat. He reflected that perhaps he should have dealt with Orochimaru long ago but could not dwell on it further. He thanked Naruto for the information and told him to rest for the next 5 days. Naruto bowed respectfully to the old Kage and left. Alone, Hiruzen worried that, given his age, Orochimaru had grown stronger than he was. He acknowledged that Minato, currently the strongest Hokage, would face future challenges, and that Orochimaru might yet reveal dangerous plans. He glanced toward the door Naruto had left through and thought of the sacrifices made for Konoha's prosperity. Naruto left the office of the third Hokage and wandered the tower to pass the time. Bored and unable to train, he explored floor by floor until he entered the infirmary. Expecting to find members of Team 7 and Team, he went to the first room and found Team 12's space: 3 beds, 2 occupied and 1 empty. Fugaku and Mito were nearby. Mito sat watching over her 2 teammates, though she appeared tired and on the verge of sleep. Yukumo had simply dozed off. Kiyomi remained unconscious but was much improved thanks to the antivenom prepared by Shinobu and Kane and administered by Naruto. Fugaku addressed him as Sabito. Naruto responded shyly that it had been a few days, scratching the back of his head. Fugaku approached, bowed his head, and thanked Sabito, saying that if he had not arrived when he did, his children might have died. Naruto blushed and protested that he had only been in the right place at the right time. Fugaku lifted his head and, with a small smile, explained that he had heard from the third Hokage that Sabito had sensed Orochimaru and acted without hesitation to save his team and Sasuke. He said he was eternally indebted. Before Fugaku could say more, Mito spoke and joined them, greeting them warmly. Naruto bowed to the woman who was one of Konoha's prominent jonin, known by her nickname. Mito noted how well-mannered he was and, with a gentle, teasing smile, suggested that her daughter would appreciate company. She invited him to dinner at the Uchiha district, offering a maternal warmth as she clasped his hands briefly. Naruto felt an unexpected warmth from the gesture and agreed hesitantly. Fugaku rose to visit his son Sasuke. Mito expressed that the invitation was perfect, and Naruto began to walk toward the door. He announced that he would be taking his leave and did not want to disturb anyone. Then Mikoto smiled at him and waved goodbye. Naruto closed the infirmary doors and began to walk out, puzzled by a warmth he could not name. He wondered what that feeling had been: an unexpected, comforting heat that felt even warmer than when he had been in the Demon Slayer Corps. Still confused, he hurried back to his quarters. He felt a sudden mental exhaustion like never before, lay down on his bed, and told himself that sleep would help before drifting off. 2 days before the preliminaries, Kiyomi sat upright and was embraced by her mother. Mikoto expressed relief that Kiyomi had woken. Kiyomi asked where Sasuke was, and Mikoto explained that Sasuke was undergoing the 4th sealing technique to suppress Orochimaru's curse mark. Kiyomi relaxed on the bed with a sigh of relief and thanked the others in her thoughts. Mikoto warned that without Sabito's intervention, Kiyomi might have suffered the same fate as Sasuke. Kiyomi reflected on Sabito's strength and resolved that she would catch up to Sasuke one day and defeat him. Mikoto teased Kiyomi about having a crush on Sasuke, and Kiyomi blushed and denied it, insisting she would focus on her shinobi career and becoming a Chunin first. Mikoto smiled and warned her not to take too long, hinting that someone might come along and change things. In the sealing chamber, the 4th performed the dangerous sealing technique. The seal depended on the strength of Sasuke's will, and the curse mark resisted, making the procedure longer and more agonizing than anticipated. Sasuke endured the long, intense process until the seal finally held. Orochimaru then appeared in the room and taunted the fourth, still bitter about not becoming Hokage. The fourth replied that Orochimaru had not changed, and prepared to defend the village if necessary, grasping his tri-pronged kunai. Orochimaru backed away, laughed, and warned that Konoha would one day fall to him before sinking into the floor and disappearing. The fourth relaxed when Orochimaru's presence vanished, wiped sweat from his brow, and took Sasuke to the infirmary. At the preliminaries, every genin team gathered in the center of the tower. The Hokage sat in his booth in his robes, accompanied by Altcray, Malty, Melty, and Borrelia. Kushina stood below, eager to watch the children compete. 25 contestants remained from the original 123 who had started the Chunin exams. The fourth congratulated everyone who had come this far and announced that the next portion would be a preliminaries round designed to cut the field roughly in half. He added that those who did not feel ready could withdraw and take the next Chunin exams instead. Kabuto Yakushi surprised everyone by announcing his forfeit and leaving, stunning the other genin. Naruto watched him go with suspicion and made a mental note to speak with the third Hokage later, and Hiruzen signaled that they would meet afterward. Hayate Gecko introduced himself as the proctor of the preliminaries, and all the jonin and contestants stepped aside as a large screen displayed the upcoming matchups. An hour later, Naruto and Hiruzen stood together watching the first rounds. Sasuke's match against Yoroi had been one-sided, having rested for 4 days. Sasuke was in peak condition and defeated Yoroi easily. The next match between Zaku and Shino was close, but Shino's strategy gave him the upper hand. Zaku suffered significant injury to his arm from the clash of their techniques, leaving him unable to continue. The following round paired teammates Yakumo and Kiyomi. Before the match, both women exchanged a brief, friendly challenge, and they fist-bumped to show their mutual respect. The proctor asked if they were ready and then signaled the start. Kiyomi activated her 2-tomo Sharingan and dashed forward to test her new ability. Yakumo kept her distance and retaliated with a volley of shuriken and kunai, but Kiyomi anticipated the attacks with her Sharingan and avoided them. Kiyomi mentally noted how she could see and predict Yakumo's movements. Taijutsu remained Yakumo's weakness despite improvements. Kiyomi closed the distance quickly, delivered a powerful kick to Yakumo's head that was partially blocked but left Yakumo off balance, and relentlessly pressed the attack. When Yakumo tried to regain her footing, Kiyomi struck her in the stomach and sent her airborne. Clenching her stomach from the pain, Yakumo formed a set of hand seals, slow and strained. Kiyomi's Sharingan tracked the movement and concluded that Yakumo intended to perform a tree-binding genjutsu. Kiyomi noted the signature and began a hand seal of her own. Faster in casting jutsu, Kiyomi activated Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. The fireball barreled toward Yakumo, forcing her to abandon the hand seals and dodge. The explosion filled the arena with smoke and debris, and Kiyomi seized the opening to press her attack. Yakumo slipped into the smoke and drew 2 kunai, preparing to counter, but she did not notice Kiyomi already behind her. Kiyomi secured a kunai at Yakumo's throat, ending the confrontation. Yakumo sighed, dropped her kunai, and raised her arms in surrender, smiling despite her disappointment. The proctor announced Kiyomi Uchiha as the winner of the third round, and both shinobi returned to their stalls. Several matches later, the genin were impressed. Kiyomi had advanced into a class of her own and had earned a second tomo in her Sharingan. She had grown considerably stronger. Yakumo, though defeated, still received applause from the jonin. It was simply her misfortune to face the season's standout kunoichi. Kiba Inuzuka faced Menma Uzumaki Namikaze next. Menma won as expected, demonstrating his position among the top students, though Kiba displayed noticeable development with his clan's beast mimicry before being taken down by Menma's Rasengan. The match between Ino and Sakura ended in a draw. Tsunade, watching from the crowd, recognized Sakura's potential and noted her nearly perfect chakra control, deciding to consider her for future training alongside Mito and perhaps Kiyomi Uchiha. The following match was between the Hyuga heirs. Niji and Hinata stepped forward and exchanged a brief, tense exchange before the bout. Niji observed the honor of the confrontation and tested Hinata's resolve. Hinata replied that she had trained hard and would not hold back, determined to catch up and one day surpass him and reach Menma's level. The proctor commenced the fight. Niji and Hinata began on even footing, trading palm strikes and evasions. The back and forth continued until both targeted each other's chakra points simultaneously. Hinata's left arm went limp while Niji's left arm throbbed with numbness, but he pushed through the pain. The struggle wore on until Niji secured the victory, though he sustained injuries to his left arm and parts of his right leg and stomach. Hinata was left unconscious. The proctor declared Niji Hyuga the winner. The next match was Rock Lee vs. Sabito Rengoku. Hayate announced that Sabito Rengoku and Rock Lee should come down to the stage, coughing into his sleeve. The arena hushed, tension thick in the air as all eyes turned to the fighters. Under the guise of Sabito Rengoku, Naruto descended from the balcony and landed in the center with a controlled calm that drew attention. Rock Lee landed opposite him with a heavier thud, his green jumpsuit taut and his eyes burning with resolve. Rock Lee made it clear that he had wanted a rematch after being stopped 5 days earlier and declared his intent to prove himself as the greatest taijutsu specialist, carrying the spirit ignited by his sensei, Might Guy. Some nobles scoffed and dismissed the sight of a youth in a jumpsuit. Alt Cray reacted with disdain while Malty laughed derisively at the perceived absurdity. Others whispered that the boy looked weak and assumed the fight would be brief. Melty watched in quiet curiosity. Morelia observed both fighters silently, though her attention lingered on Naruto, whose presence felt unusual. Among the genin, opinions split. Sakura cheered Lee on with visible support. Ino found Lee ridiculous but maintained that Sabito's unnerving calm was noteworthy, and Shino remarked on Rengoku's measured breathing and unusual stamina control. Kiba and Akamaru were intrigued, calling attention to Lee's speed and the strange composure of Rengoku. Temari noted the red-haired fighter's unfamiliar style, and Kankuro commented on the practiced way he held his sword. Gaara watched Naruto with a cold, unreadable intensity. On the balcony, Kakashi tilted his head and expected an interesting contest. Might Guy's grin widened with pride as he urged Lee silently to show his heart. Asuma noted the kid's guts with guarded curiosity, while Kurenai hoped he would not push himself too far. Naruto unsheathed his katana, the steel catching the light as the match was about to begin. Hayate called for the fighters to come down. The arena hushed as everyone turned toward the chosen combatants. Naruto, under the guise of Sabito Rengoku, descended smoothly from the balcony and landed in the center without a sound. His presence was calm but carried a weight that drew every gaze. Opposite him, Rock Lee landed with a heavy thud, his green jumpsuit tight against his frame and his eyes burning with resolve. Lee announced that he had wanted to fight after the previous encounter 5 days ago, formally introduced himself as Rock Lee, and declared his intent to become the best taijutsu specialist in the world, promising to show the flames his sensei, Might Guy, had entrusted to him. Alt Cray and some nobles scoffed at Lee's appearance, with Malty giggling and dismissing him. Melty watched quietly, curious but uncertain, while Morelia observed both fighters with a composed, thoughtful expression. Kakashi tilted his head and expected an interesting match. Guy's grin widened with encouragement for his student. Asuma noted the boy's guts, and Kurenai hoped he would not push himself too far. Naruto unsheathed his katana. Naruto said evenly that Lee should show him his flames. Hayate raised his hand and announced that if both fighters were ready, the match would begin. Lee exploded forward, a blur of green. His heel whipped out in a leaf hurricane, slicing the air with ferocious speed, and the crowd hushed in surprise. Kiba remarked on Lee's speed, and Akamaru barked with ears perked. Naruto swayed aside, letting the strike pass by inches, his expression unreadable and calm. Lee twisted into successive strikes, determination building with each attack. Naruto's katana flashed once, parrying cleanly. Sakura cheered wildly for Lee, while Ino muttered that Sabito seemed to be merely playing with his opponent. Naruto's lips quirked. He said playfully that this was getting fun and asked what would come next. Frustration flared in Lee as he realized his attacks were not landing. Naruto slid his katana back into its sheath and drew a wooden bakken. The nobles reacted with derision at the wooden sword. Malty giggled at the perceived mockery. Even Temari raised a brow and suggested Naruto was either arrogant or did not need steel. Undeterred, Lee rushed in with fists and feet blurring, each strike met by the Baken's sharp, clean arcs. Naruto pressed down suddenly, forcing Lee to his knees and demonstrating unexpected strength. Choji expressed concern that Lee was in trouble, and Shikamaru sighed that Sabito's calmness was bad news. Alt-Cray mocked Lee from the noble seats, while Morelia acknowledged that the fire in Lee's eyes was genuine. Lee rolled away, panting, his chest heaving but his resolve unbroken. He resolved to disable that wooden katana and lunged again with another leaf hurricane, only for Naruto to sway aside with graceful control. Lee hissed in frustration at the repeated misses. Naruto moved like flowing water, parrying only when necessary, observing Lee's good speed and strong fundamentals while noting wasted energy and predictability. He intercepted, twisted Lee's arm aside, and drove a solid kick that left Lee stumbling. Naruto remarked that spirit alone would not carry him. The fight continued, escalating in intensity. The combatants pushed their limits. Gates were opened and techniques clashed in a rapid, stylized exchange that resembled an intense anime duel. Spectators reacted in layered waves of excitement and concern as the match reached its dramatic conclusion and the aftermath unfolded. When the combatants were called down from the stage, Hayate announced that Sabito Rengoku and Rock Lee should step forward. The arena remained charged with the memory of the battle and the strength each fighter had displayed. Someone in the crowd dismissed him as wasting energy and called his moves predictable. Naruto intercepted, twisting Lee's arm aside and driving a kick into his stomach, forcing Lee to stumble back. Naruto muttered that spirit alone would not carry him. Guy's serious expression broke into a grin as he told Lee he could take them off. Lee's eyes widened at the permission and he unstrapped the weights at his ankles. The nobles laughed until the weights hit the ground with a thunderous impact. The stone beneath them fractured, cracks racing across the floor as the chamber shook and dust rose. The laughter died. Whispers turned to gasps. Kiba's jaw dropped and Akamaru barked. Ino leaned forward, stunned, and Shino noted that the items were excess weight training, meant to make him exponentially faster when removed. Temari narrowed her eyes and remarked that the boy had been underestimated. Kankuro wondered aloud whether he could actually land a hit. Gaara remained silent as sand shifted around him. Alt-Cray's smug expression froze when he realized those were no ordinary weights. Maltese laughter faltered and Melty clutched her dress, horrified at how heavy they must have been. Morelia's sharp gaze softened into respect as she observed the boy had carried such a burden and still smiled. Kakashi's single eye widened slightly when he understood that Lee had been holding back all this time. Asuma whistled low in appreciation, while Kurenai frowned, wondering at what cost such effort came. Lee vanished with startling speed, moving too fast for most eyes to follow. Sakura could barely register his motion. He reappeared behind Naruto with a fist slamming forward. Naruto turned casually and his Bakken intercepted the strike with a loud crack. Lee reeled at the parry, and the genin around the arena reacted in astonishment. Kiba recognized that Sabito matched Lee's attack. Ino gritted her teeth, feeling as if Naruto anticipated every one of Lee's moves. Naruto's smirk widened as he acknowledged Lee's increased speed. He shifted his stance and channeled water breathing, third form, flowing dance. The Bakken flowed like a river, intercepting each strike. Lee blurred across the arena with punches and kicks faster than the eye could follow, but Naruto moved in rhythm with him, redirecting and swaying without faltering. Shino observed that Naruto was moving in a coordinated rhythm, anticipating each strike. Choji remarked that it looked like a dance. Temari, clutching her fan, noted that this was not normal swordsmanship, and Kankuro agreed that it was something else entirely. From the nobles, Alt-Cray trembled and could not deny the impossibility of what he saw. Melty leaned forward, quietly admiring the beauty of their fighting. Morelia watched the field and thought of the condemned boy from years ago, wondering who Sabito truly was. Minato kept his gaze fixed on Sabito and Lee, stunned that Sabito stood on a completely different level from the competing genin. Lee's body trembled, sweat pouring and lungs burning, but his heart screamed that speed alone would not suffice. He resolved to surpass his limits. His chakra surged and he opened the first of the 8 inner gates, known as the Gate of Opening. A violent green aura flared around him, the pressure shaking the room and making stone crack beneath his feet. Concern spread through the crowd. Kurenai feared he might be harming himself. Asuma nearly dropped his cigarette, calling the boy insane. Malti shrieked at the monstrous chakra and Alt-Cray worried the strain would tear him apart. Melty clasped her hands in fear for his life. Morelia felt grave unease at the power both boys wielded. Minato stood in shock at the realization that some of the inner gates had already been mastered. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he recognized that Lee was willing to risk himself to grow stronger. Lee vanished and reappeared with a strike that shattered stone. Naruto blocked and slid back, brows furrowed. Kiba was stunned, Sakura covered her mouth in worry, and Hinata pressed her hands together begging silently for Lee's safety. Naruto shifted his aura and assumed flame breathing, 4th form, blooming flame undulation. Flames flared along his bakken and met Lee's green aura. Bright sparks erupted with each clash. Lee grinned fiercely despite his obvious injuries and declared to Sabito Rengoku that with the flames of youth he would surpass him. He twisted violently, seized Naruto's guard, and unleashed the primary lotus. The two spiraled upward as the crowd screamed. Naruto remained calm and mentally called on Master Rengoku for strength. He moved into sun breathing, 3rd form, raging sun, and a massive burst of heat and light detonated outward. The two slammed into the ground with a shock that shattered more stone and sent dust and embers swirling through the arena. Nobles cried out in fear and many cowered. Malti clung to her father, pale. Melty shielded her eyes, tears in their corners. Morelia stood tall despite the shockwave, awed that so much power came from such young fighters. When the dust settled, Lee trembled violently, clearly exhausted and wounded from the strain, but he still tried to rise. He insisted he was not done, his voice cracking yet his spirit burning brightly. Naruto approached, lowered his weapon, and told Lee to stand proud and affirm that he was strong. Lee collapsed and fell unconscious. Guy leaped down into the arena and caught his student, tears streaming as he held him. Told Lee that he had done it and had shown everyone his youth. Heiei raised his hand and announced Sabito Rengoku as the winner. After the match, dust still hung in the crater as Guy carried Lee to the side with arms that trembled from pride. The boy's face was battered and his body ruined from the effort, but a peaceful smile lingered. Guy whispered that Lee had shown them, tears flowing freely. The medical team rushed forward and Guy allowed them to tend to his student. Naruto stood alone at the center of the arena with his bakken lowered, eyes lingering on Lee. He reflected that Lee had pushed himself to the brink to stand taller, and that such spirit deserved respect. He felt a kinship with him. Both had carved their own paths rather than succeeding by innate genius. In the stands, the genin exchanged quiet words. Sakura, wiping her eyes, muttered that Lee had been foolish but admirable. Ino bit her lip, unsettled. Kiba crossed his arms and scowled, conceding that Lee had fought with guts beyond what most could manage. Hinata clutched her jacket and admired Lee's courage. Shino remained silent, his insects restless as he kept a calculating gaze on Naruto. Temari glanced between Naruto and Gaara, taking in the aftermath of the battle. Kankuro muttered that the boy was a monster too. He added that the worst part was that the boy did not even seem to be trying. Gaara remained silent, but the sand at his feet writhed like a living thing. Kakashi narrowed his visible eye as he studied Naruto's calm stance and observed that the technique did not belong to the shinobi world. Asuma exhaled smoke and shook his head, warning that if this was the kind of power the new generation was bringing, the world was about to change. Kurenai pressed her hands together and suggested that it might not be for the better. From the noble seats, Alt-Cray muttered that these were children or demons wearing the faces of children. Malti scoffed, her voice trembling as she dismissed them as savages. Melty quietly insisted that it had not been savage but beautiful, that the fighters had given everything. Morelia, regal and still, commented that there were flames of sacrifice and mastery, both dangerous and destined for greatness. Hiruzen stroked his beard, his eyes unreadable as he regarded Naruto and noted that the boy harbored great hate yet seemed willing to set it aside for the greater good. He wondered what Naruto would become. At the back, Sasuke clenched the railing until his knuckles turned white and reflected on how far ahead Naruto might be compared to him. Niji's pale eyes narrowed as he thought that Rock Lee had thrown away his destiny to rise above it and that even in defeat Lee had stood taller than most. Naruto finally turned, his Bakken resting against his shoulder, and walked calmly back toward the waiting genin. The hush followed him, the echo of his steps resonating like thunder. No one dared speak as he rejoined the group. Menma's usual taunts died in his throat. Mito's eyes shone, impressed by Sabito's strength and burning with eagerness. She thought that soon it would be her turn and she would prove herself too. Heiei cleared his throat and announced that the winner was Sabito Rengoku and told them to prepare for the next match. The atmosphere shifted, but the weight of the fight still hung heavy, every spectator unable to shake the memory of the clash of flames they had witnessed. When Heiei called for a brief pause, he explained that because there was an odd number of participants remaining, one of them would advance directly to the finals by random draw. A small box with slips of paper was brought forward and each candidate drew in turn. Shikamaru muttered that it was a drag as he reached in. Temari smirked as she picked hers. Mito took hers with a deep breath, Kankuro rolled his eyes, and Gaara extended his pale hand, expressionless. When the slips were revealed, Gaara's bore the mark. Heiei announced that Gaara of the Sand advanced directly to the finals. Kiba protested loudly that it was unfair. Ino groaned at the perceived injustice. Shikamaru sighed that his chances had just gotten worse. Temari smirked faintly and Kankuro shrugged. Gaara said nothing, his sand curling faintly at his feet as he fixed his stare on Sabito Rengoku. From the nobles section, Alt Cray leaned forward and remarked that there was something off about him. Morelia observed that he was dangerous, standing apart even among dangerous children. Hiruzen frowned slightly, thinking that fate might spare him the preliminaries but not his opponents. The tension in the room rose as the remaining matches would decide who would stand against Gaara. Heiei then announced the next match, Shikamaru Nara vs. Kin Tsuchi. Kin approached with a smirk as she twirled a sinbon between her fingers and declared that it would be over quickly. Shikamaru scratched the back of his neck and muttered that it was a drag and he had no choice. The match began. Kin threw her weapons in a blur, but Shikamaru sidestepped lazily while his shadow stretched across the floor. Before she realized it, Kin's movements were constrained, her body jerking to mimic his motions. She struggled, bewildered as Shikamaru sighed, hands in his pockets, and said that it was too much trouble and that he would forfeit if it dragged on. Heiei raised his hand and announced Shikamaru Nara as the winner. The crowd blinked in surprise at how quickly it ended. Kiba remarked that it had been fast, Ino grinned in pride, and Choji observed nervously that Shikamaru always made it look easy. The nobles were unimpressed, Alt Cray dismissing it as tricks and shadows, while Morelia noted that sometimes a mind sharper than a blade was the most dangerous weapon of all. Heiei called the next match, Temari of the Sand vs. Tenten. Tenten leapt down confidently, weapons already strapped and ready, while Temari walked slowly with her large fan slung over her shoulder. Tenten unleashed a storm of kunai, shuriken, and scroll techniques, but Temari smirked and swung her fan once, sending a gust that scattered every weapon and sent them clattering to the floor. Tenten's eyes widened in disbelief as she tried again and again, only to have each barrage swept aside by a simple flick of the fan. Finally, Temari's third swing blasted Tenten into the wall, leaving her slumped and unconscious. Heiei declared Temari the winner. The nobles clapped lightly, Malti sneered that it had been pathetic, Melty frowned that Tenten had never stood a chance, and Morelia remarked that power alone did not make a warrior but precision did. Heiei then announced the match between Mito Uzumaki Namikaze and Dosu Kinyuda. Gasps and whispers rippled through the crowd at the sight of the Hokage's daughter. Mito walked down with calm determination, fists clenched and expression bright. Dosu smirked, his sound gauntlet gleaming ominously, and suggested that he would show how fragile she really was. Mito smiled, excited rather than offended, and said they would see. The fight began. Dosu rushed in with a swing of his gauntlet that sent a reverberating burst of sound to disorient Mito. She gritted her teeth and used chakra to steady herself. He lunged again, but Mito met his strike with chakra-enhanced strength, her resolve making the ground crack beneath her feet. Naruto watched silently from the stands, eyes narrowing as he noticed Mito mixing taijutsu with sealing marks and recognized an influence in her technique. Dosu unleashed another wave of sound, but Mito ducked under it. Her hand glowed faintly green as she countered with a medical palm strike that pushed him back. Dosu stumbled, clutching his chest, shocked by the sudden burst of strength. A noble wondered aloud where she had learned such technique. Kakashi observed that she was blending her parents' styles, noting Minato's timing, Kushina's ferocity, and Tsunade's precision. Mito threw a kunai with sealing marks etched into it. Dosu dodged, but the kunai exploded into a chain of tags that briefly restrained him. Mito charged, her fist glowing as she struck his guard. The impact shattered his gauntlet and sent him reeling into the wall in an explosive, anime-style burst of force. The arena fell silent as Dosu groaned, unable to stand. Height announced Mito Uzumaki Namikaze as the winner. The crowd erupted. Nobles murmured in awe, and even Altcray's eyes widened slightly. Morelia commented calmly and approvingly that the girl carried the will of 3 masters in her veins. Melty clapped with delight, while Malty folded her arms and sulked, calling her a show-off. Naruto allowed a faint smile to touch his lips before it disappeared. He thought that Mito's chakra control had improved greatly after their mission in the Land of Waves and that he looked forward to facing her. Height steadied himself with a cough and then moved on to the next match. Kankuro of the Sand vs. Choji Akimichi. Choji stepped forward nervously and took a soldier pill for courage. Kankuro sauntered in with his crow puppet strapped to his back. The match began with Choji using partial expansion to increase his arms and slamming them down with surprising force. Kankuro evaded smoothly, Crow detached and lunged with hidden blades. Choji tried a spinning body slam, but Crow's limbs twisted in unnatural angles and struck from unexpected directions. Choji swiped hard and knocked the puppet back, only for Kankuro to tighten the strings. Poison Senbon launched from Crow and grazed Choji's shoulder, slowing his movements. Ino cried out from the stands in concern. Shikamaru scowled and noted that Choji was pushing himself too hard. Choji roared and swelled his entire body in a desperate charge, but Crow intercepted and wrapped him in its limbs. Kankuro's smirk widened. Height raised his hand and declared Kankuro the winner. The nobles applauded lightly, unimpressed, calling him a trickster with toys. Choji was carried out defeated but not broken. Shikamaru watched him go with a quiet, proud gaze. Height cleared his throat and announced that the preliminaries had concluded. The winners advancing were Sabito Rengoku, Shikamaru Nar, Temari of the Sand, Mito Uzumaki Namikaze, Kankuro of the Sand, and Gaara of the Sand. The names echoed through the chamber as the genin tensed and the audience buzzed with excitement and apprehension. Sasuke clenched his fists in fury. Menma scowled, feeling overshadowed. Niji's eyes narrowed as he began to calculate. Hinata stared at the floor, lost in thought. Nobles whispered that these children were monsters, not just children but weapons. Morelia closed her eyes briefly, then told Hokage Hiruzen that he had raised a generation that would either protect the world or burn it. Hiruzen stroked his beard, his gaze passing over Naruto, Gaara, and Mito, feeling the weight of what the finals would decide. The remaining genin advancing to the quarterfinals were Kiyomi Uchiha, Sasuke Uchiha, Menma Uzumaki Namikaze, Mito Uzumaki Namikaze, Gaara of the Sand, Temari of the Sand, Kankuro of the Sand, Shino Aburame, Niji Hyuga, Shikamaru Nara, and Sabito Rengoku. The announcer explained that because there was an extra participant, a random selection would determine one additional advancement to the semifinals. The genin drew papers, and Sabito Rengoku drew the bye. Naruto winced privately at missing a match he had hoped for but told himself that observing might also be beneficial. The quarter-final pairings were set: Kiyomi Uchiha vs. Mito Uzumaki Namikaze, Menma Uzumaki Namikaze vs. Niji Hyuga, Shino Aburame vs. Kankuro of the Sand, Shikamaru Nara vs. Temari of the Sand, and Sasuke Uchiha vs Gaara of the Sand. Determination shone in every competitor's eyes as they prepared to face their opponents. Kiyomi and Mito exchanged intense glares, their rivalry intensified by the quarterfinals. Sasuke glared at Gaara, who remained expressionless and focused on Naruto. Shikamaru bristled at the prospect of facing another formidable opponent and thought it was troublesome. Menma and Niji shared a competitive grin and warned each other not to hold back. Shino and Kenkuro regarded one another quietly before looking away. The officials announced that the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals would take place the following month and advised everyone to prepare. Naruto began planning his training and decided to seek out someone he had not seen in a while. The next day, Naruto packed his belongings and found Hiruzen waiting at the door. Hiruzen made sure Naruto was ready for his month-long trip and urged him to return stronger. Naruto promised he would and departed for the Land of Iron. 2 days into the journey, Naruto climbed cold, icy mountains and approached a large estate carved into the mountainside. As he neared a training ground, strong gusts of wind announced the presence of the person he had come to see. Naruto landed on the ground behind him and addressed Sanemi, who turned to face him. Sanemi remarked on Naruto's growth and challenged him to a test. Naruto produced a wooden bakken and prepared to spar. Noted that Naruto had been making waves and wanted to see if the praise was deserved. Naruto assumed a ready stance, wooden blade held low, his silence focused rather than defiant. He told Sanemi that he would not hold back. Sanemi responded with a sudden, forceful advance, his footwork savage and each strike of his bakken carved wide, blurring arcs through the air in an intense display. Naruto pivoted with light, precise movement to intercept. The first clash rang out sharp and loud as the two wooden blades met, wood straining under the force. Sanemi launched a rapid sequence of strikes, using wind-breathing first form, dust whirlwind cutter. Naruto narrowed his eyes and answered with sun-breathing second form, clear blue sky, twisting his body with fluid precision as his blade traced a perfect, rising circle. The collision blasted air outward, rattling leaves from nearby branches. Neither fighter backed away. Sanemi pressed harder, his blows wild but overwhelming, carried by raw power and ferocity. Sanemi barked approval and noted that Naruto had even improved his breathing technique as he drove his wooden sword down in a crushing arc. Naruto braced, his own wooden blade rising to meet it. Naruto countered with sun-breathing third form, raging sun, forcing Sanemi to evade 2 slashes. Sanemi flashed a savage grin and taunted that the fire in Naruto's eyes matched that of a pillar now, urging him to do more. He planted his feet and summoned wind swirling violently around him as he unleashed wind-breathing fifth form, cold mountain wind, a barrage of rapid slashes poured forward like a storm. Naruto steadied his breath and increased the precision of his movements. He answered with sun-breathing seventh form, beneficent radiance, sweeping his wooden sword in a wide, radiant arc that met Sanemi's wind with sparks of momentum. Their footwork shredded the ground beneath them, dirt scattering and grass flattening. Sweat rolled down both faces, yet neither yielded. Sanemi lunged again, strikes relentless, urging Naruto to push back with everything he had. They crashed together once more, wood striking wood like drums on a battlefield. Cracks spidered across the wooden swords, splinters flying with each impact as both weapons neared their limit. Sanemi drew a deep breath and unleashed wind-breathing seventh form, gale sudden gusts, bringing his wooden sword down in a crushing sweep. Naruto stepped in, muscles and spirit glowing with determination, and executed sun-breathing eighth form, solar heat haze. The fiery mist of Naruto's technique met Sanemi's raging winds in a cataclysmic collision. The sound cracked like thunder, sending shockwaves across the clearing as dust billowed and the ground trembled. When the haze cleared, both stood frozen, each holding only half a wooden sword, the other half shattered on the ground. Naruto lowered his broken weapon, eyes still lit with resolve. Sanemi stared at his own ruined wooden sword, then threw back his head with a short, harsh laugh and praised Naruto for going toe-to-toe with him. Sanemi acknowledged that Naruto had grown far stronger and was comparable to a pillar in terms of strength, then asked why Naruto had come here. Naruto explained that he had come to train for 3 weeks and to learn from the breathing styles. San-Emi delighted in the answer and agreed to let Naruto stay, calling this true pillar training and expressing excitement to get stronger together. Naruto declared he was ready to learn, and San-Emi nodded and suggested they start immediately. For 3 weeks Naruto trained with San-Emi. Their daily routine revolved around eating, training, showering, playing board games, and sleeping. Naruto picked up several wind-breathing forms, gaining a longer-ranged option to complement his close-quarters style, though he could not master all forms in such a short time. When Naruto prepared to leave for Konoha, he said his goodbyes. San-Emi bumped his fist against Naruto's chest and urged him to give their opponents everything, encouraging Naruto, who promised to do even more than that before setting off for Konoha. 2 days later Naruto arrived at the Sarutobi estate and went to his room. He visited Rengoku's shrine and prayed silently, asking his master to watch over him and lend him strength. He then took an old coat from his closet patterned like Rengoku's and, wanting his master with him in spirit, took Rengoku's sword to carry into the semifinals. On the day of the finals, the Hokage and spectators took their seats as the participants assembled in the arena. One was absent, Sabito Rengoku. People noticed and began to ask where he was. Altcray questioned the fourth Hokage, who admitted uncertainty about the unpredictable young man but said he would arrive. Kiyomi and others also searched for him. Kiyomi's appearance showed a noticeable change. She now wore a plain black crop top with long black gloves reaching to her elbows, replacing her former layered outfit and revealing a more focused presence. With 5 minutes past the scheduled time and Sabito still absent, the fourth Hokage gestured for the exam proctors to begin. Gecko, the proctor, cleared his throat and reintroduced himself to the crowd, congratulating the participants and wishing them well. Hay-8 instructed the participants of the first round to stay in the arena. Mito and Kiyomi exchanged hostile glances. Mito thought she would enjoy humiliating her rival, while Kiyomi planned to end the match quickly. Both adopted fighting stances and indicated their readiness. Hay-8 signaled the start and leaped back to give them space. Mito dashed forward immediately. Kiyomi responded by launching shuriken and kunai. Mito parried each projectile with her own kunai and observed that Kiyomi's shuriken technique had improved considerably since they last met. Closing the distance, Kiyomi threw another set of shuriken. Mito jumped and raised her right leg, preparing an airborne axe kick. Mito dove at rapid speed and Kiyomi was forced to dodge. The axe kick left a sizable crater in the arena, surprising the spectators and Kiyomi alike. Malti and Altcray reacted in shock at the strength of the fourth Hokage's daughter. Minato and Tsunade exchanged smirks as they watched his daughter and granddaughter growing stronger. Minato mused that one day both she and Menma would help save the world, and Tsunade noted that all the late-night training must have paid off. Morelia and Melty exchanged surprised looks. Morelia observed that the slug Sanin's student had shown impressive growth for such a young genin, and Melty nodded. Melty quietly suggested her mother had found another potential ally, and Morelia smiled, thinking her daughter was already thinking like a daimyo. When the dust settled, Mito emerged from the crater with a confident smile and let Kiyomi know there was more to her skill. Mito dashed forward and Kiyomi matched her, copying the opponent's movements. Mito threw a chakra-infused punch and Kiyomi's Sharingan tracked and mirrored the motion and chakra flow. Both kunoichi screamed as their fists collided, and a shockwave rippled outward, shaking the arena. Spectators watched in amazement as Fugaku and Mikoto looked on with pride. Fugaku remarked that their earlier worry seemed unfounded and Mikoto hugged his arm, commenting that their daughter was becoming a great shinobi. The collision pushed both fighters backward into a wall. They staggered out bruised but undeterred. Kiyomi launched kunai and shuriken while closing the distance. Mito used her kunai to deflect several and dodge the rest. Kiyomi closed in for a strike, briefly disappearing from Mito's sight and reappearing with a kick from behind. Mito managed to block, but Kiyomi pressed the attack and landed a front teep that sent Mito skidding several meters before she regained her footing. Observers murmured at Kiyomi's speed and adaptability, noting how quickly she had improved. Kiyomi taunted for an advantage, but Mito refused to yield. A sudden chakra flare announced that Mito had tapped into the entails chakra, and Kiyomi registered the change with raised brows. Neither fighter held back now. They charged with fists raised and moved with speeds comparable to high-level taijutsu specialists, appearing as blurs to most onlookers. Each clash traced a spiderweb of cracks and craters across the ground. They exchanged elemental techniques as well. Fireball and a wide water wave met midair and created a cloud of steam that rolled through part of the arena, but neither gained a clear upper hand. Yakumo clenched her hand and felt a bittersweet awe, thinking she was being left behind, and Kurenai put a reassuring hand on her shoulder and urged her to keep training hard. Yakumo's determination deepened. By the time they paused, both Kiyomi and Mito were exhausted. Mito's stamina had held up thanks to vast reserves of chakra, but Kiyomi's taijutsu had landed more blows overall, leaving Mito feeling the impact. Kiyomi's chakra, however, had been taxed more quickly. Kiyomi formed a powerful lightning-infused technique while Mito concentrated a swirling sphere of chakra in her hand. The resulting collision of lightning and spinning chakra tore at the air and produced a massive burst of force that knocked both kunoichi to the ground. The two lay bruised and unable to rise immediately. After a minute, the proctors signaled the end of the round and announced a draw. The crowd erupted. The match had been one of the most spectacular displays they had ever seen. Medics quickly attended to both kunoichi and escorted them from the arena to recover. A neutral pause followed while the next round announcements were prepared. The arena buzzed as the next bout was introduced, a clash between Uzumaki and Hyuga bloodlines. Menma stepped into view with his fists relaxed at his sides and a confident grin, while Niji's pale Byakugan eyes glimmered with focused intent. Menma warned not to hold back, and Niji responded that he would not. Hate raised his hand to begin the match. Menma surged forward with sharp, flowing movement augmented by chakra, while Niji's Byakugan tracked each motion and targeted precise points. Niji launched a flurry of gentle fist strikes aimed at chakra points, forcing Menma to twist, roll, and deflect. Niji acknowledged that Menma had grown stronger but judged that it was still not enough, and Menma, sensing the challenge, resolved to push further. He wove rapid sequences of punches and kicks, mixing in subtle feints that initially slipped past Niji's focus. The crowd gasped as Menma's speed and unpredictability kept Niji on the defensive. Every chakra point Niji aimed for was narrowly avoided, yet Menma did not simply dodge, he countered, striking back at pressure points Niji left exposed in the heat of his own offensive. Niji's expression shifted and surprise flickered in his Byakugan. Niji noted that Menma was not a mere rookie and had adapted beyond expectation, and he suspected Menma was the fourth Hokage's son. Niji attempted a rotation, spinning rapidly to deflect Menma's attacks, but Menma's timing was flawless. With a swift pivot, Menma delivered a precise blow to Niji's side, staggering the prodigy back. Niji muttered that it was impressive as he wiped at his lip. Menma's grin widened and he made it clear that he had not intended this to be an easy fight. The fight intensified. Niji's attacks grew faster and more calculated, but Menma had learned to anticipate patterns. He twisted midair, delivering a spinning kick that Niji blocked with his forearm, sparks flying at the point of contact. Spectators leaned forward, bemused that Menma was keeping up with Niji, the former Rookie of the Year. Shino's insects hovered tensely, sensing the extraordinary chakra interplay and noting that the two fighters were operating on a level far beyond the others. Niji's arms glowed faintly as he attempted the 8 trigrams 64 palms. Menma's eyes narrowed, sensing the rhythm of the strikes. With a sudden burst of chakra in his legs, he leapt higher than expected and landed an axe kick to Niji's shoulder, breaking the sequence. The arena erupted in gasps as Niji staggered and his shoulder went numb. Niji admitted that Menma had surpassed his expectations. Menma's smirk softened into determination and he said that it was not by much, but it was enough to finish the match. He dashed forward, weaving taijutsu strikes enhanced with subtle chakra bursts, aiming for openings Niji had not fully protected. Niji employed his rotation again, but Menma manifested a Rasengan and clashed it against Niji's rotation. Menma roared as the rotation began to falter and finally broke. Menma, still holding his Rasengan, closed the distance and struck Niji with a powerful hit that sent him spinning across the arena. Niji coughed and fell. Menma approached and acknowledged that Niji had put up a great fight, suggesting they would meet again. He extended a hand and helped Niji to his feet. Hayate stepped forward and announced Menma Uzumakinamikaze as the winner. The crowd exploded in cheers and whispers. Even Niji could only sit back, wiping sweat from his brow. He offered a faint smile and conceded that Menma had fought well. Menma acknowledged that Niji had pushed him harder than anyone else had, and that pressure had made the victory possible. As Niji nodded, Menma's gaze drifted toward the next stage of the tournament. The quarterfinals were over, but the true test still lay ahead. Quarterfinals: Kankuro versus Shino. The proctor called for the next match, but Kankuro barely moved from his spot, arms crossed and expression unreadable. Kankuro announced that he forfeited. The crowd erupted in confusion, some booing and others murmuring about strategy. Shino's gaze lingered on Kankuro for a moment before he stepped back to conserve energy for the semifinals. Hayate declared Shino Aburame the winner. Quarterfinals: Shikamaru versus Temari. Shikamaru and Temari descended into the arena. Temari gripped her giant fan tightly and teased Shikamaru about his readiness. Shikamaru sighed and admitted that the match was troublesome, but he had no choice. The fight began with Temari unleashing powerful gusts of wind with each swing of her fan. Shikamaru kept his distance, dodging and retreating strategically while his eyes scanned the battlefield. Minutes passed as he subtly maneuvered Temari into position, allowing the arena's shadows to fall where he needed them. Before she realized it, Temari's movements froze as Shikamaru's shadow possession jutsu took hold. Temari hissed in frustration, realizing too late that she had been baited. Shikamaru yawned and observed that he had already been making her dance into place. The proctor raised his hand and announced Shikamaru Nara as the winner. Shikamaru released his technique and muttered that it had been a drag. Quarterfinals: Gaara versus Sasuke. Sasuke dropped into the arena while Gaara arrived with a sand technique that mimicked sudden displacement. The proctor asked if the contestants were ready and both nodded. Gaara immediately released sand to defend himself, and Sasuke backed away while throwing shuriken and kunai. Gaara's sand shielded him from the projectiles, and the sand that blocked them formed a clone that pressed a relentless attack. Sasuke dodged and weaved through the onslaught, then closed the distance and struck the sand clone. The clone caught his hand, but Sasuke used his other hand to disperse its head and move in on Gaara. When Sasuke closed to a few inches from Gaara, the sand attempted to block his incoming punch. Gaara blinked as Sasuke disappeared from view and then was suddenly struck in the face, sent flying into the arena with a heavy impact. Gaara rose quickly, but Sasuke maintained his offensive, forcing Gaara's sand to shield him from attacks. Sasuke kicked Gaara and the sand armor began to crack under the pressure. Gaara roared that it was enough and attempted to retaliate, summoning a huge ball of sand that enveloped him. Sasuke stepped in front of it, but sand spikes emerged and grazed his cheek. Sasuke backed off as the spikes sharpened and lengthened, finding the defense thicker than usual. Realizing he could not penetrate that shield with brute force, Sasuke let his Sharingan quicken and flashed back to the bridge, remembering Haku's overwhelming speed and the helplessness he had felt. He vowed not to let that happen again. Sasuke launched into acrobatic movement, somersaults and backflips that took him to a wall. Observers noticed that he was preparing something. Sasuke formed hand signs and then attempted to use Raikiri, Kakashi's perfected version of Chidori. Kakashi watched Sasuke with concern, noting how much chakra Raikiri drained compared to Chidori. Sasuke sprinted at Gaara faster than he had when using Chidori. He closed the distance quickly and plunged the Raikiri into the sand before Gaara's defensive spikes could form. The lightning strike pierced the sand and struck Gaara hard. The impact was heavier than a typical Raikiri, but the sand cushioned the blow enough that Gaara was knocked unconscious rather than killed. The spectators roared in astonishment that the lightning had pierced the sand. The sand dissipated to reveal an unconscious Gaara and Sasuke standing over him. Sasuke examined his hand, thinking that he had not expected to master Raikiri so quickly. He glanced at the Hokage, who nodded in acknowledgement. Hayate announced that the winner of the match was Sasuke Uchiha. The crowd erupted into cheers. Sasuke deactivated his Sharingan as exhaustion washed over him. He watched as medics carried Gaara away, Baki nearby. Sasuke admitted to himself that Gaara was strong but not strong enough. The cheers suddenly stopped as a low rumble swelled into a series of deafening explosions. The arena trembled and dust rolled over the village walls. The joyful atmosphere of the Chunin exams shattered. Panic and confusion spread as more explosions rocked the area. Spectators leaped from their seats, their celebration turning to alarm. Then, as the first shouts rose, the entire crowd froze. A strange, absolute silence fell over the arena. One moment people were screaming, the next they were like statues with glazed, unseeing eyes. It was a perfect genjutsu. The Jonin and the Ka, however, were not affected. Minato moved with lightning speed, scanning the stadium for threats. Sarutobi, though older, remained sharp. He immediately noticed chakra threads extending from multiple locations and demanded of the Kazekage what was happening, but received only a slight chuckle in response. A large snake was summoned and crashed onto the Kage's booth. At the same time, Anbu stationed on the roofs shifted, their neutral masks twisting into hostile expressions as they drew kunai and shuriken and turned on their fellow shinobi. The invasion had begun. Morelia and her daughters stiffened as the explosions rattled the stands. In a blink, Hayashi Hyuga appeared before them, his Byakugan activated and two branch family Jonin flanking him. Hayashi ordered them to follow and personally led Morelia, Malti, and Melty through the chaos, deflecting stray kunai with a single strike and incapacitating a rogue sound shinobi with a precise gentle fist. His escorts kept close formation and shielded the foreign royals until they reached the Hokage's secured shelters. Only after ensuring their safety did Hayashi turn back toward the battlefield, his white eyes sharp with resolve. Down in the arena where Gaara was being tended by medics, Kankuro and Temari moved with surprising speed and determination. Seized the stretcher holding their brother with cold, calculated movements. A medic shouted in protest, but Baki arrived in a gust of wind and declared that the plan had begun. He ordered his students to take Gaara immediately so he could recover before the next stage of the plan. Kankuro and Temari leaped over the railing and dragged the stretcher away in a practiced escape. Sasuke, despite exhaustion, felt a renewed urgency. The sudden attack and the odd behavior of the Sand siblings all felt wrong. This was no longer a test. He looked at Kiyomi, who had just been released by medics, her Sharingan rotating wildly. She had seen everything unfold as well. Sasuke urged Kiyomi to hurry and stop them, and they jumped from the arena in pursuit. Baki stepped in front of them, placing himself as an unyielding barrier. He warned that they would go no further and drew his blade, his stance calm but resolute. Before Sasuke and Kiyomi could engage him, Genma and Hayate blurred in and landed on either side of Baki. Genma told Baki not to move and made clear that the Jonin would handle him. Hayate ordered Sasuke and Kiyomi forward, assigning them to the mission and instructing them to stop whatever the Sand siblings were planning at all costs. As Sasuke and Kiyomi sped past Baki, they heard the clash of steel behind them as the Jonin engaged in an intense battle. The siblings fled toward the village outskirts and the nearby forest, and Sasuke and Kiyomi gave chase with all their might. Meanwhile, Naruto had just woken from a doze in a tree near the Chunin arena. The explosions roused him, and he dropped into the venue by way of the roofs to conserve energy for the unfolding conflict. He found the spectators trapped in a genjutsu and sensed a hostile chakra signature. Scanning the seats, he spotted a shinobi in a cloak and an Anbu mask. Recognizing the signature, Naruto launched himself at the masked figure in a trail of flame, his katana flashing. The masked Anbu barely dodged the attack as it created a crater. He reacted with surprise. The masked Anbu was shocked when Naruto identified him as Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto had concealed his chakra well, and he was stunned that Naruto had figured out his identity. Three sound Chunin suddenly appeared behind Naruto. Fugaku shouted a warning to Sabito, but Naruto moved in a single swift motion, turning to face the three Chunin with kunai ready. Naruto moved into his stance and murmured that he would use wind breathing, second form. As the three Chunin prepared to plunge their weapons, Naruto unleashed Claw's purifying winds, sending 3 slashes that left claw-shaped marks in the air. All 3 fell to the ground. Fugaku, still guarding the arena, looked at Naruto with surprise and suggested that Naruto had learned another of those breathing sword techniques, wondering what the breathing sword arts truly were. Fugaku then turned his attention to the enemy Chunin and Jonin and decided he would finish them first before going after the silver-haired opponent. Naruto, having dispatched the 3 Chunin, turned his focus back to Kabuto. Without hesitation he leapt at him with his sword poised and announced that he would use sun breathing, first form, dance. The downward slash struck and split Kabuto's mask. Kabuto stumbled back, stunned by Naruto's speed and warning his comrades that Naruto was not to be underestimated. Naruto followed with another technique, wind breathing, 7th form, gale sudden gust. The attack struck Kabuto in several places and forced him to retreat before the winds could do more. Kabuto removed his cloak, swallowed a pill, and began to stabilize himself as best he could. He reflected that Naruto's strength might even surpass Kakashi's and feared the operation could worsen if Naruto were allowed free rein. Kabuto prepared scalpels coated with chakra and lunged, but Naruto evaded and parried each strike. Realizing he could not match Naruto's speed, Kabuto discarded the scalpels and switched to using chakra-infused hands, a dangerous gambit meant to disrupt an opponent's muscles. Naruto noted the threat and kept his distance, aware that a single touch could be debilitating. Before Kabuto could press the attack, a short blade of fire appeared and struck his legs, forcing him back. Fugaku had arrived after clearing a path through the remaining assailants. Fugaku addressed Sabito in a controlled tone and ordered that Kiyomi and Sasuke were to pursue a mission to stop the Sand siblings. He emphasized that whatever the Sand siblings planned, Gaara was central to their scheme and that they had to be stopped to protect the village. Naruto's expression hardened at the command and he accepted the orders without protest. Before leaving, he warned Fugaku to be cautious of Kabuto's chakra-infused hands, admitting he did not know what they had already touched. With that warning, Naruto took off to pursue a different, more personal battle. He could not allow Gaara, who housed the One Tail, to be released and unleash chaos on the village. The forest stretched on beneath a dark canopy that swallowed the moonlight. Sasuke ran along the treetops with steady breath and a faintly glowing Sharingan. Beside him, Kiyomi moved with equal precision, her kunai pouch rattling as she bounded from branch to branch. There was no need for words. The Sand siblings were ahead, and the chase had begun. Leaves rustled and a soft thump came from below. A small pug in a blue vest appeared and ran alongside them, nose twitching. The dog declared that he would serve as the nose of the team. Kiyomi blinked at the talking summon. Sasuke identified the dog as Kakashi's summon, Pakun, and noted that Pakun's presence meant Kakashi had sent him to track. Pakun sniffed the air and confirmed that the scent ahead was fresh and that the Sand siblings were growing desperate for Gaara to wake, which made the situation more dangerous. They pushed harder through the tree-line until they spotted movement, Gaara being half-dragged by Kankuro and Temari, his breathing shallow and his chakra wild and unstable. Temari's eyes snapped back when she sensed the pursuers. She slid Gaara onto Kankuro's shoulder, whirled, and opened her giant fan, instructing Kankuro to go while she would buy time. Kankuro began to protest, but Temari cut him off with a sharp glare, insisting that every second mattered for Gaara's recovery. Kankuro gritted his teeth and leapt away with Gaara while Temari turned to face the new threat, her fan unfurling into a deliberate stance. Kiyomi landed gracefully. Opposite Temari, her Sharingan spinning as she drew a kunai in each hand. Her violet eyes sharpened as she prepared to engage. Kiyomi assessed that this would be a direct confrontation and intended to subdue Temari quickly. Temari returned the challenge, though already feeling the strain of prior effort and noting that she had expended chakra in an earlier clash. She resolved to find a way to counter Kiyomi's speed. Temari slammed her fan into the ground, releasing a slicing gale that roared forward and bent the trees. Kiyomi darted aside with blurring speed, tossing shuriken that glittered in the air. Temari snapped her fan to deflect them, but Kiyomi had already moved behind her, kunai flashing in an attempt to land a decisive strike. Temari twisted and intercepted with the metal ribs of her fan, the impact ringing like clashing steel. Kiyomi analyzed every twitch of Temari's muscles and pressed the attack, forcing Temari backward with precise arcs of her kunai. Temari leapt back and swung her fan wide, forming crescent blades of wind that tore through the ground and shredded the nearby undergrowth. Kiyomi leaped toward a branch, but Temari anticipated the move and launched a kunai fitted with an explosive tag. Kiyomi adjusted and intercepted the incoming kunai, the detonation filling the area with smoke and dust. Kiyomi used the smoke to reposition and conceal herself. Temari unleashed another wind scythe technique that blew the smoke away but left her chakra significantly depleted. For a moment the clearing revealed no sign of an opponent. Temari searched the area, but Kiyomi had been spared the blast and struck from the concealment. A kunai grazed Temari's arm, causing her to wince and feel her strength ebb. Kiyomi's breathing remained steady and she felt the heat of exertion and the flow of strength through her limbs as she pressed her advantage. Kiyomi announced that this was where Temari would fall and surged forward with blistering speed. Temari swung desperately, but the fan was too large and too slow. Kiyomi's kick struck her and sent her skidding across the dirt. Before Temari could recover, Kiyomi was already there with a kunai pressed to her throat. Temari froze, chest heaving, her fan slipping in her grasp. Kiyomi ordered Temari to stay down, her Sharingan spinning with cold focus. Kiyomi told her that she had already wasted enough strength and should stop. For a moment Temari wanted to argue, but one look into Kiyomi's eyes told her the truth. She had been outmatched and her grip on the fan loosened. Kiyomi stepped back, twirled her kunai, and tucked them away, acknowledging that Temari had made the right choice. She then turned and moved off after Sasuke and the others. Temari clenched her jaw, frustration boiling within her, but her body refused to cooperate. She struggled to rise. The forest stretched endlessly beneath the moonlight, shadows twisting between the trees. Sasuke kept his eyes locked on the chakra trail ahead, its energy wild, unstable, and pulsing. Gaara's presence shone like a distant beacon, growing stronger with each step. Sasuke pushed harder, his Sharingan scanning for movement as every muscle readied for action. The image of Gaara's sand devastating the arena burned in his mind, and he vowed not to let Gaara slip away without answers about the force he controlled. Up ahead, Kankuro dragged Gaara with desperate urgency, sweat beading on his brow. Gaara's body twitched and his breaths were ragged and shallow. He muttered obsessively about his mother. Kankuro gritted his teeth and urged Gaara to hold on, promising to get him away from the danger. A blur of movement cut across Kankuro's vision. Sasuke landed before him, his Sharingan glowing intensely in the night, and announced that he had finally caught up, demanding that Kankuro surrender. Kankuro tightened his grip on Gaara, noting that Sasuke had arrived without his sister and assuming Temari had dealt with her. He resolved that Sasuke would have to get past him first. Before they could engage, Shino Aburame stepped from the shadows with insects swarming silently around him. Shino stated calmly that Sasuke should leave Gaara to him and that Kankuro would not escape. The weight of his words carried authority. Kankuro narrowed his eyes, set Gaara against a nearby tree, and tugged on his chakra strings. With a sharp motion he sent a hulking puppet crow forward, its blades flashing under the moonlight, and challenged Shino to try and stop him. Kiyomi arrived and asked what she had missed. Kankuro looked toward her in a mix of horror and relief, wondering aloud where Temari was and fearing that Temari might have subdued someone without a scratch. Moments later Temari landed beside Kankuro and Gaara. Kankuro felt relief at her arrival but immediately noticed that her arm was heavily bandaged and asked what had happened. He already suspected the cause and, muttering under his breath, ordered Temari to guard Gaara at any cost. Temari turned and vanished into the trees to take up the watch, leaving Kankuro to face the threat ahead.